Hey guys! Today we'll be recapping the manhwa, The Emperor's Mask. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. A teacher finds herself in the body of Lady Lucia, a woman who committed suicide. It feels like my veins are pulsing with alcohol instead of blood. I cannot breathe. Someone please help me. I am nauseous. My heart is pounding. Is this how it ends? I don't want to die. Where am I? Am I dreaming? Is this because I drank too much? I can't move. A servant said. My lady, you are awake. Are you all right? Lord Chamberlain asked about her that. Has she awakened? Yes, sir. But she has not fully come to her senses yet. Lord Chamberlain. So she's alive. There's no need for such a commotion. She only drank a trace amount of poison. She will be fine. Did she think she would get attention by poisoning herself? How foolish. They are all the same. Privileged young ladies enter the places by the dozens, hoping to win the Imperior's heart. The higher their expectations, however, the more disappointed they grow with time. In the end, they all meet the same fate. They put themselves at risk and test out their luck on the tightrope between life and death. I am so dizzy, I can't hear what they are saying. Am I dreaming? I can't believe she would got this far just to draw the Imperior's attention. Listen carefully. The Imperior is not interested in you. Most women die to drinking poison, but few like you manage to survive. Do you know what happened to all the others? Once they realized nothing had changed, they poisoned themselves again. Since you have managed to survive, why don't you take this opportunity to change something about yourself? Who knows? The Imperior might come around after he sees how you have changed. Who's that guy? What's he going about? Is he talking to me? I wonder who he is. Don't let anyone in. Including doctors and healers, understood? Understood. Lord Chamberlain. So his name is? Lord Chamberlain. That's not a dream. I awoke up totally different world. How is that possible? This is the kind of things only happened in novels. It's all too real to be a dream. It's cold, my lady. You are still recognizing from the poison. You need your rest. Poison? Did the old owner of this body try to kill herself? They keep calling me lady. It's miracle you are alive. Please don't starve yourself. The roses in the garden blooming beautifully. Would you care to take a walk? I had actually liked to rest a little more. Then I will help you to freshen up. Shall I heat some water for you? Lady Lucia? Are you all right? No need to be formal. I will go to heat some water. Lady Lucia. Yes. Thank you. This hair, I just can't get used to it. How did I end up this crazy color? These eyes too. I have never seen race with such a color. I can't get over my appearance. Where am I? Have a seat over there. Your Majesty. All right. Are you feeling dizzy? You really must be careful. You'll be back to your old self soon. Lady. I am fine. But thank you for asking. I can't believe they almost buried such a pretty girl alive. How awful. I don't know exactly what happened, but it sounds like this person poisons herself. I feel sorry for her even though I had nothing to do with it. My lady, I am worried about you. Please get some more rest. Lady Lucia. Okay, I am feeling fine. You don't worry. Lady Lucia thought. What happened to the original owner of this body? I want to find out more about who I am. Know about who this woman was. Hey, you know that thing, Lucia. I mean, I always write in. You mean your diary? Lady. Yes, my diary. I keep it safe for you. By taking diary. Lady thought that. Who are you, Lucia? She didn't committed suicide. She didn't accidentally die while trying to get the Imperior's attention. Then what happened to her? How did I enter her body? Lucia was not after power. She just wanted to someone who would truly love her. Although she came from an aristocratic family, she didn't have any illusion about the imperial family. Lucia only came to the Rose Palace because her father pressured her to charm the Imperial with her beauty. Grab his heart with your hands and his body with your legs. He sacrificed for her daughter in order to raise his social status. Then he never came to visit her even once. She was not an empress or a royal concubine. She was a pet bird that was waiting for the Imperior to take pity in her and open the cage. What happened before she collapsed? Beware the black rose floating in the water. What could that mean? One who becomes the Imperior's eyes. One who becomes the Imperior's messages. One who tell the Imperior what he wants to hear. He is not to be crossed. And he is not to be interfered with. Lord Chamberlain ordered the servant to show some kind of information. The servant requested the Lord Chamberlain by saying that, I am not authorized to show you. Lord Chamberlain said with curiosity, Is that so? Servant replied to him, Yes, sir. Lord Chamberlain said, Sounds you would like to show me, even your life depended on it. Well, nothing to be done. I will just go directly to His Majesty then. The servant became affared and said, Majesty? No. I will show you. I will just give it to you. Sorry, sir. I'm so eager to give them to you. Lord Chamberlain. It's fine. The servant said, Sir. Please look at whatever you wish. Lord Chamberlain. But if anyone else were to find it out? Lord Chamberlain looked at that papers and said, My word. The budget for the Rose Palace is absurd. Is it this much every month? The servant crumbled with fear and said, Well, this month's budget was a bit below average. We usually spend much more than this. If the Imperior heard about this, the servant asked to the Lord Chamberlain that, Would you mind not telling the Imperior? You see, I have a wife like a bear and children like bunnies back home. I am sure you are aware. I must bring home money in order to placate the bear. Surely you understand? I beg of you, sir. Suddenly Lord Chamberlain saw Lady Lucia and said, It's Lady Lucia. Where's she going? The servant said. I think she's on her way to tea time with the other ladies. Lord Chamberlain said. The budget for the Rose Palace mostly goes towards tea time and the necessary dresses, accessories, and so on. Lord Chamberlain thought that. Dresses and accessories for tea time? Do they drink the dresses and eat jewelry for snacks? The servant laughing and said, Your jokes. My lord! The ladies use those things to show off their beauty. They dress more extravagantly when they meet other women compared when they meet other men. Tea time is just not a place for socializing. His Majesty made it mandatory to attend. The ladies put their hearts and souls into dressing up in hopes that they'll see him here. Lord Chamberlain said that these ladies sounds pathetic. The servant said to the Lord Chamberlain that you must be careful with your words, my lord. Lord Chamberlain said to him, Has any girl in the Rose Palace so much as spent the night with His Majesty? Why must we indulge them when His Majesty has not even accepted one as his wife? The servant laughing at that point and said, Well, we have no other choice. They do come here in the hopes of becoming the Empress. We can't just let them run around in rugs. Besides, they spent every night waiting up for His Majesty. Couldn't we at least let them have their fun as a consolation? Lord Chamberlain asked the servant about his name. The servant became afraid and said, Why do you ask my name? Are you planning to tell His Majesty? About me? Please don't. You see, I have a wife like a bear at home. On the other side, Lady Lucia's maid tell her that here is your gown for tea time. My lady? I think it'll suit you well. If you stand up, I can help you into it. This is a bit awkward. I have only ever worn simple dresses. The maid said to the Lady Lucia that it's amazing. You looking like a doll. Would you like to take a look? The maid again asked about the dress that. Is the dress to your liking? Lady Lucia said. Yes, it's perfect. The maid said, allow me to braid your hair for you. Are your shoes comfortable? Lady Lucia said. Yes. They feel fine. The maid said that it's the room at the end of the hall. I'll be waiting for you here. Lady Lucia said that there's no need to wait for me, go get some rest. The maid said that. Really? But? Lady Lucia said to her that, well, alright. I'll be back after tea time. In her diary, Lady Lucia said she was afraid of the women at the Rose Palace. I wonder what they are like. The maid said to Lady Lucia that, allow me to pour you some tea. My lady. Lucia replied to her that, thank you. A girl came toward the Lucia and asked to her with simply face that. How are you feeling? Your hands are so cold. Why don't you let Isla warm them up for you? Lucia thought by seeing her that did she prefer to herself in third person? That's peculiar. And a weird. Isla was late because she was changing dresses. The girl thought about Lucia that did she miss anything? If Isla had gotten here earlier, she wouldn't be sitting way at the end of the table. Then again, even if Isla had come early, she still wouldn't have been able to sit over there. The girl thought that Isla is so jealous of Swan and the many privileges she enjoys at the Grand Duke's granddaughter. She's almost guaranteed to spend a night with His Majesty. This is all so unfamiliar, I don't fit in here. But no one ever has. The girl whispers that. But the way, Isla was watching when Lucia collapsed. Lady Lucia shocked by knowing that. This girl saw Lucia take the poison? Then Lucia thought that. That must be why everyone keeps staring at me but wouldn't say anything? The girl again said about Isla that. No one has ever had the honor of a night with His Majesty. But Isla is sure Swan will get her chance sooner or later. Isla will never get the chance to be better than Swan, will she? Since it come to this, Isla will just have to convince her father. Lucia repeated her words. Convince to your father? The girl became furious. Convince him to use position to make His Majesty notice Isla when he's finished with Swan. Lucia said. Seriously? Isn't that a bit much? Lucia must feel the same way. Lucia thought that I just can't understand. She said to her that. Pardon? Are you still feeling ill? Lucia replied to her that. No, I am fine. It's feel like I am watching a play. I mean, I am living out Lady Lucia's life. But this can't be right. Because I am not Lucia. There was another young lady who said to Lucia that it's been a while. I didn't know you were ill. If I had known, I would have brought you some soup. The girl said to that young lady that Isla told you at the last tea time. Did you forget? The young lady says. Whom is that so? I don't remember. Lucia said, I am fine now. The young lady said again, is that so? Well, you did only take the poison for attention. Naturally, you didn't take enough to kill yourself. The young lady who seated there asked that I heard it feels like your throat is on fire when you drink it. Is that true? Did you do it on impulse? Surely you wouldn't do it a second time. Right? Lucia said that thank you for your concern. But I seem to have trouble remembering what happened before I woke up. If it comes back to me, I will be sure to let you know. Lucia read about these questions and thought that I have to be cautious. I still don't know who tried to kill Lucia. I feel like I am suffocating in here. I need some fresh air. When Lucia returned, a pot broken by her. The lady asked that, "Are you okay, Lucia?" Lucia said that yes, I am fine. The young lady asked that, "Are you really lost your memory?" The girl whispered that, "I think so. I see you look so fatigued. Why don't you go some rest?" Lucia left that place and thought, it's so beautiful here, but I don't know how to talk to these people. Will I ever get used to this? How am I supposed to live like this? A guy came here and said that, "What are you doing out here?" Lucia said that, "I am just getting some fresh air, sir." Lucia thought that, who is he? He looks kind of grumpy. Should I not have called him, sir? How did Lucia treat him? It looks like he knows me. The guy asked to Lucia that, "Why are you sitting here? What's that stain on your dress?" Lucia replied to him that, "I spilled some tea." Lucia felt that it seems like he wants to tell me something. Should I ask him? I am not really in the mood for talking right now, though. The guy said to her that the food chain doesn't apply only to animals. It's the same for human. Today is only a stain on your dress, who knows what kind of torments they'll think up later. Lucia replied to him that, "I splitted the tea." Lucia thought about him that, what's his deal? The guy said that if you wouldn't want it to happen second time, you have to become stronger. Lucia thought about his conversation that, what? Is he giving me advice? Why he's telling me all this? What's with all the conversation? If he has something he wants to complain about, he should just say it. The guy looked at Lucia and said that, "You haven't changed a bit." Lucia felt that voice. I have heard it somewhere before. The guy said that, "Since you have managed to survive, why don't you take this opportunity to change something about yourself?" Lucia turned and thought that, wait, he is the guy from before. Lucia said that, "I have become someone else. I died and come back to life as another person. Isn't that reason enough to meet the Imperior? Has the Imperior ever met a woman who became someone else?" A guy asked to her that, "What are you trying to say?" Lucia thought that maybe the Imperior knows why that happened and can help. I have to meet him. I need to know if there's a way to return to my original body. The guy said that the Imperior is no sage. He doesn't know everything. I am sorry, I can't give you the answer you want. A maid came and said to Lucia, "My lady, my apologies, I don't realize you'd left." Lucia said to that maid, "It's fine. Let's go." The maid became sad and thought that, did something happen? "My lady, is there perhaps?" Lucia said that nothing happened. Lucia felt that she is so tired. The maid asked that, "I'll unbrand your hair for you." By looking at the mirror, Lucia whispered the name Lord Chamberlain. A little maid surprised by saying that and said that, "Pardon? Lord Chamberlain? Did you meet the Lord Chamberlain?" Lucia said yes. The maid said that, "He grows more handsome by the day ever in the short time since you have woken up." Lucia asked that, "Really?" The maid replied that yes. "He came to check on you. He was quite glad to see you awake. Lots of chambermaid in the palace saw him today. I suppose you did too." Lucia thought in her mind that, "I guess Lord Chamberlain is not his actual name then." The maid said that, "I hear his deep dark eyes and sharp jawline are as handsome as ever. I have just never seen anyone so handsome." Lucia said to her maid that, "Tell me everything you know about him." The maid explained about that guy named Lord Chamberlain, that he is tall with broad shoulders and a narrow torso. So he looks good in anything. He is more even attractive than he is focused on his work. His best feature is his face. His lips so red even without makeup. I can't help staring. Lucia thought in her mind that are we talking about the same guy? I mean, he was not ugly, but he definitely wasn't all that. The maid said that, but the Imperior is more handsome, of course. Lucia said that the Imperior is recluse. They said that yes, he never shows himself. That's why the Lord Chamberlain is so busy. He acts as the Emperor's eyes and ears. People are saying that Lord Chamberlain will become the future Imperior. Lucia asked that do they really said that? They replied that yes, they also said that his black hair was inherited from the Imperior's bloodline. Lucia asked that his black hair is the special hair? Does only the Imperior family have it? Lucia said that not necessarily, but it is rare. So what's he is doing in the Rose Palace? The maid replied that he only comes whenever a lady succumbs to poison or overcomes it. He visits whenever there are problems. Though it's been a while since his last visit. Lucia said that I'd like to get some rest. The maid said that would you care for some soup before you sleep? Lucia said. That would be nice. Lucia finished her soup and thought that it's strange the Imperior never shows his face. So the Lord Chamberlain has to take care of everything for him. Lucia thought that if I can find out what happened to Lucia, maybe I can figure out how to get back in my world. Does the Lord Chamberlain know about the rumors? On the other hand, Lord Chamberlain asked about the budget and asked that so there's no way to reduce the budget? The servant replied to him, no sir. As a mere clerk, it's beyond my power. Lord Chamberlain asked that are your bear-like wife and bunny-like children doing well? The servant said, pardon. Please overlook this matter, sir. I don't want to lose my job. There's nothing I can do, short of becoming the head steward or the Rose Palace. I see, so it's because of your rank. Lord Chamberlain said that just a month of the palace's budget would be enough to run an entire estate for a year. The servant said that no estate compared to the lavishness of the Rose Palace, sir. So people who live in the houses are mere human and those who live in the palace are angels. Is that it? But the ladies are all human too, of course. All the budget goes towards food and clothes. Lord Chamberlain thought that he may seem like a fool but knows how to hold his ground. The servant said by laughing that rather than trying to lower the budget, finding His Majesty a wife maybe. Lord Chamberlain became annoyed and asked that so you can't cut it at all? And what would your wife think of that? The servant became quick for a while and replied that well, sh wouldn't kill me. Although if I make her angry she may break a few bones. Then again if I make the ladies angry. Oh dear! Lord Chamberlain said that I supposed you would be sentenced to death for upsetting one of them. The servant said that I have just feel very uncomfortable. Lord Chamberlain said that now that I think about it, it's been a while since any of them have tired to drink poison. They hay probably given up seeing as how His Majesty never bats an eye when they are poisoned. Is that so? Indeed, I just feel bad for Lady Lucia. I supposed it's affected her more than we first thought. She hasn't left her chambers for some time. She hasn't been eating much either. Before she collapsed, she used to smile and talk all the time. Now, she doesn't even recognize me. They say she is suffering from memory loss due to the shock. She doesn't even remember where she was when she poisoned herself. Lord Chamberlain advised to the servant that you seem to care so much for someone who is not even your wife. The servant said that well, she is so kind and beautiful. She has an aura of mystery about her. Indeed, Lady Lucia is incredibly charming. Lord Chamberlain said that not her, you. The servant said pardon? Lord Chamberlain said that from now on, you're mine. The servant said that wait. What? So the reason you refused all those women was? Lord Chamberlain said that if you refuse, I'll have you fired. The servant requested that Lord Chamberlain, please. I was born into a lower family and succeed through my own blood, sweat and tears. I spend my days in the fields and my evenings studying by moonlight. Lord Chamberlain left that place and walking alone. Lord Chamberlain plowed the flower and thought that the thrones beneath the petals resembled the ladies of the Rose Palace. His Majesty never bats an eye when they get poisoned. Lord Chamberlain remembered Lady Lucia's words that, "I have become someone else." Lord Chamberlain thought that perhaps congratulations are in order. She managed to get the attention she was after. All the ladies who looked the poison were found collapsed atop a thorn bush. There's only one person left who can tell me the truth. All the other ladies committed suicide not long after the first time they collapsed. If she's hiding what happened to her before she took the poison while pretending to someone else, Lord Chamberlain thought that she might be able to give me some answer. Then no one else in the palace will have to die. Lord Chamberlain talked to himself that, "All right. Go ahead and do as you will." Lord Chamberlain saw a piece of clothes hanging outside from the window. Lord Chamberlain said that, "What's that? It doesn't look like a curtain." Lord Chamberlain thought that she jumped. Did she climb through the window to kill herself? Does she really think she will die if she falls from that hay? What's she thinking? BT climbing at the tree. Lord Chamberlain said that you can't die. Lucia saw him at the top of the tree beside her window and asked that, "What are you doing in that tree?" Lord Chamberlain smiled and asked her, "What are you doing here?" Lucia also smiled and said, "I couldn't sleep." By looking at the moon, Lucia thought that everything else has changed, but at least the moon is still the same. The view's quite nice from the up here. I think I will have a glass of wine, and that's what happened. Lucia smiled and said that, "Would you care for a glass?" Lord Chamberlain said that, "I intended to lower the budget, but there's another way." There's a senior servant of Lord Chamberlain who asked that, "Have you come up with a good solution then, Your Majesty?" They'll have to start earning their keep. You mean the ladies, Your Majesty? Lord Chamberlain asked that, "Is there anyone else in the palace feasting off the bread of idleness?" The senior servant of the Lord Chamberlain said that, "I see someone has presented His Majesty with a wonderful idea. I wonder who it was. But those ladies have never worked a day in their lives. What could they possibly do?" Lord Chamberlain said that, "I have no patience for those who leech off of others. There's someone who I'd like you to meet, Halo. He'll be of help to you." The senior servant saw another junior servant and called him, "What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Felix." "Sir." The senior servant said that, "Great, you have passed." Felix became shocked and asked that, "Pardon? Passed what?" The senior servant said that, "You greet me respectfully without knowing my station, and I appreciate your caution in asking questions. Not to mention your sunken eyes, piggish nose and humped back are all respect. Indeed, everyone likes an ugly, survived fellow. Why, I have taken to you already." Felix became disheartened and said that, "I can't tell if that's supposed to be a compliment." The senior servant said to Felix that, "We'll be working together from now on, follow me." Felix said that, "Yes, sir." Felix said, "Pardon? The Lord Chamberlain is the Imperior?" The senior guy of Lord Chamberlain said that. "That's correct." Felix said, "You mean that grumpy Lord Chamberlain who sticks his nose in everyone's business in the Imperior? I heard the Emperor is a fierce warrior who's spent years in battle." The senior servant said, "That is also correct. He is indeed a skilled warrior." Felix said that the Emperor is said to have black hair that glimmers with gold. But the Lord Chamberlain's hair is just black. He may not be able to change his hair color, but he can hide the way it shines. They say he drinks blood instead of wine and dines on human flesh. The senior servant said that, "Oh ho. Is that so? What else have you heard?" Felix said that, "I could have sworn the Lord Chamberlain's measurements are different from His Majesty's." The senior servant said that, "Have you ever compared them with yourself?" Felix said that, "No, I am just finding all of this so hard to believe." The senior servant said that, "Then don't believe it. Just do as I tell you." Felix became afraid and said that, "Is it really true?" The senior servant said that, "No, I was lying." Felix said that I am so confused. The senior servant asked that how many ladies are staying in the Rose Palace? Felix replied that there are originally 78, sir. The senior servant said that that's quite a lot. There shouldn't be more than a handful by now. Felix said that, but why His Majesty pretending to be the Lord Chamberlain? The senior servant said that I thought you didn't believe me. Felix said very sadly that naturally, seeing as how he killed everyone. The senior servant said that you'd best watch of your tongue. Felix said that yes sir, I beg your pardon. As the story goes, a devil returned from battle covered in blood, only to kill his own family, so that he might ascend the throne. On the other hand, the maid said to the Lady Lucia that it's quite hot out, my lady. Lucia said to that maid, let's play a game, Serena. The maid Serena asked that a game? My lady. Lucia said that yes. I called it a odd questions. I'm going to ask you some odd questions and all you have to do is answer with a straight face. If I run out a question first, I lose, but if you can't keep a straight face, you lose. If you win, you can all take the day off, but if you lose, you'll have to stay up all night. The maid Serena said. All right. Lucia said, then I'll start. What is the purpose of the Rose Palace? Serena said that the court officials insist that His Majesty must take a queen in order to establish his bloodline. They brought it up every day for 2 years, until His Majesty finally relented. At first there are only 1 or 2 ladies, but more and more began to arrive, and now they have taken over the palace. Of course, only those who meet the requirements are permitted entry. Lucia asked that why doesn't the emperor ever show himself? The emperor was originally second in line for the throne. While fighting for succession, he killed his older brother and became emperor. After that he entered the palace and was never seen again. That's quite the story. Lucia asked that is it true that the Lord Chamberlain relays the emperor's messages? The maid Serena said that yes, my lady. Lucia asked that what's he like? Serena said that I heard he was emperor's right hand in battle. Lucia asked did he get there by climbing the social ladders? Is attending a tea time must? Serena said that yes. My lady. Lucia said that it's mandatory. So it's basically like a company dinner. What if I want to stop going to tea time? Serena said that you'd have to tell the Lord Chamberlain. Suddenly Lucia heard the loud voices. Lord Chamberlain, where are you? Serena said that it's nearly impossible to find him. He rarely shows himself unless there's something special going on. Lucia asked that who's closest to him? Serena said that no one. At least not in the palace. As the emperor's eyes and ears, there are many who'd like to get close to him. But he's really hard to track down. The maid Serena said that I have an idea. Lucia said that I'll just drive some poison. Lucia asked that what if I drink poison? The maid Serena said that then he would definitely come. So he comes whenever someone's life is hanging in the balance. Lucia thought that how did I leave the palace? I want to get out and see some other flowers for a change. Serena said that well, if you get permission, you can leave whenever you like. Lucia said that I am sorry, Serena. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with all these questions. Serena said that it's quite all right. Serena, though, in her mind that the doctor said the effects of the poison could make her unstable. There was at least a dozen ladies at tea time. They all came here for the slightest chance of becoming Empress. Lucia thought that I wonder, why did Serena get so upset? There's still so many questions I didn't get to ask her. Serena came to Lucia's room and said that my lady, you said you'd like to see different flowers. So I prepared some for you. Lucia became so glad to see the different kinds of flowers and said thank you, Serena. How'd you manage all this in such a short time? Lord Chamberlain came suddenly at that time and said that it was nice to see your servants picking flowers for you. I thought I'd help. Lucia became surprised and said, strange. I thought he rarely made appearance. If I am not mistaken, I have already seen him multiple times. Lord Chamberlain asked that may I have a seat? Lucia said that yes please. Lord Chamberlain asked how are you feeling? Lucia replied I am all better, thank you. Did someone else faint? There's maybe someone else who entered the body of poisoned woman. Lord Chamberlain said that no one else has fainted recently. I came here on other business. Lord Chamberlain take out a scroll from his pocket. Lucia asked about it. What's that? Lord Chamberlain said to her that a scroll has been sent to all the other ladies. But I came to deliver the message to you in person. Every living thing on earth spends a fruitful day under the sun. The seeds in the earth unfurl into sprouts, and the flowers bloom in spite of the wind. Such is the way of the world. Lucia said that I am feeling asleep. It's like listening to the principal talk. Thus, every lady in the Rose Palace must use her talents. Lucia thought that what I'll do tomorrow, what I'll do in the future. After a day spent in dressing up, drinking tea and gossip, I wonder if there's anything for me to do here. That's all. I can't believe the Emperor was thinking the same things. Lord Chamberlain said that there are going to be lots of changing in the Rose Palace. If they find out you are the one behind some of them, this will be our little secret. I will assume you have agreed. So I will relay His Majesty's message. I will take my leave then. Lord Chamberlain said that I will give you time to think. A clerk will come around for your answer. If you're unsure of what to do, I will make a decision on your behalf. On the other hand, a guy named Jace came to the Lord Chamberlain and called louder. Your Majesty, can you hear me from up there? What are you doing here? Please take me under your wing. Your Majesty, Lord Chamberlain said, why would I? Jace said that I may have been a knight of the enemy, but I saved your life. Don't I? If hadn't killed your brother, someone else would be sitting on that throne right now. Lord Chamberlain became furious and said, Silence. Do you have any idea how many of my men you slaughtered? Amidst the grandeur of the palace, a striking figure with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes made an unexpected entrance. His demeanor exuding a blend of confidence and desperation, with a boldness that bordered on audacity. He began to plead his case for employment within the palace walls. The Lord Chamberlain's fury was palpable as he confronted the newcomer, his voice laced with indignation. Do you have any idea how many of my men you've slaughtered? He demanded, his gaze unwavering, undeterred by the accusation. The man paused for a moment, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. How many was it again? Thousands? There were so many I've lost count. He replied casually, as if discussing the weather, as he launched into an explanation. The Lord Chamberlain remained steadfast, his gaze fixed firmly upon the intruder. I was only doing my duty as a knight and protecting my king, but now the king is out to get me. I saved your life once. I'm only asking you to return the favor. The man pleaded, his words tinged with desperation. After a moment of contemplation, the Lord Chamberlain relented, his tone begrudging yet resigned. All right, fine. He conceded, acknowledging the debt. The man's face lit up with gratitude at the unexpected acquiescence. Thank you, Your Majesty, he exclaimed, his relief evident. With a stern yet magnanimous gesture, the Lord Chamberlain issued his decree. I'll allow you to stay at the Rose Palace, he declared, his decision final. However, before he could finish speaking, the man's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Your Majesty, I know I have a pretty face, but dressing up as a woman is a big weight, he stuttered, his words trailing off as he came to a startling realization. In the midst of the unfolding drama, a servant stepped forward, his demeanor stern as he moved to intervene. With a firm grip, he began to usher the intruder towards the exit, his voice charged with a mix of authority and warning. "Those awful rumors about you are still going around, you know," he remarked pointedly, his gaze unwavering as the tension in the room reached a crescendo. The Lord Chamberlain's expression hardened, his patience wearing thin. "How much longer will you keep hiding like this?" he demanded, his voice edged with frustration. In a sudden burst of anger, the clerk seized the intruder by the collar, his actions fueled by a combination of indignation and impatience. "Come along!" Now he barked, his tone leaving no room for argument. Confusion washed over the intruder as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. What?" he stammered, his words faltering in the face of the servant's forceful insistence. Meanwhile, the Lord Chamberlain, taken aback by the intruder's accusations, sought clarification. "Who do you think you are?" he demanded, his voice tinged with disbelief. As the servant escorted the intruder out of the Lord's presence, he offered a parting admonition, his words laden with a sense of caution. "You must be mindful of what you say to His Majesty," he cautioned sternly, his grip firm as he guided the intruder towards the door. Undeterred by the servant's warning, the intruder offered a disarming smile as he introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you, please call me Jace," he remarked casually, his tone brimming with confidence. "It seems like we'll be seeing a lot of each other." With that cryptic statement hanging in the air, he disappeared from view, leaving behind a trail of intrigue and uncertainty. As Jace stood there, a picture of composure despite the circumstances, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself adorned in a delicate pink dress, a whimsical image that elicited a wry smile from him. Seizing the opportunity to engage in banter, the clerk couldn't resist a teasing remark. "Do you think I'll look good in a dress?" he quipped, his tone playful yet tinged with curiosity. Unfazed by the clerk's jest, Jace replied with a hint of mischief. "Perhaps if you were able to hide that physique of yours." His words were laced with humor, a subtle jab at the clerk's sturdy frame, seeking to shift the conversation away from jest. "I heard only the most beautiful ladies come to live in the palace, is that true?" His curiosity piqued, he awaited the clerk's response with eager anticipation. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, the clerk let out a resigned sigh before responding. "Just as the world is filled with different types of flowers, every lady in the palace is unique in her own way. If you don't find a way to restrain that curiosity of yours, you will be evicted." His words carried a weight of warning, a reminder of the strict protocols that governed life within the palace walls. Observing Jace's demeanor, the clerk couldn't help but find him to be a curious anomaly. "How peculiar," he thought to himself, noting the contrast between Jace's relaxed confidence and the apprehension typically displayed by visitors to the palace. Despite his misgivings, the clerk couldn't deny that Jace's intentions appeared to be honorable enough. As Jace continued to muse aloud, the clerk couldn't suppress a lingering doubt. "However, I do question his sanity," he added quietly, his voice tinged with a hint of skepticism in the midst of the palace's intricate web of intrigue. Jace remained an enigmatic figure, his true motives shrouded in uncertainty. As Halo and Jace arrived at the gaming archive, they were greeted by a young boy clad in the distinctive attire of the archive staff. "Master Halo!" the boy exclaimed, his voice filled with reverence and excitement. Maintaining an air of authority, Halo responded with calm assurance. "At ease. I brought you a new recruit." His gaze shifted towards Jace as he added, "This fellow from the terrace above." Another voice called out, "Wild, we've got fresh meat. Bring a uniform." The boy named Wild turned his attention back to Jace, his expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "Do you know how to handle a spear?" he inquired, his tone brimming with anticipation. Jace hesitated for a moment before responding, "A little." Before he could say more, Wild's voice echoed once again, this time with a hint of mischievous excitement. "Fresh meat, you said?" he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as Jace donned the archive outfit, joining the ranks of the gaming archive staff. His companions couldn't help but tease him with good-natured laughter. "That suits you better than a dress, wouldn't you say?" they jested, their playful banter echoing through the archive. Wild, ever the instigator, couldn't resist adding to the jovial atmosphere. "You're in for one hell of a welcome party," he declared, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. With Jace now fully immersed in the world of the gaming archive, the stage was set for a new chapter of adventure and camaraderie to unfold. Meanwhile, Felix made his way to Lucia's room, a stack of documents in hand. "Hello, I'm Felix," he greeted her warmly. "Have you decided what work you'd like to do?" Lucia's expression turned thoughtful as she replied, "Not yet. I'm not sure what I can do." Felix placed the documents on the table and began to search for something, his demeanor casual yet focused. "Is that so?" he trailed off, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Let me know if an idea presents itself. In the meantime, I'll just stay here and do some work." As Felix chuckled, Lucia couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "I thought he was going to give me a list of ideas," she thought to herself, her brow furrowing in confusion. Curious about the decisions made by the other ladies, Lucia ventured to ask, What did the other ladies decide on?" Felix paused in his task, his pen hovering over the documents as he considered her question. "Most have settled on making clothes or jewelry," he explained. Lucia's shoulders slumped slightly at the response. "I'm not really good at that sort of stuff," she admitted hesitantly. Undeterred, Felix continued to scribble notes, his voice reassuring. "The other ladies are in the same position. They'll probably have a servant or family member make it for them," he remarked matter-of-factly. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment at the revelation. "What?" she exclaimed, taken aback by the notion. Glancing over at Felix, who appeared slightly confused as he scratched his head, Lucia couldn't help but wonder what other surprises lay in store as she navigated life within the palace walls. Concern etched across her face as she observed Felix's distressed state. "What's the matter with him? What's wrong?" she inquired, her voice tinged with worry. Felix wiped his brow, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he struggled to compose himself. "Men are normally allowed in the Rose Palace. Even when we are allowed to enter, we must keep our distance from the ladies," he explained, his tone strained. Surprised by this revelation, Lucia took hold of the document that Felix had been working on and examined it with interest. "What's this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Felix's shoulders slumped as he prepared to divulge the details of his task. "I've been tasked with recording the palace's budget and reporting it to the Lord Chamberlain each month," he began, his voice heavy with resignation. "I tried to make it as straightforward as possible, but he keeps making me rewrite it." A deep sigh escaped Felix's lips as he confessed. "Every time I look at these papers, I get so angry I could snap." His distress was palpable, and tears welled in his eyes as he struggled to contain his emotions. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to vent my frustration," he apologized, his voice choked with emotion. Lucia offered a sympathetic smile as she gently patted Felix's arm in reassurance. "It is a bit dense," she conceded, her gaze returning to the document. "It'd be much simpler if he used charts or pictures." In that moment, Felix's eyes lit up with hope as he leaned towards Lucia, his expression eager. "Do you perhaps have a solution, Lady Lucia? Would you like me to help?" he asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. In the elegant dining room of the palace, the Lord Chamberlain sat at the table accompanied by a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to a lord in the making. Their meal consisted of succulent cuts of meat, the aroma filling the room as they dined. As the Lord Chamberlain finished his meal and dabbed at his mouth with a napkin, the boy continued to eat methodically, cutting into his meat with a fork and knife. Seizing the opportunity to impart some news, the Lord Chamberlain cleared his throat before addressing the boy. "Ahem, Count Jarnus said he will no longer be able to teach you," he informed him, his tone serious yet measured. Curious about the implications of this announcement, the boy looked up from his plate and inquired, "Do you know how many people are lining up to become his pupil?" His lips curved into a knowing smile as he awaited a response. However, before the Lord Chamberlain could reply, he was interrupted by a sudden outburst. "Elvis!" he called out sharply, his voice echoing through the room. Startled, the boy flinched involuntarily. His attention snapped back to the Lord Chamberlain with a hint of defiance in his eyes. Alvis met the Lord Chamberlain's gaze and uttered a bold statement. Count Jarnus is a coward, he declared, his words ringing out with conviction. The Lord's curiosity piqued as he inquired further. How so? Alvis, undeterred by the Lord's probing, continued to voice his grievances. He said I had to attend class on the day of Mother's memorial ceremony, he explained, his frustration evident. However, the Lord remained steadfast in his defense of Count Jarnus. I told him that he was following my orders, he clarified, his tone firm. But Alvis wasn't convinced, his words dripping with disdain. More like he was trying to save his own skin by pandering to you. It seems like he's still scared of dying even though he's lived for so long, he retorted, his frustration palpable as he mulled over his predicament. Alvis couldn't shake the desire to honor his mother's memory. I might not remember what she looks like, but I still want to attend Mother's memorial service, he admitted, his voice tinged with longing. With a heavy sigh, he turned to the Lord with a plea in his eyes. As my brother, you have to let me go, he implored, his desperation evident. But the Lord's patience waned, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Enough. It's time for you to take rest, he commanded, his voice laced with authority, as he abruptly rose from the table and began to leave the room, leaving Alvis in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Serena entered the room, a pot of fragrant roses in hand. The roses are in full bloom today, my lady, she announced cheerfully, a warm smile gracing her features as she approached Lucia, placing the pot of flowers on the table. Serena leaned in closer, her voice filled with kindness. I will add some petals to your bath tonight. It will surely cheer you up, she offered gently. Not to mention, everyone knows the fragrance captivates men, she added with a playful wink, attempting to lift Lucia's spirits with a touch of humor. As the red roses shimmered with breathtaking beauty, thought crossed Lucia's mind. Maybe that's why men use roses when proposing to a girl. The idea lingered in her thoughts, prompting Serena to offer a suggestion. You can use roses as well as other kinds of flowers to tint the lips, Serena proposed with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Intrigued by the idea, Lucia's curiosity was piqued. Really? Other flowers as well? She inquired, her interest evident as she plucked a rose petal and delicately placed it against her lips, rubbing it in with gentle strokes. Serena couldn't help but chuckle at Lucia's adorable antics, her laughter ringing out melodiously in the room. My lady, you have to crush it first in order to get a nice hue, she explained patiently, her amusement evident. Astonished by the revelation, Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief. Crush it? Can I crush it with my teeth? She asked, her voice tinged with excitement and nervousness. Before Serena could respond, the sudden appearance of Lord interrupted their conversation, causing Lucia to startle in surprise. Huh? What? How long has he been standing there? She wondered, her heart racing with apprehension. Observing Lucia rubbing the rose petal against her lips, Lord's gaze softened, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Does it suit your tastes? He inquired, his voice gentle as he watched her with a curious expression. As Lucia felt annoyance prickling within her, she silently lamented. Ugh, he's so annoying! However, she composed herself and began to offer an explanation to Lord, hoping to clarify the situation. I wasn't trying to eat it, she started, her voice faltering slightly under Lord's amused gaze. Serena, ever the loyal companion, chimed in with a supportive affirmation. That is correct, she was chewing on it in the hopes of making herself more attractive, she interjected, her tone earnest. Interrupting Serena with a frustrated sigh, Lucia exclaimed, Why would you tell him that? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized the extent of her predicament. To her dismay, Lord's amusement only seemed to intensify, his smile growing wider. Lucia's irritation bubbled to the surface as she retorted. Are you done? Her voice carried a hint of exasperation as she attempted to regain control of the situation. However, Lord's laughter persisted, much to Lucia's chagrin. Is it that funny? She demanded, her irritation palpable. It's not like I ate dirt or something. Unfazed by Lucia's protests, Lord continued to chuckle, prompting her to vent her frustration. Is your life so boring that you laugh at anything? How about a leaf blowing by? Is that funny too? She quipped sarcastically, her words laced with annoyance. Amidst Lucia's tirade, Lord offered an unexpected observation, his tone light-hearted. I think that's the most I've ever heard you speak. You have quite a way with words, he remarked, his laughter subsiding as he regarded her with newfound admiration. However, his next comment struck a nerve, causing Lucia to take action. It must have been hard for you to hold all that in, not only your words but your appetite too, considering the size of your midnight snack, he began. But before he could finish, Lucia swiftly placed her hand over his mouth, silencing him mid-sentence. As Serena departed to fetch the requested glass of rose tea, Lucia seized the opportunity to confide in Lord. Oh my, I'm rather thirsty all of a sudden. Serena, would you fetch me a glass of rose tea? She requested, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. With Serena gone and the door closed behind her, Lord couldn't help but notice Lucia's apprehension. What's the matter? You don't want her to know? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yeah, Lucia admitted quietly, her gaze fixed on the closed door. Lord pressed further, his brow furrowing with concern. Why not? He prodded gently. Drawing closer to Lord, Lucia leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice barely above a murmur. I don't have much of an appetite during the day. I just pretend to eat so she doesn't worry. I eat later at night. She confessed, her words tinged with vulnerability. Lord's expression softened as he processed Lucia's revelation. So you eat food that has been sitting out all? He began, but Lucia cut him off with a firm rebuttal. It doesn't go bad that fast. The problem is the Rose Palace's policy, she explained, her frustration evident. Perplexed by her statement, Lord sought clarification. Huh? What policy? He inquired, his confusion apparent. Lucia drew closer to him, her voice barely above a whisper as she divulged the palace's strict rules. I heard that the ladies in the palace aren't allowed to eat with other men, she revealed, her tone tinged with disbelief. Surprised by this revelation, Lord shook his head in bewilderment. Is that so? I had no idea, he admitted, his expression reflecting his genuine surprise. Unaware that Lord shared her ignorance, Lucia couldn't hide her astonishment. You didn't know either? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Surprised by Lord's admission of ignorance, she awaited his response. Lucia couldn't help but wonder, how could he not know? Lord, however, brushed off her incredulity with a nonchalant response. Well, I've been so busy these days, I might have forgotten. Then us dining together will be our little secret, he suggested, his tone casual as he offered a plausible explanation. As he retreated into his thoughts, Lord's demeanor grew contemplative. I would prefer not to get close to any of the women in the palace. I am well aware that those who want to seize the throne send their daughters here. He mused inwardly, his expression unreadable. She is an empty-headed fool who spends her days playing dress-up. In the end, she's no different from the rest of them. I only came here to find out the truth behind the recent poisoning, nothing more, nothing less. I must maintain my distance, he resolved, his resolve unwavering. With a courteous nod, Lord turned away and began to take his leave, apologizing for the intrusion. My apologies for the intrusion, I should be on my way, he announced, his voice carrying a note of finality. Accepting his departure with a resigned sigh, Lucia bid him farewell. Okay, I'll go get some rest then, she replied, her weariness evident as she turned away, thoughts of fatigue creeping into her mind. However, just as she was about to retire for some much-needed rest, Lord called out to her, prompting her to turn back in surprise. My lady, he addressed her, his tone softer now. Yes, what? Lucia responded, her curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, Lord made an unexpected request, catching Lucia off guard. Eric, he stated simply, a faint smile playing at his lips. Confused by his sudden familiarity, Lucia stumbled over her words. Whose? She began, before Lord clarified. No need to call me Lord Chamberlain, call me Eric, he requested, his tone gentle yet firm. Fatigue creeping into her mind, the Lord Chamberlain, a figure of authority, took a moment to convey a personal request to Lucia. Call me Eric. Lucia's surprise was evident in her response, a hesitant, okay. As he exited her room, Eric couldn't help but muse. Was she expecting me to say something else? His thoughts drifted to introspection, wondering, is my name perhaps too old-fashioned in this modern era? In another corner of the chamber, Felix and an assistant entered discreetly, bearing a stack of important documents. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Eric, prompting him to swiftly seek refuge behind a nearby pillar. Despite Felix's attempt to remain unnoticed, Eric's keen perception caught sight of him, prompting a subtle gesture to beckon him forth. With a nervous gulp, Felix cautiously approached, addressing Eric with a slight stumble. What's the matter, Your Maj? I mean, Lord Chamberlain? Eric, with a stack of papers in hand, glanced inquisitively at Felix's burden, inquiring with authority. What's that you have there? With a swift motion, he retrieved a document, his eyes scanning its contents intently. Felix, recognizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to explain. It's the budget report for last. However, his words were interrupted by Eric's sudden realization. The palace expenses don't show any signs of dropping. These women seem to relish the mere act of spending money, he observed. Pointing to the colorful diagrams, he inquired, what are these drawings? His colleague responded, oh, those. The circle has been divided according to each item's proportion. It's like sharing a pie. It makes complex information easier to understand. After dividing up the circle, I discovered that more money is spent on cultivating roses than on purchasing dresses and accessories. Eric then asked, was this your idea? Felix, visibly nervous, leaned in and whispered, can you keep a secret? Try not to be surprised, but it was Lady Lucia who taught me all about it after her near-death experience. It truly seems like she's become a completely different person. It's like a long-hidden part of her has finally emerged. Intrigued, Eric remarked. Because of this? Felix explained. Not just that. Struggling with these numbers usually takes me weeks. Thanks to her, this only took me a day. He began contemplating. Perhaps this could be how Lucia contributes. Then he inquired. Setting that aside, do you think my name is outdated? Felix promptly responded. No, not at all. Your name is splendid, truly remarkable. Eric interjected. Then why didn't she react? Returning his documents, he started to depart. Attempting to detain him, Felix exclaimed, Excuse me. As Eric turned, he simply replied, Ahem, it's nothing. In the dimly lit archive, rows of empty drums were arranged. It appeared deserted until a shirtless figure emerged, flexing his wrists and questioning. Do you expect me to remain in this form? What am I supposed to do in this state? Facing him was another shirtless individual, who explained. As planned, the moonlight charged with the energy of countless days did penetrate an uninhabited vessel. However, it seems another soul inhabited it before you. We have failed. He furrowed his brow in frustration, his fingers instinctively scratching at his neck. With an air of agitation, he exclaimed, And I'm being driven mad by this flesh. The hair you stuck on this scalp is inches away from falling off. With a resigned sigh, he continued, I can't exactly go around holding it in place. His frustration boiled over into a torrent of screams, echoing through the dimly lit chamber. I thought the time had finally come for my revenge, meanwhile cloaked in a somber black veil. Another figure stood their presence imposing yet enigmatic without turning to face him. They offered a solemn reassurance, Patience, you must wait until the moon has recharged itself anew. However, his patience worth and his anger mounting with each passing moment. My heart has stopped, and my body is rotting. I cannot wait another 1,000 days. He roared, his voice echoing off the cold stone walls. In response, the enigmatic figure turned slightly, their gaze piercing through the darkness as they uttered cryptic words of hope. There might be another way. Eager for a solution, he implored, "What is it?" with a measured tone. The figure revealed a glimmer of possibility. The soul that now holds the energy of the moonlight has not yet fully become one with its new body. If that soul were to stab someone else in the heart, the freshly killed body would be yours to take. His fist clenched in a mixture of rage and anticipation. He demanded confirmation. "As long as it gets stabbed in the heart, I can take any body I want." "Sounds like you have someone in mind." A sinister smirk played across his lips as he added, "Eric, my brother who killed me, I want his body." On the other hand, amidst the meticulously chosen ensemble of a pristine white shirt and a skirt adorned with intricate floral patterns, Lucia found herself immersed in contemplation. "Anyway, I can't just stay here walking on eggshells if I'm in the running for Empress. I must have a pretty high rank. That means I shouldn't have to bow to anyone besides the Emperor, who I've never even met." She mused, her thoughts weaving through the complexities of her newfound status. As her fingers subconsciously tightened into clenched fists, she reminded herself, "Okay, think you've just woken up in a new world. As a nobleman's daughter, you should be enjoying this meanwhile." Serena's gentle voice pierced through Lucia's reverie. "My lady." Turning towards her faithful attendant, Lucia discovered Serena gracefully balancing a delicate tea tray. With a hint of concern, Serena inquired, "I couldn't find you in your room. Where were you?" Lucia's realization struck her swiftly. "Right, I asked her to bring me some tea. I totally forgot." Offering a polite apology, Lucia began, "I'm sorry." No, before swiftly correcting herself, mindful of her noble station. Straightening her posture, she turned back to Serena, asserting, "I wish to go for a walk." "Let's go." Serena, ever dutiful, replied with a deferential yes, my lady. With Serena in tow, Lucia made her way to the sprawling rose garden, the vibrant blooms providing a stark contrast to her swirling thoughts. Delicately plucking a rose, Lucia brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply as she reveled in its sweet fragrance. However, the tranquility of the moment was shattered when an imposing figure clad in an archive outfit emerged, casting a formidable shadow over the serene surroundings. Startled, both Lucia and Serena froze in apprehension, their hearts pounding in unison at the unexpected intrusion in the tranquil expanse of the rose garden. Serena and Lucia were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure clad in an archive outfit. Reacting swiftly to protect Lucia, Serena cried out in alarm, "My lady!" The figure, sensing their fear, quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, exclaiming, "Wait, I'm not here to hurt you." With an earnest tone, he added, "It's my first day as a palace guard. I'm afraid I've gotten lost. Could you point me in the direction of the east gate?" Lucia, though initially taken aback, composed herself with an air of aristocratic poise. "It's over there," she replied, gesturing confidently towards the indicated direction. However, inwardly she felt a surge of trepidation. "Wait, this is my chance to act like a real aristocrat." She realized the weight of her decision evident in the beads of sweat forming on her brow. Summoning her courage, she hesitantly continued, "Maybe." The guard, intrigued by Lucia's response, questioned her further, "Don't you live here?" In a deft display of wit, Lucia countered with a question of her own. Who's to say? Emboldened by her newfound sense of agency, Lucia held her ground, her demeanor reflecting a newfound sense of confidence amidst the uncertainty of the moment. He added, "Oh, so you've come from outside?" Lucia, visibly annoyed, interjected. "I said I haven't." The foggiest and awkward silence hung between them, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the garden. Sensing the need to depart from the uncomfortable exchange, Lucia began to make her exit, declaring, "Let's go." Serena, ever obedient, replied with a respectful yes, my lady. As they moved away from the scene, Lucia couldn't shake the lingering doubt in her mind. Did that make me look aristocratic? She pondered, her steps adorned with the grace of her beautiful blue heels. With each stride forward, she couldn't help but question if she had projected enough strength in her response. Resolute in her determination to assert her noble status, she silently vowed, "One more word out of your mouth, and I'll have you beheaded." Lost in her thoughts, she mumbled to herself, "Would that have sounded more natural?" Suddenly, Serena's voice broke through her contemplation. "My lady!" Startled from her reverie, Lucia refocused her attention, ready to continue navigating the delicate dance of nobility. With poise and precision, she responded with a dismissive wave of her hand, accompanied by a forced smile. "Oh, don't mind me, I'm fine." Her attempt at reassurance was met with a polite nod from Serena, who replied, "That's good to hear." Internally, however, Lucia's thoughts churned with uncertainty. This sure ain't easy, she admitted to herself, her brow furrowing in contemplation. I hope that guard found his way, she mused, a tinge of concern evident in her voice, as she scanned the surroundings for any sign of the lost century. As her gaze drifted, she noticed the guard in question approaching, his steps accompanied by an unusual creaking sound. Why is he walking like that? Does he have a limp or something? Lucia pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued by the unexpected sight. Unbeknownst to her, the guard she observed was none other than Jace, whose thoughts strayed to his own assessment of Lucia's demeanor. She appears fine, but she's actually a bit daft, isn't she? Amused, a hint of superiority creeping into his tone. Perhaps she's not right in the head, he speculated, his gaze lingering on Lucia with a mixture of skepticism and amusement. With a wry smirk, he added, maybe she's just a beautiful moron. Eric sat in his office, hunched over a desk cluttered with papers, diligently scribbling away with a feather pen. His attire, a sophisticated blend of gray and blue, exuded an air of professionalism befitting his status. Across from him stood his younger brother Alvis, engaged in conversation. So, one of the ladies of the Rose Palace will become my tutor? Alvis inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Eric nodded solemnly in response, confirming, yes. Alvis raised a skeptical eyebrow, his expression betraying a hint of cynicism. But those women only care about impressing you, he remarked astutely. Indeed, they all came here in the hopes of marrying me, but we shouldn't forget their background. A smirk played at the corner of Alvis's lips as he continued. Background? You mean their families who would do anything to claw their way up the ranks? That is why they sent their daughters here, after all. The implication of Alvis's words struck a nerve with Eric, his temper flaring in response. With a sudden burst of frustration, he slammed his hand down on the table, the sound reverberating through the room. Alvis! Eric snapped, his voice changed with indignation. Those ladies are all of good blood and have received a fine education. Each of them is qualified to become Empress. His words carried a note of defiance, a staunch defense of the women whose capabilities he refused to undermine. They are more than qualified to be your tutor, Eric asserted firmly, his tone unwavering. However, Alvis, ever the provocateur, interjected with a pointed question. Even the one who drank poison and went a bit crazy? I heard her father's a greedy baron. Surprised by the revelation, Eric countered. Who told you that? Alvis shrugged nonchalantly, replying, It's common knowledge in the palace. Eric took a deep breath, attempting to quell the rising frustration within him. That's enough. You may leave, he instructed, his voice clipped with irritation. Unfazed, Alvis persisted. You didn't answer my question. Lingering in the room despite Eric's dismissal. With a hint of exasperation, Eric retorted. Are you really going to make me say it? Alvis recoiled slightly at the rebuke before conceding. I'll be waiting, and finally exiting the room. As he departed, Alvis couldn't help but ponder. What could I possibly have to learn from those women? Besides, he's the one who said they were all a bunch of greedy cows in the first place. His thoughts swirled with skepticism as he contemplated the true intentions behind Eric's decision. He stepped forward, his voice laced with skepticism. If they're all qualified to become Empress, why does he never meet any of them? Lost in his own thoughts, he speculated. He's trying to get leverage on the nobility by holding their daughters hostage. A mischievous grin spread across his face as a plan formed in his mind. My new teacher's name is Lucia. I'm gonna get her kicked out of the palace, he declared triumphantly. And if there's another teacher after that, I'll get her kicked out too. He'll eventually learn to stop assigning me teachers. Lost in his scheming, he found himself standing in the midst of a bustling hallway, his voice ringing out with determination. If someone wants to teach me, I'll just teach them a lesson instead. His outburst drew the attention of nearby servants, who cast curious glances in his direction as he continued on his way. His mind consumed by plots and schemes, he was interrupted by the voice of a palace guard. Prince Alvis! Halo called out, prompting Elvis to turn back with a disarming smile. Halo! He greeted the guard warmly. Halo, ever dutiful, reminded him, you cannot enter the Rose Palace without His Majesty's permission. Elvis waved off the concern with a casual flick of his hand. Don't worry, it's not like I'm here to steal one of the ladies. I'm just going for a look. Don't follow me, he reassured, his smile masking his true intentions as he continued on his way, ignoring Halo's pleas. Prince Alvis continued on his determined path towards the Rose Palace. Inside, he found Lucia and Serena awaiting him, their presence an unexpected interruption to his plans. With a nonchalant flourish, he twisted his arms and remarked, I guess you're qualified to be here. You're as pretty as a doll. Lucia, taken aback by the sudden intrusion and the peculiar compliment, furrowed her brow in confusion, she uttered, unable to comprehend Alvis's intentions. Internally, Lucia wrestled with conflicting emotions. Am I supposed to thank him? No, he's being rude. I should lecture him, she reasoned, her thoughts racing. Undeterred by Lucia's bewilderment, Alvis pointed his finger accusingly, doubling down on his brash assertion. Still, you're not good enough to be my teacher, he declared with a hint of superiority. Lucia's astonishment was palpable as she processed Alvis's audacious statement, her mind racing to formulate a response to his blatant provocation. When Elvis brazenly remarked to Luciano that she wasn't a competent teacher, her initial reaction was one of pure astonishment, caught off guard by his audacity. She found herself plunged into a whirlwind of conjecture. Judging by the way he's acting, she mused internally, he must hail from nobility. No, perhaps even higher than that. Could he be the Emperor's son? But then why isn't he even married? Am I expected to impart knowledge to this young man? Midway through her mental gymnastics, Alvis's interruption shattered her reverie. Look here, doll, he declared, his tone dripping with disdain. I have nothing to learn from someone who attempted to poison herself. I had intended to reduce you to tears, but I deemed it fitting to offer a forewarning. You're welcome. The bombshell of his accusation left Lucia reeling in disbelief. The shock of his words reverberated through her, leaving her momentarily speechless as she struggled to process the audacity of his accusations. He added with a tone of finality, his words slicing through the tension like a knife. There's only one thing you need to do. With an accusatory finger pointed directly at her, his voice crescendoed into a deafening scream. Say you can't be my teacher. You'd better. Lucia, feeling a mixture of resignation and relief, acquiesced, her voice tinged with a hint of surrender. All right, I think that's for the best. Alvis, taken aback by her unexpected compliance, found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? He managed to stammer out, his confidence momentarily shaken by her unexpected concession. Undeterred, Lucia continued to unravel her thoughts, her words pouring forth in a torrent of uncertainty and confusion. I didn't even know I was supposed to teach anyone, she confessed, her brow furrowed in bewilderment. Who do I need to speak with? I've never seen the Emperor, and the Lord Chamberlain is as stealthy as a ninja. A desperate note crept into her voice as she added, Have you seen him? I heard the sound of him rushing past. Alvis couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lucia's bewildered inquiries, his amusement ringing out through the room like peals of mocking thunder. As the realization dawned upon her, Lucia's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, her earlier confusion giving way to a steely resolve. Well, she retorted with a wry smile, her words laced with a hint of defiance. He's like the wind. Who can say where the wind is? I don't feel comfortable teaching anyone. Can you find whoever's in charge and tell them I can't? Lucia implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Elvis, taken aback by her sudden request, stammered out a hesitant response. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Serena and Lucia found themselves engaged in a light-hearted game in one of the opulent rooms. Here I go, remember that game I taught you before? Serena prompted with a mischievous grin. I'll start, okay? Lucia agreed, her competitive spirit rising to the challenge. With playful banter, they counted. 29, 30, 31, got ya! Serena exclaimed triumphantly. But Lucia wasn't about to let her off easy. You lose, penalty time. Will it be fruits or vegetables today? She teased, gesturing towards the array of fresh produce laid out on the table. Serena, opting for fruit, reached for a piece of apple and took a bite. However, as Lucia observed her friend's actions, a pang of concern washed over her. Serena is wasting away from looking after me all day. The same goes for all the other servants, she thought solemnly. Turning to Serena, she voiced her worries. She won't eat even if I offer her food, so I basically have to force her. The weight of responsibility for her friend's well-being weighed heavily on Lucia's shoulders as she grappled with the complexities of their intertwined lives within the palace walls. Alvis strode into the room with an air of authority, addressing Serena with a respectful tone. Your Highness, what are you doing? Serena, caught off guard by his sudden appearance, replied with a hint of sheepishness. I was playing a game with Lady Lucia. But Lucia couldn't help but interject with, I thought more like having snack time. Undeterred by Serena's response, Elvis's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he proposed. I'd like to try. Clenching his hand with determination, he declared. Whoever says 31 loses, right? Serena attempted to protest, but Alvis pressed on eagerly. What, you don't want to play with me? Seizing the opportunity to inject a bit of mischief into the game, Lucia chimed in. The loser has to take a penalty. Are you sure you can handle it? Undaunted by the challenge, Alvis nodded resolutely. So, she was eating that apple because she lost, he deduced, turning to Serena for confirmation. Serena nodded in agreement, and Alvis's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. Then, if I lose, he proclaimed with gusto, I'll have the chef cook up a grand meal for every servant in the palace. Outside the Rose Palace, Halo and the other servants grew increasingly restless as they awaited Alvis's return. Pacing back and forth, they wondered, what is taking His Highness so long? Just then, Eric arrived on the scene. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, What are you all doing here? Halo scrambled to compose himself before addressing Eric, his voice trembling with deference. Oh, your Maj, I mean Lord Chamberlain. You see. Before he could explain further, Alvis's commanding voice rang out, calling for Halo's attention. Halo! He bellowed. Startled, Halo responded immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Eric, curious about the commotion, peered into the Rose Palace, only to have the door slammed shut in his face by Halo, who exclaimed, For goodness sake! How are we to prepare so much food on such short notice? With a heavy sigh, he lamented. And for the servants, no less. Perplexed by Halo's agitation, Eric inquired, What's wrong with him? Undeterred by the chaos outside, Eric decided to enter the Rose Palace. Inside, Serena spotted him and inquired, Lord Chamberlain, are you here to see Lady Lucia? Eric shook his head, replying, No, I came for Prince Alvis. Serena, hoping to buy some time, implored him to wait for a moment, saying, One moment, please. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Elvis and Lucia were engaged in their intense game. Elvis slammed his hand on the table in frustration, questioning aloud, Why? Why do I keep losing? As Lucia chuckled at his vexation, she sipped her drink and quipped, I'm the master of drinking, J.E.A.hem. Fed up with his losing streak, Elvis declared, Arg! I'm sick of this game. Amused by his frustration, Lucia affectionately placed her hand on his head and chuckled. Ha ha, how cute! With a mischievous glint in her eye, she offered, Want me to teach you how to win, Elvis? His eyes bright with anticipation, Elvis eagerly exclaimed, Yes, tell me! Just then, Eric arrived on the scene, his authoritative presence commanding attention. Prince Alvis! He called out, his voice resonating with authority. Alvis turned to see the Lord Chamberlain, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Lord Chamberlain! he acknowledged with a tone of finality. Eric ordered, "It's time for you to go back now." But Alvis, determined to continue the game, protested. "But I still haven't won yet. She was just about to teach me how." Eric, unmoved by Alvis's plea, added firmly, "The sun has already set." Elvis, feeling defeated, held his head in frustration, letting out a frustrated scream. "Arg! Just let her tell me first." Sensing the tension in the air, Lucia intervened, addressing Eric respectfully. "Lord Chamberlain." Eric turned his attention to Lucia, responding with a curt, "Yes, my lady." Seizing the opportunity to involve Eric in the game, Lucia proposed, "Would you like to try, Eric?" After a moment's consideration, Eric conceded, All right." Turning to Elvis with a playful grin, Lucia teased, "Hey, all this time, you just wanted to play too." Serena, ever the mediator, interrupted with a clear explanation of the rules. "The rules are simple, my lord," she began. "You take turns counting, and you can say up to 3 numbers at a time. 31, whoever says 31 loses. It's called Baskin-Robbins 31. Alvis, eager to understand the origins of the game, interjected. Baskin what? What does that mean, Lucia? Still chuckling at the absurdity of the name, Lucia replied with a shake of her head. I have no idea. Meanwhile, she began to strategize silently, pondering her next move. If I don't want to say 31, all I have to do is say 30. She thought to herself. The first time I go, I count to 2, then I just have to make sure my opponent, and I count 4 numbers per turn. With a sly smirk, she realized. If the other person doesn't know the trick, then I can win, regardless of who starts. Eric, seeking to keep the game moving, turned to Lucia and inquired, Would you like to go first? Without hesitation, Lucia accepted the challenge. Sure, she replied confidently. 1, she began, and as Eric closed his eyes to count, she continued. 2, 27, 28, 29, 30. To her shock, Eric's counting strategy had caught her off guard. Huh! I can't believe I lost! She exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Eric, ever the gracious victor, added, Come to think of it, we didn't decide on the punishment. So what will it be? Caught off guard by her defeat, Lucia hesitated before responding. I think I need some time to think about it. Eric, respecting her decision, agreed. All right then. His Highness and I will take our leave. As Eric began to leave, Lucia couldn't help but voice her bewilderment. I never lose. What just happened? Is he just good at everything? She mused aloud, her competitive spirit momentarily dampened by her unexpected defeat. Eric gracefully escorted Alvis out of the Rose Palace, their footsteps echoing in the opulent hallway adorned with intricate tapestries and gilded fixtures. As they walked, Eric turned to Alvis with a thoughtful expression. Did you feel it? He inquired, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Alvis glanced at him quizzically. Feel what? He asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just because she's proficient at a few games, Eric explained, noticing Alvis's misunderstanding and wanting to clarify his point. That doesn't necessarily mean she possesses the ability to teach. Realization dawned on Alvis's face as he processed Eric's words. That's not what I meant, Eric clarified, his tone shifting to one of pride. Did you feel the power of the Emperor effortlessly triumphing while you sulked like a child? His words resonated with confidence, emphasizing the significance of their recent experience. Alvis's expression brightened, a sense of validation washing over him at Eric's acknowledgement. The Rose Palace, with its walls enveloped in vibrant red roses, exuded an air of regal splendor. At the center of the hallway, a meticulously arranged table awaited them, adorned with an assortment of delicacies. The aroma of freshly brewed tea mingled with the sweet scent of cookies and cakes, tantalizing their senses and adding to the allure of the surroundings. Seated gracefully on a plush sofa, a blonde girl adorned in a flowing blue dress delicately cradled her teacup, her gaze thoughtful as she engaged in conversation with her friend across from her. Draped in a vibrant red dress, her companion was attentive to the blonde's musings. "Why would the Emperor order such a thing?" the blonde queried, her tone a mixture of confusion and frustration. "Isn't it enough that we spend every day looking good for him? Now we have to work too?" Her friend, Swan, exuded an air of serenity as she listened, her expression calm and composed. "I think I'll cook," she replied, her voice soft but resolute. "Cook?" the blonde echoed, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise as she scrutinized Swan's delicate hands. Doubts flickered across her mind. With those hands? She looks like she's never even washed a dish before, she thought, taking note of Swan's hands, which appeared as soft and smooth as silk. The blonde couldn't help but speculate. Is she planning to make her servant do this? The possibility seemed incredulous, yet the evidence before her eyes left her momentarily speechless. Observing Swan with a calculating gaze, the blonde, her smirk betraying a hint of mischief, mused internally. Like all the other ladies, yet a subtle shift in her demeanor hinted at a deeper contemplation. Still, keeping her close might not be so bad, just in case I don't end up as Empress, she reasoned silently. Turning her attention back to Swan, she inquired, "Did His Majesty choose that for you?" Swan's response was firm and unwavering. "No, I decided myself." Interjecting hastily, the blonde voiced her concern. "But if you cook too much, you'll ruin your beautiful hands." Swan's gentle rebuttal was filled with determination. "I want to cook a nice meal for His Majesty all by myself." The blonde's eyes widened in realization, a sudden epiphany striking her. "Oh, I didn't even consider that. If I had, I would have chosen cooking too," she confessed, her surprise palpable. Swan, taken aback by the admission, choked on her words as she questioned, "Wouldn't you just make your servant do it? I know she does your sewing for you." The blonde, caught off guard by the blunt observation, found herself at a loss for words, her shock evident in her silence. Meanwhile, within the confines of her palace, Lucia, enveloped in regal elegance, fervently searched for a particular letter. Its azure hue stood out amidst the sea of parchment. With careful anticipation, she unsealed the missive, absorbing its contents with growing apprehension. "You have been appointed as Prince Alvis's teacher. You are to give him 1 lesson per week." Beside her, Serena, ever the stalwart companion, stood poised and attentive. Lucia turned to Serena, her expression fraught with uncertainty. "Any chance of this getting changed?" she implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Serena's response was measured and somber. "His Majesty rarely revokes his commands unless the one who received the order dies or commits a grave sin," she conveyed with a solemn tone, her words resonating with finality. Caught in the throes of indecision, Lucia found herself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Teach or kill, 2 divergent paths stretched before her, each laden with its own weighty implications. As she grappled with the magnitude of her dilemma, a single thought crystallized in her mind. The answer is clear. In the midst of their deliberations, Prince Alvis made his grand entrance, his presence commanding attention. Serena, ever astute, addressed him with a query about his arrival. Prince Alvis, with a mischievous glint in his eye, extended a hand towards both women, his laughter ringing out. "Ha, the game! You were trying to make me curious, weren't you?" he exclaimed, his jovial demeanor unmistakable. Serena's response was sharp, cutting through the playful banter with precision. "You were trying to prove that you're different from all the other ladies here who just humor me. Don't bother denying it," she asserted, her tone laced with a hint of challenge. Lucia, taken aback by Alvis's sudden appearance, stood frozen in shock, her mind reeling with a whirlwind of emotions. Yet before she could gather her thoughts, Alvis interjected with a casual remark, his hand absent-mindedly scratching his head. "Oh, and did you know? If you lay a hand on a member of the imperial family without permission, you'll be beheaded," he quipped, his words carrying a weighty implication. A bead of sweat formed on Lucia's brow as she realized her inadvertent transgression. In a moment of impulse, she reached out, her fingers brushing against Alvis's head as she offered a strained smile. "Oh, right," she murmured, her regret immediate and palpable. As Alvis demanded a repeat of the action, Lucia's heart sank, her mind racing with the repercussions of her actions. "Crap," she muttered under her breath, her realization dawning too late to salvage the situation. Lucia's confusion was palpable as she voiced her query. "Excuse me?" Alvis, ever the enigmatic figure, bowed his head before her, prompting Lucia to extend her hand tentatively, her thoughts racing with uncertainty. "Is this really okay?" she wondered silently as her palm made contact with his head, her touch hesitant yet yielding. Alvis, seemingly satisfied, turned away with a cryptic remark. I knew it." Lucia, caught off guard by his cryptic response, pressed for clarification. "Knew what?" With a dismissive wave, Alvis began to make his departure, his demeanor veiled in a shroud of mystery. "Nothing. I have to go," he muttered tersely before abruptly exiting the palace, the door slamming shut behind him. Yet in a moment of unexpected sincerity, he paused and turned back, his laughter echoing through the halls as he called out. "Hey, I'll behave the next time we meet. Bye, teacher." As Lucia watched him depart, a heavy sigh escaped her lips, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. "Teacher," she repeated softly, her mind grappling with the weight of her newfound responsibility. "What am I supposed to teach him? I've only barely adjusted to this place. It's lucky enough that I can somehow speak the language." Turning to her trusted companion Serena, Lucia sought solace in the comfort of literature. "Serena, I'd like something to read. Do you have a book by any chance?" she requested, her voice tinged with a hint of longing for distraction amidst the chaos of her thoughts. Serena's admission brought a tinge of disappointment to Lucia's hopes for literary escape. "Oh, I'm afraid books are a bit beyond my capabilities," she confessed with a sheepish smile. "However, there is a library in the palace. Each floor requires a special pass," she continued, offering a glimmer of hope. "Servants aren't allowed in the library, so I don't know much more than that. I've yet to see the other ladies go in there." As they deliberated, a timely interruption broke their conversation. A lady servant entered, her announcement cutting through the air with precision. "My lady, the Lord Chamberlain is here to see you," she relayed. Lucia's mind raced with opportunity as Eric, the Lord Chamberlain, entered the palace. Seizing the moment, she approached him with urgency. "Lord Chamberlain, I need a pass," she implored, her tone urgent yet composed. Eric, ever the epitome of grace, inquired. "A pass for what?" Lucia wasted no time in clarifying her request. "I'd like to go to the library," she explained earnestly. Without hesitation, Eric provided her with the necessary pass, his demeanor accommodating and poised. "Certainly. One moment, please. This will give you access to the first 3 floors," he informed her, his voice steady and reassuring. "The 4th and 5th floors are reserved for the imperial family and nobles who have acquired special permission," he added, his words carrying a note of distinction. "It's not far from the palace. A guard can escort you," Eric suggested, his tone accommodating as he outlined the logistics. Lucia sought clarification. "So I'm allowed to leave the palace?" Eric affirmed with a nod. "Yes, if you're just going to the library. You have my permission." Grateful for the opportunity, Lucia expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." As they settled at the tea table, their conversation took a more serious turn. "Have you thought of a penalty yet?" Eric inquired, his gaze thoughtful. Lucia pondered for a moment before responding. "Oh, unlike Prince Alvis, I don't really have anything to offer." Before she could finish, Eric interjected with a surprising revelation. "Actually, there was something I wanted to ask of you," he confessed, leaning in closer. His cryptic words caught Lucia off guard, prompting her to respond in astonishment. "Huh!" she exclaimed, her mind racing with wild conjectures. "Asterisk inside my clothes? Does he want me to get naked?" The nerve of him, Asterisk, she thought incredulously. Summoning her resolve, Lucia rebuffed his audacious request with a hint of indignation. That's a bit rude, don't you think? Do I look that easy to you? She retorted, her words laced with disdain. Eric quickly dispelled Lucia's misinterpretation with a dismissive wave of his hands. No, that's not what I meant, he clarified, his tone earnest. Leaning in closer, he elaborated. I meant show me the truth inside your heart. Lucia, relieved by his clarification, took a moment to collect herself before responding. Oh, what truth? She echoed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Eric's gaze bore into her, his expression probing as he posed a question that cut to the core of her identity. Do you really not remember anything from before you took the poison? Have you really become someone else? He inquired, his words laden with concern. Lucia's mind raced with conflicting emotions as she grappled with the weight of Eric's inquiry. Should she reveal her innermost thoughts? The uncertainty of Eric's intentions clouded her judgment, leaving her hesitant to divulge too much. In a gesture of defiance, Lucia responded with a brusque dismissal. No, I really don't remember. I need some time to get my thoughts in order, she asserted, her tone sharp with frustration. Eric, resigned to her reluctance, rose from his seat with a sigh. All right, he conceded, his demeanor sullen as he made his exit. As Lucia watched him depart, a sense of unease settled over her, the lingering questions swirling in her mind like a tempestuous storm. In the tranquility of the Rose Palace, Lucia reclined on the sofa, her mind set on her upcoming excursion to the library. Serena, I'm going to the library. Please call a guard to escort me, she instructed, her tone firm yet composed. Serena, ever dutiful, acknowledged her request with a deferential nod. Yes, my lady, she affirmed as she summoned a guard to attend to Lucia's needs. As the door swung open, a figure emerged bearing a knight's helmet in hand. My name is Jace, he announced, his voice resonant with familiarity. With a graceful bow, he greeted Lucia once more. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Lucia's mind raced as she registered the familiarity of his voice. That voice, is he the man from before? She wondered silently, her curiosity piqued. Seizing the opportunity to confirm her suspicions, she inquired. Did you find your way to the East Gate? Jace's response was affirmative, albeit tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. Yes, after a bit of wandering, he admitted with a sheepish grin. However, Lucia's attention was drawn to a new detail as she scrutinized his face. What happened to your face? She questioned, her concern evident in her voice. Jace's smile remained affable as he offered an explanation. I was in such a hurry to get here that I tripped. His laughter filled the air as he continued. A passing tree tried to catch me, and I scratched my face on one of its branches. Lucia couldn't help but find his explanation peculiar. Asterisk, a passing tree? That's a weird way of putting it, asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, but more importantly, why is he carrying that helmet around if he's not going to use it? She pondered silently, her brow furrowing with suspicion. Unaware of Lucia's internal musings, Jace turned his attention away, only to be met with a stern reprimand from Serena. Do not show such discourtesy to Lady Lucia, she warned sharply, her tone conveying no room for argument. Caught off guard by Serena's admonishment, Jace flinched, his expression sheepish as he sought to defend himself. What do you mean? I was only, he began, but Serena cut him off with a firm interjection. Don't you dare make her feel uncomfortable. Do you understand? She demanded, her gaze unwavering. Lucia, albeit surprised by the sudden exchange, remained a silent observer, her thoughts swirling with questions and uncertainties. Resigned to his fate, Jace acquiesced with a nod, his demeanor chastened. I'll wait for you here, my lady, he declared, his voice subdued as he stood guard outside the library, his helmet held at his side, a silent sentinel in his duty to Lucia. Lucia assured Jace with a nod. I don't know how long I'll be. Go on ahead and I'll call for you when I'm done. With that, she crossed the threshold of the library, the soft clanking of her pink heels echoing in the hallowed halls. As she took in the sight of shelves laden with books, Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. "Wow, that's a lot of books," she remarked, her astonishment evident in her voice. Reflecting on her priorities, she chastised herself inwardly. Learning about this place should have been my priority. I've been slacking off this whole time. I need to find out as much as I can about this world. Meanwhile, back at the Rose Palace, a lady servant's concern for Lucia's well-being was palpable. "Is Lady Lucia still in the library?" she inquired anxiously, her worry etched across her features. Serena, ever the beacon of reassurance, provided an update. "It's been 3 whole days now. I hope she's eating. I told the librarian to check in on her." Moved by Lucia's plight, the lady servant expressed her concern. "It must be cold at night." Serena nodded in agreement, her resolve unwavering. "I sent a warm blanket as well," she assured, her voice imbued with compassion for her mistress's well-being. A solemn knock interrupted the tranquility of the Rose Palace, heralding the arrival of the Lord Chamberlain. "I'm here to see Lady Lucia," he announced, concern etched in his features. Serena's response conveyed the gravity of the situation. "She hasn't come out of the library for 3 days now." Eric's brows furrowed with worry as he absorbed this revelation. "Ever since I gave her the pass," he mused aloud, his voice tinged with apprehension. The lady servant, sharing in their concern, interjected with a plea for assistance. "We can't go check on her since we're not allowed inside. Could you perhaps find out how she's doing for us?" Eric's initial response fell short of reassurance as he turned away, his words tinged with resignation. "Well, she'll come out eventually," he remarked callously. Appalled by his indifference, the lady servant couldn't contain her indignation. "What a mean thing to say," she rebuked, her voice laced with reproach. With a sigh, Eric stepped forward, his demeanor softened by the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the library, Lucia navigated the dimly lit aisles with a candle in hand. Her determination undeterred, she sifted through the shelves, her thoughts a whirlwind of contemplation. Considering the fact that I'd been reincarnated into another person's body, it wouldn't even surprise me if I learned the people of this world worship magical unicorns, she mused wryly to herself. Despite the uncertainty that surrounded her, Lucia resolved to stay positive, her spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. As Lucia settled into her makeshift reading nook amidst the dimly lit expanse of the library, a wry smile tugged at her lips. "This is still better than what happened to Alice in Wonderland," she remarked to herself, her voice filled with a touch of amusement. Seating herself comfortably, she adjusted the chair with a gentle push, her mind abuzz with the myriad possibilities of her new reality. I just have to keep an open mind. Even if I run into a talking caterpillar, I have to take it in stride. I mean, if that kind of thing is normal here, she reasoned aloud, her tone tinged with a hint of skepticism. Perusing the shelves, Lucia's eyes fell upon a book titled Registry of Titles, Angels, Demons, Wizards. Intrigued, she reached for it, her fingers tracing the embossed letters on the cover. "Is this a fantasy novel?" she mused, her curiosity piqued. Opening the book, she flipped through its pages, absorbing the intricate details of the world it described. As she delved deeper, her brow furrowed with each revelation. "And what's with all the limitations for each title?" she pondered, her thoughts racing. "The wife shares in the power of her husband. Only the emperor's sons may inherit the throne," she read aloud, her voice trailing off in contemplation. A dawning realization swept over her as she connected the dots. "I guess that's why everyone is scrambling to marry the emperor," she surmised, her gaze lingering on the text before her. Her attention captured by the words on the page, Lucia continued to read, her mind racing with the implications of the knowledge she sought. "Demons can enter the human world by making a deal, and only oracles can stop them. But there are some demons that oracles cannot stop," she read, her voice trailing off as a shiver ran down her spine. As Lucia immersed herself in the labyrinth of knowledge within the library, a sudden pang of pain pierced through her thoughts, causing her to cry out in distress. Ugh, my head hurts. Wow, it's not like I'll ever run into a demon. Before she could dwell further on her discomfort, a disembodied voice echoed through the aisles, its words cryptic yet intriguing. A flower only needs to look beautiful. Startled by the unexpected interruption, Lucia turned to face the source of the sound, only to find a figure standing before her, curiosity evident in their gaze. What are you doing in the library? They inquired, their tone gentle yet probing. Drawing upon her newfound resolve, Lucia responded with a metaphorical flourish. Flowers don't bloom easily. They need the right amount of sunlight, water, and heat. With a determined air, she rose from her seat, her resolve unwavering. I have to do my best at the task I was assigned. That way, no one will think they've wasted water on me, she declared, her voice tinged with determination. Her words resonated with the stranger, who nodded in agreement. I see, you are correct. Flowers don't bloom easily, they acknowledged, their voice echoing with quiet understanding. As the encounter drew to a close, Lucia found herself alone once more, her mind reeling with unanswered questions. Is he gone? That startled me. Who was that? She wondered silently, her thoughts swirling in confusion. I need to get some air, she resolved, her fingers fumbling as she attempted to return the book to its rightful place on the shelf. Yet in her haste, disaster struck, and a cascade of books came tumbling down around her, leaving her bewildered and flustered. Why is it? She trailed off, her gaze falling upon the chaotic scene before her. As Lucia struggled to maintain her balance amidst the falling books, a sense of panic threatened to overwhelm her. Just as a book teetered precariously above her, poised to collide with her head, a strong hand reached out, catching it midair. Startled by the sudden intervention, Lucia looked up to find Eric standing before her, his presence both reassuring and enigmatic. As she attempted to adjust the position of the book, Lucia felt Eric's grip tighten around her, his voice a whisper in her ear. Could you let go? She asked tentatively, her curiosity piqued. Eric's response was cryptic, his words laden with hidden meaning. If I let go and you see my face, that'll be the end of you, he murmured, his tone grave. Intrigued yet wary, Lucia pressed for answers. Who are you? She demanded, her voice trembling slightly with uncertainty. Do you really wish to know? Eric countered, his voice a mere whisper in the stillness of the library. I'm the only one you need, the only one who can help you bloom, he added, his words tinged with a sense of urgency. Caught off guard by his declaration, Lucia's mind raced with possibilities. No way, is this the Emperor? Is this some kind of test? She wondered silently, her heart pounding in her chest. Seeking clarification, she posed the question that cut to the heart of her predicament. If I see your face, will I be able to stay in the palace? She inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Eric's response was cryptic yet affirmative. You're quick to catch on, he remarked, his hands slipping from her waist as he withdrew, his form disappearing into the shadows. Left alone once more, Lucia's senses were heightened, her ears attuned to the slightest sound. I heard a noise this way, she exclaimed, her gaze darting around the dimly lit library. But no one was to be found. As a concerned servant approached her, inquiring about her well-being, Lucia's mind raced with unanswered questions. Where did he go? She wondered, her thoughts consumed by the enigma that was Eric. With a sense of urgency driving him, Eric embarked on his search for Lucia, who had been ensconced in the library for 3 days without respite. Serena's update had only fueled his concern, leaving him determined to locate her and ensure her well-being. Silently pushing open the door to the library, Eric entered, his gaze scanning the dimly lit expanse in search of the elusive Lady Lucia. As he traversed the labyrinthine aisles, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished floors, Eric's thoughts were consumed by the enigmatic woman he sought. There she is, he murmured to himself as he caught sight of her form amidst the towering shelves, her presence casting an aura of mystery that both intrigued and perplexed him. Drawing closer, Eric couldn't help but marvel at Lucia's unwavering dedication to her task, even in the face of uncertainty and solitude. She has an aura of mystery about her, he thought, his admiration mingling with a twinge of concern. Taking a moment to collect himself, Eric cleared his throat, his voice breaking the silence of the library. I must be out of my mind, he muttered under his breath, his words a quiet admission of his own vulnerability in the face of the unknown. Meanwhile, in the hallowed halls of the palace, two figures clad in uniform stepped forward, their demeanor respectful yet resolute. Your Majesty, they addressed with deference, their voices echoing in the stillness of the corridor, a silent reminder of the weight of their duty. Seated upon his imperial throne, Eric regarded the two figures before him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. What brings you here, Sir Romeo? He inquired, his voice measured yet tinged with urgency. Romeo, his fiery red hair a stark contrast against the solemn expression on his face, responded with a somber tone. An ogre has attacked the castle gates, he revealed, his words hanging heavily in the air. Eric's surprise was palpable as he absorbed this unexpected news. Really? I thought there weren't any monster dwellings nearby, he remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. Romeo nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the floor as he continued. We're currently investigating. Even as it was dying, it managed to get one leg inside the gate. Turning his attention to the other figure in the room, Eric's tone turned stern as he addressed Sir Walter. So you let the monster into the palace? You've been neglecting your duties, Sir Walter, he admonished, his voice betraying his disappointment. Sir Walter, his demeanor contrite, bowed his head in acknowledgement of his failure. My apologies, Your Majesty, he murmured, his voice tinged with regret. Offering an explanation for the creature's inexplicable behavior, Sir Walter continued. A monster's ability to reason declines at night as its instincts take over, but this happened in broad daylight. What was it thinking? Eric pondered this revelation, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the arm of his chair. It doesn't appear to have been looking for food, it seems to have been headed for the Rose Palace, he observed, his mind already racing with plans to address this newfound threat to his kingdom. As Lucia emerged from the confines of the library, she was met by the concerned gaze of Serena, who wasted no time in relaying the distressing news. My lady, Serena addressed her with urgency, her tone conveying the gravity of the situation. Startled by Serena's sudden appearance, Lucia's brow furrowed with concern as she posed the question. Serena, have you been waiting here for me this whole time? She inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Serena shook her head in response, her expression grim. No, I only just arrived, she explained hastily, her focus fixed on the task at hand. With a sense of foreboding settling over her, Lucia listened intently as Serena continued to recount the events that had unfolded at the Rose Palace. There's trouble at the Rose Palace. An ogre nearly got inside the gates, Serena revealed, her words punctuated by a note of urgency. Lucia's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. An ogre? She echoed, her mind racing to comprehend the magnitude of the threat. Serena nodded gravely, her voice tinged with concern. Fortunately, the soldiers were able to stop it, but part of the castle wall collapsed, she added, her words painting a vivid picture of the chaos that had ensued. Lucia's confusion was evident as she struggled to grasp the concept of such a formidable adversary. You mean that massive brick wall? And what's an ogre? She inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. With patience, Serena proceeded to enlighten her mistress about the nature of ogres, her words carrying the weight of experience. Ogres are twice the size of normal men. They're strong enough to uproot trees, she explained, her voice tinged with solemnity as she imparted her knowledge of the formidable creatures that now threatened their realm. Observing the heightened state of security evident throughout the palace grounds, Lucia couldn't help but marvel at the sight of additional soldiers. Wow, I do see a lot more soldiers around than usual, she remarked, her voice filled with awe and a touch of apprehension. Serena, ever the bearer of news, confirmed Lucia's observation with a solemn nod. His Majesty has issued emergency orders due to the attack, she revealed, her words carrying the weight of urgency. As they made their way back to the palace, Lucia's mind was fraught with concern for the safety of those within its walls. I thought it would be safe inside the castle, but I guess not. I hope everyone's okay, she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with worry. Meanwhile, within the confines of the palace, Eric, the emperor, was engaged in a tense discussion with the ogres who stood before him. How are the ladies in the palace? He inquired, his voice a blend of authority and concern. Halo, one of the ogres, stepped forward to provide a report, his expression grave. We told them there wouldn't be another attack, but they still seem unnerved, he admitted, his words carrying the weight of the task entrusted to him. Turning his attention to Sir Walter, Eric posed another question, his brow furrowed with concern. Did you find any traces of ogres outside the castle, Sir Walter? He inquired, his voice tinged with urgency as he sought to assess the extent of the threat looming beyond their walls. Walter's confirmation of another ogre's proximity to the Rose Palace's outer gate prompted a furrowed brow from Eric, who wasted no time in seeking answers. How was it able to get so close? Did someone summon it? He inquired, his tone laced with a sense of urgency. Romeo, ever steadfast in his duty, offered reassurance. We'll get to the bottom of this as soon as possible, he pledged, his words carrying a note of determination. As Halo voiced concerns about how to address the palace ladies, Eric's thoughts momentarily drifted to Lucia, his mind wrestling with conflicting emotions. That doesn't concern me, or maybe it does, he mused aloud, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. With sudden resolve, Eric's gaze hardened as he formulated a plan. Set up a stage, he instructed, his tone decisive. Halo, taken aback by the unexpected directive, sought clarification. Pardon? He inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Eric wasted no time in elaborating on his command. Call the theatrical troupe and have them perform for the ladies, he ordered, his words leaving no room for argument. As the ogres moved to carry out his orders, Eric found himself grappling with unfamiliar sensations, his thoughts consumed by the enigmatic woman who had captured his attention. Why can't I stop thinking about her? Her scent must have intoxicated my heart, he pondered, his heart heavy with the weight of newfound emotions. As Eric recalled the moment he had inadvertently clenched Lucia's hand, his thoughts were consumed by the memory, his emotions in turmoil. The softness of her touch, the warmth of her presence, lingered in his mind, creating a tumultuous swirl of feelings that he struggled to understand and control. The Emperor, known for his steadfast resolve and unyielding nature, found himself at the mercy of a single woman's influence, her enigmatic aura both captivating and confounding him. Meanwhile, Lucia stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the world outside as she wrestled with her own inner turmoil. "Oh, get out of my head," she muttered under her breath, frustration evident in her tone. "Just thinking about it makes me feel like my head's gonna explode." Interrupted from her reverie by the arrival of two lady servants, Lucia turned her attention to them, her demeanor casual yet guarded. "Hey, Spooky, what's up?" she greeted them, her voice tinged with a hint of skepticism. The lady servant wasted no time in delivering her message, her tone eager with excitement. "His Majesty has ordered the theatrical troupe to put on a performance for you," she announced, her words carrying a note of anticipation. Lucia's thoughts immediately went into overdrive as she processed the news. "She means for all the ladies here, not just me," she reasoned silently, her mind working to quell any unwarranted speculation. "We just bumped into each other at the library. Don't go reading too much into it," she cautioned herself, her thoughts a mixture of skepticism and self-restraint. Spooky's excitement bubbled over as she shared the news, her eyes shining with anticipation. "They've brought a theatrical troupe to the palace," she exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Lucia couldn't help but smile at Spooky's infectious enthusiasm. "Ah, you're pretty excited, huh?" she remarked, her tone warm and amused. Spooky nodded eagerly, her imagination already running wild with possibilities. "I've never seen a play before. I wonder what it'll be," she exclaimed, her voice alive with curiosity. "Perhaps a love story between a poet and a noblewoman, or a love story between a vagrant and a woman of high birth," she speculated, her thoughts racing ahead to the potential dramas that awaited. She paused, her expression thoughtful as she added, "Love stories between a king and a common girl are popular these days." Lucia couldn't help but be amused by Spooky's musings. "I guess the girls in this world are just as obsessed with romance," she mused silently, her thoughts drifting momentarily to her own tangled feelings. Turning her attention back to Spooky, Lucia posed a question of her own. "Where's the performance being held?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of experiencing a theatrical production within the confines of the palace. Spooky's eyes lit up with excitement as she divulged the location of the upcoming performance. "In the central garden! They're building a huge stage," she exclaimed, her voice alive with anticipation. Just as the excitement of the evening's event began to settle, Serena entered the room, her presence commanding attention as she approached Lucia with a graceful bow. "My lady, I brought a cloak for you to wear to the performance tomorrow," she announced, presenting a stunning green gown for Lucia's inspection. The lady servant chimed in with her own words of encouragement, her voice brimming with admiration. "It'll be perfect for the special day. You'll look stunning," she assured Lucia, her sincerity evident in her tone. Lucia's fingers traced the intricate details of the gown as she considered its suitability. With a sense of anticipation, she slipped into the garment, her reflection in the mirror eliciting a smile of satisfaction. Turning to Serena for validation, Lucia sought her opinion. "What do you think?" she inquired, her gaze meeting Serena's with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. Serena's response was immediate and genuine. "You look splendid," she affirmed, her words a testament to Lucia's effortless elegance. With her attire confirmed and her spirits lifted, Lucia's excitement reached its peak. "Then shall we?" she proposed, her voice laced with anticipation as she prepared to embark on the evening's festivities. The Rose Palace had been meticulously adorned in preparation for the upcoming event. Every corner was meticulously attended to, with tables draped in pristine white cloths serving as the canvas for the vibrant contrast of red roses scattered around the room. The delicate fragrance of the flowers permeated the air, adding an ethereal touch to the ambience. Upon each table, wine glasses stood poised, catching the light in their crystal clarity, while trays of delectable cookies tempted guests with their irresistible allure. The clinking of glasses and the gentle hum of conversation filled the room. Impeccably attired ladies mingled and engaged in animated discussions. As the evening unfolded, anticipation mounted as guests made their way to the grand stage, a focal point of the evening's entertainment. The stage was a masterpiece in itself, adorned with intricate designs and shimmering lights, promising an unforgettable experience for all in attendance. As the ladies stepped out into the garden, they were greeted by a scene of breathtaking beauty. The once familiar landscape had been transformed into a wonderland of elegance and sophistication. They stood in awe, scarcely believing that this was the same garden they knew so well. Among the guests, a graceful swan glided serenely across the water, adding a touch of natural beauty to the scene. Its presence served as a reminder of the harmony between man-made splendor and the beauty of nature, creating a truly magical atmosphere that captivated all who beheld it. One of the ladies, visibly stunned by the transformation, remarked, "Is this truly the same garden?" Her companions shared in her amazement, their voices hushed in reverence for the splendor before them. Another lady, astounded by the transformation, chimed in, "They've completely transformed it." A lady adorned in a pink dress turned to the swan and said, "Let's sit near the front, where there's a nice view of the stage." The swan nodded in agreement as they made their way to a table. Observing the spectacle before them, one of the ladies remarked. It looks like the Emperor is finally starting to show interest in the Rose Palace. A girl dressed in blue added, I'm sure you'll be the first to win his heart, with a hint of playful banter. Another lady teased, Isn't that obvious? Why, were you planning to take him first? The girl in blue, flustered, quickly responded, Eek. That's not what I meant. Please don't get the wrong idea. The group shared a laugh, enjoying the camaraderie amidst the enchanting atmosphere. The swan, a silent observer, listened attentively to the conversation, her demeanor inscrutable amidst the lively exchange of words. Meanwhile, the anticipation in the air heightened as Lucia made her grand entrance. Draped in a magnificent green gown adorned with an array of sparkling stones, each facet catching the light and casting a mesmerizing glow, she exuded an aura of effortless elegance. As Lucia graced the gathering with her presence, whispers rippled through the room, praising her innate grace and beauty. She's so elegant, the murmurs spread. Even without lots of makeup and jewels, she's practically glowing. Accompanied by her companions, Spooky and Serena, Lucia moved gracefully through the crowd, drawing admiring glances with every step. However, as they approached the seating area, Spooky's voice held a hint of regret as she informed Lucia. All the seats near the front are taken, my lady. I'm afraid you'll have to sit in the back. Serena, echoing the sentiment, expressed her disappointment. It would have been nice to watch from up front. Despite the slight change in plans, Lucia maintained her composure with characteristic grace. That's okay, she reassured them, her tone calm and composed. I can still see from here. Though her view may have shifted, Lucia's presence remained a focal point of the evening, her regal demeanor and unwavering poise captivating all who beheld her. As Spooky expressed her disappointment, her voice tinged with sadness, she sighed. Ah, too bad. I really wanted a better view. Soon after, Eric made his entrance, his presence commanding attention as he approached Lucia. With a gentle but firm gesture, he guided Serena away from Lucia, prompting a momentary flutter of fear from Serena, who recognized him as the Lord Chamberlain. The swan, eager to convey her appreciation, hurried towards Eric, exclaiming, The stage is marvelous. Please relay my gratitude to His Majesty. Eric nodded in acknowledgement, replying with a respectful, Of course, my lady. With a warm smile, the swan extended an invitation. You've worked so hard today. Sit and watch with us. However, Eric, ever dutiful, politely declined, stating, Thank you, but I must decline. The swan clarified her intent, explaining, I didn't mean you should enjoy the show with us. You should stay to make sure everything goes smoothly since you're in charge. Eric nodded in understanding, acknowledging the responsibility entrusted to him. There are no empty seats, my lady, he replied, reaffirming his commitment to his duties. Taking a quick survey of her surroundings, the swan suggested, Oh, then perhaps one of you would be gracious enough to offer yours. The other ladies discreetly observed the unfolding conversation. However, Eric seemed determined to carry on with his duties, ignoring the swan's requests. As he briskly stepped forward, the swan called out to him, but he pressed on, his attention fully absorbed by his task. Lord Chamberlain, she called out in a futile attempt to regain his attention. Meanwhile, Lucia, in the midst of sipping her tea, was taken aback by the unexpected interruption. As Eric approached her, she registered his presence with surprise. Ha! Lord Chamberlain? She echoed, her confusion evident. With a graceful bow, Eric addressed Lucia, his focus unwavering. Is the stage visible from here? Allow me to check. I won't be but just a moment, he declared, pushing back a chair as he prepared to assess the view. Observing the exchange, the swan's expression shifted to one of disappointment as Eric once again declined her offer. Approaching him, she inquired softly, Do you have a clear view from here? However, Eric's response was curt and dismissive. Excuse me, I'm trying to focus, he retorted, his attention fully absorbed by his task at hand. Fuming with offense, the swan turned away in a whirl of rage, her hands clenched tightly as she seethed with indignation. The arrogance of him! He'll pay for that, she vowed silently, her resolve firm. Meanwhile, a girl dressed in a brown gown made her entrance, her gaze locking onto Lucia seated beside Eric. She was visibly astonished by the unexpected sight, her thoughts racing as she whispered incredulously, "Lucia?" Turning towards her, she called out, "Lucy!" Simultaneously, the swan beckoned to her, calling out, "Isla, come here!" Lucia, quick to react, responded with a click of acknowledgement. "Isla," she repeated, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, a bell rang, signaling the imminent start of the performance. A voice boomed through the room, making an announcement. "The performance will begin momentarily," setting the stage for the evening's entertainment. On the other side of the room, Jay stood with a lady dressed in pink, holding her hand tenderly as he spoke. "Accompany me to the palace. I will protect you as long as I have your love. I can endure anything." His words were filled with sincerity and devotion, casting a romantic aura amidst the bustling atmosphere of the event. As Lucia savored her tea, she remarked, "It looks like a love story between a prince and a common girl. Kind of reminds me of a musical I once saw." Eric, drawn to the aroma of the tea, inquired, "Mind if I have a cup?" Lucia, caught off guard by his sudden interest, realized. "What? Was he watching me?" Choking slightly, she replied, Sure." Concern etched on his features, Eric asked, "Are you all right?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Lucia's cheeks flushed as she stammered. "You look flushed. Do you have a fever?" Moving to take action, Eric suggested, "I'll go call for a doctor." However, Lucia, eager to dispel any concern, grabbed his arm and insisted, No, have a seat. Didn't you want something to drink?" She slid a cup of tea towards him, urging him to try it. Eric took a hesitant sip and remarked, This isn't tea." Uncertain of its contents, he added, "It's so sweet and delicious." Observing him lost in thought, Lucia asked, "Would you like some more?" In response, Eric slid his cup towards her, replying, Just a little bit." Pouring more tea into his cup, Lucia watched as Eric eagerly gulped it down. Within a minute, he exclaimed, "This is amazing," his appreciation evident in his enthusiastic response. As Lucia poured more tea, she couldn't help but wonder, "Is he trying to take all of it?" With a slight smile, she remarked, "I thought you were just gonna check on things and then go." Eric, realizing his oversight, reassured her, "Oh right, one more cup and I'll be off." Curiosity piqued, he finally inquired, "What is this?" Lucia replied, "It's apple wine," revealing the true nature of the beverage. Surprised by the revelation, Eric nodded, processing the information. "Apple wine," he repeated, his initial misconception corrected. When Lucia offered him more, he graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you." Shifting the conversation, Eric brought up Lucia's recent stay in the library. "I heard you stayed in the library for several days. Did you find what you were looking for?" he inquired. Lucia nodded, replying simply, "I found enough." Pleased by her response, Eric remarked, "That's good. You seem to like books." Lucia's thoughts drifted back to the day when Eric had saved her from the falling books. "Yeah," she admitted softly, recalling the incident vividly. Feeling a surge of emotion, Lucia squeezed her eyes shut, unable to shake the memory from her mind. "Why can't I stop thinking about that?" she wondered aloud, the events of that day lingering in her thoughts despite her best efforts to move on. Amidst the bustling ambience of the event, Eric leaned in towards Lucia, his voice a soft murmur amidst the lively chatter. "Your first lesson with Prince Alvis is tomorrow, my lady. Do you have everything you need?" he inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of concern. Lucia, her gaze meeting Eric's with unwavering confidence, offered a reassuring nod. "Yeah, I'll be okay," she affirmed, her demeanor exuding quiet assurance. Eric, ever attentive to detail, pressed further, his brows furrowing slightly in thought. "Have you decided what you're going to teach him?" he inquired, his voice gently prodding. Lucia's response came swiftly, tinged with a hint of impatience as she snapped. "It should probably be something basic since it's our first meeting." Her words, though sharp, betrayed a sense of practicality tempered by the weight of responsibility resting upon her shoulders. Yet, in an instant, Lucia's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. The tension that had briefly flickered in her eyes melted away, replaced by a radiant smile that illuminated her features. "Honestly," she confessed, her voice alive with excitement, "this all came about so fast. I have no idea what to do." Her words carried with them a sense of exhilaration, a testament to the whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Despite the uncertainty looming on the horizon, Lucia's spirit remained undaunted, fueled by the prospect of the challenges that lay ahead. Eric's demeanor tensed at Lucia's sharp retort, a subtle twitch betraying his inner reaction. Later, in the grand hall of the Emperor's palace, Eric turned his attention to Jace, seeking an update on the recent ogre attack. "Any news on the ogre front?" he inquired, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Jace, ever composed, replied, "The damage from the attack has been repaired." However, before he could elaborate further, Eric interjected, his tone laced with skepticism. "Shouldn't killing a single ogre be child's play for you?" he questioned, his expectations clear. In response, Jace's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained, "I'm just a normal foot soldier now. I didn't want to draw attention by killing it single-handedly. I just made sure no one got hurt." A hint of amusement danced in his eyes as he added, "I'll bet you're glad you let me stay." Walter, standing beside them, joined the conversation, his voice carrying a note of concern. "Did you find out where it came from?" he inquired, his brow furrowing with worry. Jay shook his head, replying, "We weren't able to figure that out, but we believe it was targeting the Rose Palace." The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air, each word exchanged between them laden with the weight of responsibility. As they grappled with the aftermath of the attack, Eric's expression grew solemn as he continued, "It didn't show interest in anything else. I have a feeling there might be more." Jace, ever observant, changed the subject, turning his attention to Eric's role within the palace. "By the way," he began, "I've seen you playing around the palace. Why choose to be a Lord Chamberlain? You could be anyone you want." Eric hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. After a brief pause, he reached into his pocket, rummaging around before withdrawing a bag of coins. Jace caught it effortlessly, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected offering. Eric's intent remained unclear as he ordered, "Go buy me some apple wine." Jace, taken aback by the sudden request, hesitated before asking, "Right now?" Eric's response was firm and unwavering, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Yes, right now," he affirmed, his gaze fixed ahead as he turned to leave. As Eric departed, Jace couldn't help but wonder about the sudden urge for wine. Why does he suddenly want to drink? He mused, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. He mused, the mystery of Eric's actions lingering in his thoughts as he prepared to fulfill the unexpected request. As Eric strode through the palace hallway, his thoughts drifted to the ongoing class at the Rose Palace. Class must have started by now. He speculated, his curiosity piqued. I wonder what she's teaching him. He paused, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. What a peculiar girl, he mused. The way she eats and drinks alone in the middle of the night, and while everyone else drinks tea, only she chooses wine. Taking a moment to reflect, Eric inhaled deeply, a sense of contentment washing over him. Well, I had a good time, thanks to her, he acknowledged, his appreciation evident in his tone. Maybe I should go check in on them, he suggested, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Rose Palace, Lucia and Alvis sat together, the air tinged with anticipation as the class commenced. With a hint of impatience, Alvis turned to Lucia, prompting her with a pointed, Well, you're the teacher. Teach something. The challenge hung in the air, awaiting Lucia's response as she prepared to impart her knowledge to the young prince. Lucia's response was unexpected yet firm as she turned the tables on Alvis. What about you? You're the student, she challenged, her tone laced with determination. Alvis, taken aback by her reversal, could only manage a surprise. What? Unfazed, Lucia elaborated. If I don't know what my student wants to learn, how am I supposed to teach? Logic resonated with Alvis, who pondered her words carefully before responding. What do I want to learn? A mischievous glint sparked in his eyes as he added. You're not going to regret saying that, are you? With a confident smile, Lucia shook her head. Nope, as long as it's nothing dangerous, she assured him, her resolve unwavering. Energized by the prospect of learning something new, Alvis rose from his seat, determination evident in his every step. His gaze fell upon a nearby box filled with accessories, containing charts, scissors, and tape. With purposeful strides, he approached the box, his mind already racing with ideas. I'd like to make flowers, he declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Lucia raised an eyebrow, amusement coloring her question. Are there not enough for you outside? Undeterred, Alvis seized a sheet of red paper and began to manipulate it with skillful hands, the paper rustling softly beneath his touch. Real flowers wilt too quickly, he explained, his focus unwavering. I want some that won't. Intrigued by his choice, Lucia pressed further, asking, What kind of flower? The stage was set for a unique and creative lesson, with Alvis leading the way as he embarked on a journey of discovery under Lucia's guidance. Alvis hesitated, uncertain of his creative direction. Well, I haven't decided yet, he admitted, his tone tinged with indecision. Lucia, ever supportive, offered reassurance. Okay, I'm sure you'll figure something out, she encouraged, her voice gentle and comforting. Observing Alvis's struggle, Lucia couldn't help but approach him, her steps deliberate as she closed the distance between them. However, inwardly she couldn't help but muse. I'll give him points for effort, but I don't really think he set out to make a weird lump. As Alvis's frustration grew, he found himself unable to form the desired flower, his irritation mounting with each failed attempt. With a frustrated sigh, he crumpled the paper in his hands, declaring, I'm going to start over. Before he could act, Lucia intervened, her actions catching him off guard. She gently took the paper from his grasp, causing him to look up in surprise. Hold on, she instructed softly, her expression calm yet determined. With a swift motion, Lucia crumpled the paper once more, eliciting a bewildered reaction from Alvis. Huh! Wow! He sputtered in confusion. Unfazed by his reaction, Lucia proceeded with purpose, her hands deftly snipping the paper to form delicate petals. Ms. Lucia, if you're upset with me, just say so, Alvis protested, his confusion evident in his tone. Lucia simply smiled, her focus on the task at hand. Watch closely, she instructed, her movements precise as she demonstrated the art of crafting paper flowers with delicate precision. Lucia skillfully crafted a rose from the paper petals, presenting it to Alvis with a flourish. Tada! She exclaimed proudly, her eyes alight with satisfaction. You get this beautiful texture when you unfold crumpled paper. It's like a real flower. Alvis's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the paper rose before him, his disbelief evident in his wide-eyed expression. Undeterred by his reaction, Lucia turned to Serena with a request. It still needs some finishing touches, Serena. Some rose water, please, she instructed, her voice calm and composed. Serena, ever dutiful, bowed before Lucia and swiftly returned with a bowl of rose water. With practiced grace, Lucia dipped the paper petals into the fragrant liquid, transforming them into a vibrant red rose. Turning back to Alvis, she presented the completed creation with a smile. What do you think? She inquired, awaiting his verdict. Alvis's response was immediate and enthusiastic. It's perfect, he exclaimed, his eyes shining with newfound admiration for Lucia's skill. With a gentle chuckle, Lucia offered a profound insight. You see, flowers can bloom even from wrinkled paper. In fact, everything in life is like making paper flowers, she reflected. Sometimes you fold the wrong way, and sometimes the paper gets wrinkled. But if you take things step by step, soon you'll have a bouquet. She asked him, Did you enjoy class today? Hearing this, he flushed. And with joy he shouts, Yeah. Elvis asked her, Can I ask you something? She replied, Of course. Elvis asked her, Imagine there was someone who never missed his parents. Why would you think that is? She gets nervous and asked, Are you talking about yourself? He replied, No, the emperor. Lucia thinks, Could we maybe focus on class? She said, Well, why don't you try thinking about it for a minute? She said, Can you imagine His Majesty missing his parents? What would it look like? He tries but failed and said, I can't picture it. Lucia said, What if you try pretending you're him? Elvis imagined himself as emperor wearing dress which emperor used to wear. He said, I think I'd want a hug. And, I'd worry that my people wouldn't want to follow me since I don't know how to be a real emperor. Lucia said, That's right. It's not a question of right or wrong. It's about understanding other people and their situations. Elvis said, I know. He probably doesn't want to look weak in front of anyone. Lucia, giving him some papers, said to him, How about dyeing the paper before we make flowers? Meanwhile, Eric stands behind the door seeing them. He saw Elvis laughing. Seeing him, he thinks, it's only his first class, and he's already goofing off. Seeing Lucia, he thinks, she's certainly dressed up like a teacher. Eric smiled while seeing her. After some time, Spooky was taking care of flowers and garden. Lucia comes and said, Spooky? She gets shocked by her sudden appearance. She turns and Lucia found she was eating those roses, and Spooky said, Mamuma. My lady. She said, What are you doing? Lucia said, I heard the Lord Chamberlain appeared when you had a petal in your mouth. She said, That was just a coincidence. She said, Come on. Either swallow it or spit it out. Spooky swallowed it and said. Lucia gets confused and asked her, Did you actually just swallow that? The servant behind Lucia said, It's all right, my lady. That species of rose is safe to eat. She said, There are over 50 kinds of roses around the palace. Some have a remarkable fragrance, and some, like this one, are edible. Lucia asked her, Can I pick whichever ones I want? She replied, Yes, except for the ones in the front and rear gardens. She said there was a lady who used to pick rose petals to put in her bathwater, but ever since she poisoned herself. She said, Anyway, we've been ordered to get rid of all the roses here. Lucia gets confused and asked, What? Why? She replied, They said it was to prepare for the next tea time. Hearing this, she thinks, What a waste. She said, Could you bring all these roses to my room? The servant said, Yes, my lady. But there are quite a lot. It'll take you some time. Meanwhile, Jace comes and shouts, I'll do it. He with a smile said, Greetings, Lady Lucia. It is I, Jace. He said to Lucia, I'd like to help. Just say the word. Lucia said, That's very thoughtful of you, but... He interrupts her asking, What do I need to do? Lucia said, Carefully cut the stems so you don't damage any of the petals. Jace said, Yes, lady. The servant asked her, What are you planning to do with all these roses, my lady? Lucia replied, Well, I was thinking. Meanwhile, the servant noticed Jace peeking towards Lucia. She said to him, Are you eavesdropping? How dare you disrespect my lady? Jace replied, No, I was simply stretching my neck. Lucia's servant said to her, Let's go inside, my lady. Quickly. They leave, and Jace, seeing them leaving, thinks, He recalls the words Eric said to him, Keep an eye on Lady Lucia and help her if it looks like she needs it. Jace thinks, What an odd bird. He couldn't care less about the other ladies, but he wants to know everything about Lady Lucia. He thinks, What on earth is she planning to do with all these? Does she think they'll all fit in her bathtub? Meanwhile, Jace's trainer comes and seeing him gets confused. Seeing him, he thinks, what's he doing with that spear? Is he trying to butcher the rose bushes? He comes closer thinking, he ought to be using shears instead, huh? Meanwhile, in the palace, Eric saw different items prepared by ladies, including food. He asked the butler, the ladies made all of this? The butler replied, yes, your majesty. Every last item. Eric said, impressive. If we sell all this, it'll more than cover the palace expenses. Seeing the food, he said, I see there's food as well. The butler said, Lady Swan prepared it. Eric dipped his finger in a soup and tasted it. He asked the redhead guy next to him, why don't you have a taste? The guy tasted, saying, this? He said, this brings back memories. May I have some more? Eric replied, absolutely. Eating the food, the butler thinks, thank God His Majesty has found something to his liking. Perhaps I should give it a try. He gets shocked when he tastes the food and said, ack. The butler asked, is it supposed to taste like this? The guy said, you've probably never tasted anything like it, Halo. He said, it's made with blood. Hearing this, he gets shocked and thinks, blood? The other guy there said, oh, this tastes just like the soup they used to give us on the battlefield. Halo said, it appears your army soup includes a special ingredient. The guy replied, special, yes, but not expensive. The only area we spare no expense is with weapons. He said, it's important for soldiers to get proper nutrients. Halo asked, you mean meat? He replied, exactly. The redhead guy asked him, do you know what kind of meat this is? What is it? He said, during the war, we had to make soup from dead horses. The ones that had been dead for a while were the best, since their blood had turned nice and solid. The flavors really come out when you boil it for a long time. Hearing this, Halo gets shocked. The guy said, yeah, if you boil hardened blood, it tastes just like meat. Halo turned shouting, heavens! The GY asked, why do you think she chose to make this soup from our war days? Eric said, I suppose we'll have to wait to find out. Eric asked, and what about that one girl? The guy replied, she hasn't left her chambers all day. Eric said, I see. Eric thinks, what has she got up her sleeves this time? Meanwhile, in training ground, a redhead girl was training. A man asked her, you've improved, little sister. She asked him, Romeo, when did you get here? He replied, I came over as soon as I got home. She said, you know we don't live that far from the palace. Why don't you visit more often? He replied, there's too much to do. His Majesty won't leave me alone. She said, I'm going to the palace with father tomorrow. He asked her, the palace? Why? Romeo thinks, is the Emperor thinking of marrying Trudy? Surely not with all those other women there. Trudy said, my friend Isla's staying there. I wanted to visit her. Meanwhile, after some time, the ladies gathered in garden for tea time. The ladies murmured seeing Eric and Romeo. Romeo said to him, I'm so honored that you're having tea time in the garden just for me. Eric replied, it's not for you. Romeo said, the idea of making all the ladies work must have come from one of those women down there. Should I try to guess which one? He said, that's the Grand Duke's granddaughter, isn't it? I see the family resemblance. She has the other ladies in an iron grip. Funny, isn't it? Even amongst themselves they all hold different ranks. He said, the world is naturally divided into people who are above and below. I'm grateful that at least this empire is ruled by a man who won't abuse his powers. Eric said to him, don't be ridiculous. What do you think of the ladies? Romeo said, I believe your officials are very loyal. Eric asked, you're saying the officials who force their daughters to come here are loyal? Romeo said, there are sweet ladies, sensual ladies, even a handful of naive ones. They each have their own color. In other words, each of them is unique in their own way. He said that one has a red aura around her. It reminds me of the roses. Eric asked him about Lucia, what about her? White, since she's invisible? Romeo said, white stands for purity. It's fine for babies, but for her. I think she has a black aura. Plain black, like the night sky. He said, I see it now. The one who came up with the idea was her, right? He asked, am I correct? Eric replied, no. Meanwhile, a blonde girl said to Lucia, Isla's friend is coming to visit today. She said Isla's friend didn't want Isla to enter the palace. She didn't want to see Isla having a hard time. Lucia said she sounds like a good friend. She said yes, Isla's friend is a kind person. Although she would rather carry a sword than find a husband. Holding a cup, she said, if Isla becomes Empress, Isla will set her up with someone nice. Although it's hard to say if that'll ever happen. She said Isla's pretty, but she knows she's not the prettiest here. Isla may not be as pretty as Lucia or Swan, but Isla thinks she's pretty enough to become Empress. She whispers in Lucia's ear. Lucia's very pretty. She'll need to be very careful. She said, Lucia smells like roses. When Isla goes back, she'll take a bath with rose petals too. Meanwhile, Swan asked Lucia, you're going too, aren't you, Lucia? I'll let them know. Lucia gets confused and asked, going where? She thinks, I was so busy talking to Isla that I have no idea what she's going on about. Meanwhile, she heard the ladies saying, we're trusting you, Swan. I believe in you, Swan. Lucia asked the blonde girl, what are they talking about? She tries to find Spooky, but she failed and thinks, where did Spooky go? Meanwhile, Eric comes and said, Lady Lucia. Seeing him, she asked, Lord Chamberlain? He said, allow me to escort you to your chambers. Swan said that Lord Chamberlain is attending to her again, just like he did during the play. Do you think They whispered, oh my word. Is she fooling around with the Lord Chamberlain? I suppose she fell for his looks. He said to her, your servant fell in the mud and began crying. Hearing this, Swan asked, really? Why doesn't she just change her clothes and come back? Eric said she seemed more upset by the teasing than by her dirty clothes. I told her to go take a rest. Aren't you thoughtful of that servant girl? So, I intend to do the same thing to the servant who harassed her. Hearing this, Swan gets shocked. Eric said to Lucia, let's go, my lady. Isla said to Swan, the Lord Chamberlain is closest to His Majesty. No good will come off provoking him. Swan replied, he thinks it's something just because the Emperor is in his corner. He's nothing but a speck of dust. Isla shouts, Swan. Swan, drinking the tea, said to her, no need to get upset. A little gold will settle the matter. Hearing this, Isla thinks, the Lord Chamberlain doesn't seem like the type to be swayed by gold. Meanwhile, Lucia asked Eric, is it because of me? He asked her, what do you mean? She replied, Spooky falling in the mud. She gets upset and said, I don't have any power, so whenever they attack me during tea time, I always just let it slide. She said, I understand what they're trying to do. They all think I'm soft, and now Spooky is suffering because of it. She thinks, now that I think about it, the Lord Chamberlain speaks his mind and he's not afraid of Swan. She clenched her hand thinking, I know, I shouldn't just complain. I have to pull myself together, so I can take care of my people. Meanwhile, Eric said, my lady. She gets surprised and gets out of her thoughts. Spooky was standing behind the door. Spooky gets nervous when she knocks the door. Lucia said to Eric, thank you, you may go now. Eric said, my lady. Do you know who the most powerful person in the place is? Lucia takes a guess and said, Swan? But her guess was wrong, as Eric said no. He said, no one is stronger, and no one is weaker. He said, you have forgotten? This is the Rose Palace, you're all equals here. He said, don't bother trying to figure out who has the most power. Strength comes from will alone. Lucia said, thank you for the advice. Eric replied, I shall return to my duties. While he was leaving, Lucia said, wait. she said to her servant Serena, "Can you bring me a bottle?" Serena replied, "Yes, my lady." Lucia steps closer to him and said, holding a bottle, "Come to think of it, I've seen you around the place quite often. Even though I haven't heard about any poisonings." Hearing this, he starts sweating and said, I had to prepare for the play, and a new lady is coming soon, so there are things I have to take care of." Lucia gives him the bottle and said, "Here, it's made from roses. I just made it for fun, but I wanted to give you some as a thank you." Lucia said, "Let me know how is it." Eric takes the bottle with him to his office. Seeing the bottle, he thinks, so this is what she did with all those of roses. She must really love drinking. He picks the bottle and opened it. He drank it through the bottle directly. After drinking it, he thinks, "I quite like this. It feels as though roses are blooming inside of me." He said, "The taste, on the other hard." Meanwhile, Halo comes and said, "Grand Duke Bahamut is here to see you, Your Majesty." Grand Duke Bahamut is a greedy old man who sent his granddaughter to live in the place. Eric said to Halo, "Show him in." He comes in. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." He said, "What a pleasant fragrance. Have you been to the Rose Place recently?" He said, "I hear you normally stay holed up in here practicing your swordsmanship." Eric replied, "Well, I still have much to learn. To what to do I owe the honor?" He said, "Your Majesty, after hearing how much only my granddaughter is suffering, I had no choice but to come see you." Eric responded, "Indeed, she's the only person who can sway you." He said, "Please grant the ladies of the Rose Palace a day of freedom. My granddaughter has grown weary from all her waiting." Eric, tapping the table, replied, "Quite a few people seem to be concerned about the palace lately." He said, "She is free to leave if that's the way she feels." The Grand Duke laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, personally I'd love nothing more than to give her wings to free fly. I thought prepare a hunting tournament might give team a change of pace." He said, "We can't expose team to dangerous animals, but rabbits and deer should do just fine." Eric said, "Do as you please." He bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After he leaves, Eric thinks, "Maybe I had too much to drink. I'm getting a bit drowsy." Holding the bottle, he thinks, "But my headache is gone." Roses express passion and desire. Their subtle scent encourages people to open up. He thinks, "I think I'll be able to get a good night's sleep." Meanwhile, a servant said to Halo, "Mr. Halo, there's someone here to see His Majesty." But he asked him to keep quiet. Halo said to him, "His Majesty is asleep, please leave." "I'm terribly sorry, but could you come back later?" It was Trudy, and she tries to peek inside. Trudy saw him sleeping on his chair. She said, "It's as if he's glowing." The servant said, "Pardon?" After some time, Eric woke up and said, "My whole body is stiff from sleeping in that chair, and my head hurts from the wine." Meanwhile, he gets surprised seeing Swan standing there with some servants. He bowed and said, "My lady?" Swan said, "I see you've grown close with Lucia." Eric replied, "I'm only taking precautions." Swan said, "If we're lucky, there will be no more incident for you to take precautions against." She said, "I think there was a little misunderstanding during the last time. I hope this will help clear the air." They leave the moment they gave him the box. Seeing the box, he thinks, "What's this?" He opens it and thinks, "Is this?" Lucia was walking in the hall. She was upset and thinks, "I don't want anyone to get hurt or die because of me." She thinks, "Even if this world isn't real, this is my reality now. I have to protect myself and those around me, so that no one will think they can look down on me. I'll show them I'm not pushover." Meanwhile, Eric comes and said, "What are you doing?" She gets shocked by his sudden appearance. She turns and said, "Geez, you scared me. No wonder they call you a ninja. Don't just sneak up on people like that." Eric asked, "A ninja? I announced myself when I came in." Lucia asked, "Anyway, do I look fierce to you? Would you be scared of me?" Hearing this, Eric gets confused. He replied, "Not even a little. Are you planning to hunt with your fists instead of a bow and arrow? Lucia gets confused and asked, Hunt? Eric said Swan's grandfather, the Grand Duke Bahamut, is holding a hunting tournament. I came to prepare weapons for the ladies before the hunt. He said if you would like to look fiercer, I can have your armor specially tailored for you. Meanwhile, hearing this, Lucia gets flustered and said, Wait. I don't want to join a hunting tournament. Eric said, Then I'll let them know you won't be participating. He said, Oh, and thank you for the drink. I quite enjoyed it. Lucia replied, Glad to hear. Turns out the longer you brew it, the stronger the scent. Lucia turns and he asked her, You brew your own drinks? She replied, Not just drinks. I've been trying to make different dishes out of roses too. She said, It's a lot harder than I thought. The scent of the roses tends to overpower everything else. Here is a rose apple pie I made. Eric eats the pie and said, It's not sweet. Lucia said, You don't like it? Everyone else said it was okay. Eric raised his empty plate saying, It feels like eating an apple pie-shaped rose. It's still good. Lucia said, Oh, you want more? 1 second. She moving towards the pie to take some more for him thinks, I'm glad he likes it. I'll give him another slice. Meanwhile, her dress stuck in her shoe causing her to fall. But Eric catches her. He said, You really must be careful. Lucia said, Thank you. She thinks, Yikes, that scared me. Why am I getting a sense of déjà vu? She thinks, that was a completely different person, but why does it feel the same? Meanwhile, Serena dashed towards her saying, My lady. Eric said to her, Why did you give her such a long dress? She could trip and injure herself at any moment. Serena replied, Apologies, my lord. I'll take full responsibility. Eric said to her, You failed to take care of your lady properly. You're no longer needed. Meanwhile, Lucia said, I'm okay, you don't have to. Eric interrupts her saying, If we let this slide, it'll only happen again. Lucia said, It's okay, really. She sighed and thinks, He's totally overreacting, I didn't even fall. Eric said, Still, she should be punished. Lucia said, Well, if it happens again, you can catch me like you just did. Please, just let it slide. Eric said, All right. Please be more careful. She sighed and replied, I will. Meanwhile, Isla comes and shouts, Lucia. She said, I didn't realize you were here, Lord Chamberlain. When will Isla be able to get her weapon? Eric bowed and replied, We're still making preparations. Isla replied, I can't wait. Isla said, What's with the long faces? Did something happen? Lucia replied, No, nothing at all. She said to Serena, Can you get me a change of clothes? She replied, Yes, my lady. Isla said, Your face is all red. Do you have a fever? Let Isla take a look. Isla studied healing, you know. Lucia shakes her hand saying, I'm okay. I'm not sick. Isla stares at her face and said, I can still smell the roses. Your eyes look clear and in focus. Oh, Lucia's lips are redder than Isla's. Then is your face red because... She smiled and said, Oh my. You were thinking about someone you like? Hearing this, Lucia gets flustered and shouts, What? No. Hearing Isla's words, Eric glanced at Lucia. Isla said, I read that when a woman thinks of a man she likes, her face turns red. Of course, we all have our eyes on His Majesty, but it couldn't have been him, since none of us have even met him. Hearing Isla's words, she gets nervous and Isla asked her, Are you all right? Isla asked, Wait, have you seen His Majesty in person? Lucia shakes her hand saying, No. I don't know what he looks like. Isla sighed and said, Then again, if even Swan hasn't seen him, I doubt anyone else has. Isla wonders when we'll ever be able to meet him. Isla said, Oh, right. Isla is going to participate in the hunting contest. Isla feels sorry that Lucia had to go because of her, so Isla volunteered. Lucia asked her, You volunteered because of me? She turns and said, I told the Lord Chamberlain I wasn't going to participate. She noticed he was gone and thinks, Huh? Serena, holding Lucia's dress, said, "The Lord Chamberlain just left." She said, "He went to order Lady Isla's weapon." Lucia asked, "What?" She thinks hunting? I've only seen it in documentaries. Do I have to? Meanwhile, Isla smiled and said, "Isla can't wait to leave the palace. It's been so long." She said, "Oh, right. Isla came to tell you about the friend she met yesterday." Lucia asked, "The one you told me about?" Isla said, "She's so much prettier than when Isla last saw her. Whoever marries her will be the luckiest man in the empire." Isla said, "No, the luckiest man will be His Majesty when he marries Isla. Whoever marries Trudy will be second." "So you met her in the palace?" "Yes, she came with the Duke, her father. It was only for a few hours, but it felt like the good old days." Isla said, "Isla also wishes to smell like roses. Can you help her?" Lucia replied, "Sure." Meanwhile, Trudy and his brother Romeo was going somewhere in a carriage. Romeo asked, "Did something happen?" Trudy replied, "No, I was just thinking about how magnificent the palace is." Romeo asked, "Did you meet your friend?" Trudy replied, "I did." Romeo asked her, "Did something happen to her?" She replied, "No, Isla's doing well. She's as bright and cheerful as ever." Romeo asked, "Then why do you look so glum?" Trudy said, "Well, I actually went to the palace to see the emperor." Romeo said, "The emperor doesn't agree to meet just anyone. Is that why you look so disappointed?" Trudy said, "I didn't get the chance to meet him, but I did catch a glimpse of his face. I was talking to Master Halo when the door opened slightly." Romeo asked her, "You know Halo?" Trudy replied, "Yes, he's the man who sweats profusely whenever he sees me." She said, "He disappeared when I told him you're my brother." Romeo said, "That's him, all right." Trudy said, "Romeo, I want to enter the Rose Palace." She said, "I want to marry the emperor." Hearing this, Romeo gets shocked and asked, "What?" Romeo sighed and said, "No, Trudy. Don't do this to me." Trudy said, "I know. You and father had a falling out because you opposed his wishes and chose to serve His Majesty. Then you followed His Majesty off to war without even telling me." Romeo said, "The Count has already disowned me. You shouldn't disappoint him too." Trudy said, "It's different this time." She said, "Back then, His Majesty was just a prince, only second in line for the throne. Now he's the emperor and is writing a new chapter in history." She said, "Besides, father came to the palace with me to help me become Empress." Meanwhile, Eric was sitting in his office holding some paper, lost in her thoughts. He recalls Isla's world. "Were you thinking about someone you like?" He thinks, there's no way Lucia was thinking about the emperor. She doesn't even know she's seen his face before. Unlike the other ladies, she's not clinging to the hope of meeting me. Meanwhile, Walter comes and said, "Your Majesty." Eric asked him, "Have you anything to report on the Grand Duke's whereabouts, Walter?" Walter said, "Grand Duke Bahamut visited the treasury before he left. He said it seems someone left the door open on purpose." Eric thinks, sounds like the palace still isn't completely mine yet. Walter tells, it seems as though he took the Le Pendant necklace. Eric thinks, the necklace Swan brought me was taken from the treasury? Eric said to Walter, "Bring me Jace. We're doubling the security around the Rose Palace." Meanwhile, after some time, Eric was standing in garden next to a boy wearing a brown dress. The boy asked him, "But my lord, how am I supposed to keep Lady Swan under surveillance?" He starts sweating and said, "I'm not a maid. If I get too close to her, she'll notice right away." Eric said, "You'll figure something out." The boy said, "I'll do my best since they're your orders. But this is beyond me." Eric said, "Still, do what you can." Eric asked him, "Is there something you'd like to say?" He replied, "No, my lord." Meanwhile, Isla and Lucia were practicing in training area, and Isla asked her. Isla has never fired a bow before. "This is fun. What do you think, Lucia?" Lucia, placing her bow on table, said, "I don't think it suits me. I'm gonna stop here." Isla said, "All right. Isla will practice a little longer." Spooky asked Lucia, How was archery practice, lady? Lucia sighed and replied, It's really hard. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it. Spooky said, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Spooky, noticing something, said to Lucia, Look, my lady. They saw Jace sitting on ground. He fell asleep sitting there. He opens his eyes and starts blinking. Seeing Lucia, he suddenly raised and said, Lady Lucia, when did you get here? Lucia replied, Just now. She said, This is to thank you for helping me with the roses, Jace. She said, It's wine and cookies. There's plenty, so feel free to share with the other soldiers. Jace said, It smells delicious. Thank you. Meanwhile, a lady asked Swan, Is it true, Swan? Bad luck comes to whomever wears this necklace. Swan replied, Well, it was originally meant to protect the wearer. The lady asked, Why would you have such a thing? Swan replied, It was a gift. I was told to use it well. Swan moves the necklace towards her, and she gets scared. Swan said, Well, want a closer look? Swan said, Haha. You didn't think I'd put it around your neck, did you? The lady replied, You scared me. Swan said, It was actually meant for someone else. Swan said, Lucia? The lady said, They already say she's not right in the head. Do you have to make it worse? Meanwhile, she thinks, Did Lucia do something to her? Don't tell me. Is it because of the Lord Chamberlain? The lady asked, What if she recognizes it? Swan replied, I prepared several similar necklaces just in case. If every lady participating in the hunt wears one, she won't suspect a thing. She said, The necklaces will simply indicate that they are ladies of the palace. She won't notice a difference unless she looks carefully. I also gave an identical necklace to the Lord Chamberlain. Swan with a smirk said, But this is all just between you and me. Understood? A servant comes to Lucia with the necklace and said these are to be worn by the ladies participating in the hunt. Seeing it, Lucia thinks, A necklace? She thinks, Why is she saying that like it's an order? She turns and said, I don't think it goes with my outfit. I'll think about it. The servant said, But Lady Swan said. Lucia interrupts her saying, I know. You can just leave it there. The servant said, Yes, my lady. Lucia said to Spooky, Spooky, can you ask around and find out if the other ladies were given necklaces too? I need to know if it's safe to wear. She replied, Yes, my lady. Lucia thinks, whatever Swan is planning, I have no intention of going along with it. Lucia wears a dress and said, I have to hunt in a dress? That's so annoying. Serena said, when you ride a horse, you need to wear multiple layers so your undergarments don't show. Lucia said, but this is gonna get dirty as soon as I step outside. Serena said, the Lord Chamberlain requested that everyone wear bright clothing. Lucia thinks, they just do anything they want. Outside of palace, Spooky comes to Lucia and said, my lady. Lucia said, that was quick. Spooky said, all the other ladies also received necklaces. I think it's safe to wear. Lucia thinks, was I being too paranoid? Spooky said, we'll be following in a separate carriage, my lady. Meanwhile, Swan's servant was hearing their conversation. Luca wears the necklace and sits in the carriage. Swan's servant went to her and said, my lady. She whispered in her ear, Lady Lucia is wearing the necklace. Hearing this, Swan smirked and asked, is that so? Lady Lucia thought, I'm suffocating. What's going on? My ears are ringing, and I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I need air. Whose voice was that? Lucia's? Is it because of this necklace? Spooky said it was safe to wear, but I feel like I'm gonna hurl, Serena added. Are you all right, my lady? You look pale, Lady Lucia replied. I'll be fine after a little rest. Can you help me down? Yes, my lady, Serena responded. My lady! My lady! Are you sure you're all right? Why don't you take some rest? Lady Lucia thought. I'm feeling worse by the second. What's wrong with me? Isla interrupted. Lucia? You don't look well, she replied. My chest feels tight. I don't think I can hunt like this, Isla observed. You do look rather ill. I suppose there's nothing to be done. It'll be noisy once the hunt starts. Why don't you go have a seat over there? Serena continued. Allow me to escort you, my lady. Pardon? She asked. Isla explained. There are weapons to be fetched and horses to be tended to. Go help the others. But Lady Lucia, Serena protested. Isla added, if you talk back to me one more time, I will not let it pass, Lady Lucia said. I'm okay, Serena. I'll just go sit down, Serena replied. Yes, my lady, Isla commented. If something were to happen to Lucia, do you think the Lord Chamberlain would stand by idly? I can't say. There might be an investigation if he tells the Emperor. Well, no one will pay attention to him anyway. The anniversary of the late Emperor and Empress's deaths is coming up. The Lord Chamberlain will have to stay by His Majesty's side at all times, she added. I imagine it'd be quite difficult to find her body if she were to fall off a cliff, Lady Lucia talked to herself. How frustrating. You're never going to get there at this pace. Your body and head are going in different directions, you fool. At the very least, I can tell this isn't Lucia. If it's so suffocating, quit whining and just get out already. Shall I? Do whatever you want, she contacted. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That voice. I can't believe it actually came out. And it's a tiger. I'm impressed. You don't seem scared of me. Who's not scared? I'm terrified, she exclaimed. What's your deal? I thought you were just an idiot, but I guess not. What? He asked. He's even scarier up close. Why is it your body and soul don't match? What are you? Let me stretch for a moment. I haven't been out in ages. I'm finally free, he declared. Pay attention when someone's talking to you, she chided. I think that's enough. She pondered. Speaking respectfully is probably the way to go. The soldiers are approaching. How am I supposed to explain this? We still have much to talk about. Take me. Oh my God! You're so cute, Lord Chamberlain exclaimed. What? My lady! How are you, my lady? I heard you were ill, she replied. Yeah, I'm fine. You don't look fine. He noted. I was just petting this cat, she explained. That creature, he muttered. I found it here all alone. Can I keep it? She asked. That's a wild animal. It might not hurt you now, but when it grows up, just for a while. Please? She pleaded. Just for a while then, he conceded. Lady Lucia asked. What's your name? Can I call you Fluffy? The tiger said. Don't go giving me weird names. Lependon. My name's Lependon. The world sure has changed since I last came out. Lady Lucia asked. What were you doing inside of that necklace? That's where I live, he said. Then why didn't you stay in there? You told me to come out. Well, true, but do you need permission to come out? Once my master gives me permission, I can come and go as I please. At least until a new master comes along, Lady Lucia thought. What a strange world. Did everyone else's necklace come with a tiger? She then asked. Are you going to kill me? What? Why would I do that? Tigers do eat people, don't you remember? I'm the one who saved you from taking a dive off that cliff. Plus, I never eat my own master. Actually, I don't like eating people in general. Does that mean you've eaten them before? Anyway, it's nice to meet you. Please call me Lucia. What is it? You died and came back to life, Lady Lucia gasped. How did you? Sometimes people's souls aren't completely attached to their bodies when they're born. In those cases, they usually die at an early age. But since you seem to be doing just fine, that means you must have died and come back to life. Unless another soul took over your body, you can see all that? Of course, I possess the eye of truth. Be careful. You'll die if your soul stays detached like this. Meanwhile, the Lord Chamberlain examined the necklace. This is definitely the Lependon necklace. She must have tricked her into wearing it by making several copies and giving them to the others. If someone wears this necklace, it either shows their deepest, darkest thoughts or becomes their shield. Although it wouldn't be so awful if Lucia's true self were revealed. He paused and then added, Don't act innocent. You want a mystical creature to appear before her, don't you? You're not fooling anyone. Don't even try. I can read your thoughts. You're hoping that white tiger is a mystical creature. Don't deny it. Then again, you've always been like this. You even pretended you weren't interested in the throne. Enough with this nonsense. Leave, the Lord Chamberlain ordered. What a telling response. Don't you know? That date is drawing near again. The day you cut my head off. The day you murdered me and took the throne. The day you committed treason. Is that so? Stop laughing. It's making me sick. The Lord Chamberlain snapped. The boy replied. I can't help it. This is how you remember me. I'll always be 9-year-old Harry to you, won't I? You feign indifference, and yet here you are, wearing the crown. How does it feel? You should know. You've worn it before, only for a second. Right before you dragged me down and killed me. If you had sat still and played innocent, I would have let you have the throne. Remember how you acted when they dragged you off to war? Father! You were crying, shouting that they were sentencing you to death. Enough. The Lord Chamberlain shouted. The boy agreed. I think that's enough for today. I'll be back. Don't bother. No. This is the only way I can still torment you. Why don't you just show up as a rotting corpse instead? You don't think I can? Just wait. The Lord Chamberlain warned. That was eerie. A glass of rose wine would be nice right about now. If your soul stays detached like that, you'll die, Lady Lucia thought. I never wanted to become Lucia. Entering this body wasn't exactly my choice. But I'm gonna die. I thought I might as well adjust to this world since I ended up here. But after all this, I'm just gonna die anyway. This is too much. I miss my parents. Well, they say people who love to eat make the best ghosts. Better eat as much as I can while I'm still alive. It's so good. Maybe 'cause I'm eating so late. She paused, noticing someone. Isn't that the Lord Chamberlain? It is him. Why do I always see him wandering around at night? Is he out taking a walk? Why does he look so serious? More so than usual, I mean, Lady Lucia spoke up. Jesus, just having a light snack. Does he have eyes on the top of his head? She wondered. How is it? The Lord Chamberlain asked. She added. Not bad. Don't let me interrupt your walk. What? She thought. He never listens. Is the tiger asleep? Yeah. Is it all right if I sit with you for a while? As long as you can keep it a secret. Why isn't he saying anything? This is so awkward. She thought to herself. Lady Lucia continued. I came up with a new dish. Would you like to try it? Is this one made with roses as well? He asked. No, it's made with milk and cheese. Actually, it might be a bit too heavy for your tastes. If you'd like something else, just let me know. Do you think I'll feel less stressed if I eat this? You'll feel a lot calmer and have a clearer head if you have a meal without worrying about anything. Yuck, there's so much butter, he said, grimacing. Looks like you're not a fan. She became sad. I miss my family a lot, he questioned. Do you wish to leave the Rose Palace? Even if I did, I still couldn't go home. Plus, Lucia's dad is pushing her to capture the Emperor's heart. Even if I leave, I'll only end up back here. In order to become Empress? He asked. What? No, I wasn't planning on that at all. Our Lucia and I both fated to be trapped here until we die. Just thinking about it makes me depressed. I have to be more proactive. I can't die like this. There's still so much I want to do, she added. I'm thinking about making rose kebabs. You just skewer some roses, meat, and fruit, slap on some sauce, and grill them. Sounds good, the Lord Chamberlain said. You're the same as always, my lady. But you seem a bit different today. I do? How so? At night you're even more attractive. What am I doing? Have I lost it? I meant to say, you seem a little more emotionally distant than usual. Did something happen? I was taught that showing your emotions in front of someone is a sign of weakness. If someone were to find out what I'm afraid of, I could die, Lady Lucia thought. Well, he did put his life on the line every day during the war. Poor guy. I don't know what kind of life you've lived until now, but I can give you some advice. Don't just wait for happiness to come to you. Go find it yourself. If there's something you want, just come out and say it. she added. Eating good food helps when you're stressed. Try to find a way that's right for you. Then, as per your advice, I'd like to ask you something, the Lord Chamberlain asked. Do you perhaps have any rose wine left? Cute. Why are you laughing? She chuckled. Okay, I'll put some in a bottle for you. Will 2 be enough? I'll be stuck inside for a while, so I'd like a few more. I'm getting the feeling he likes to drink, she thought. Eating good food helps you feel better? It tastes like death, he replied. I don't think this is the right method for me, Lady Lucia said. What if I kept her by my side? It might not be such a bad idea. Having her around does help put my mind at ease. That day is approaching. Will this wine soothe the nightmare of this upcoming anniversary? I shouldn't have looked at him so closely that night. So deep and mysterious, his long lashes. He's so beautiful. I hope I run into him again soon. I'm sure my mind would clear up if I were to look into his eyes again, Serena continued. It's so quiet today. Probably because the anniversary of the king and queen's death is approaching. Yes, you must take care not to upset the emperor or the prince. Is this book any good? The History of the Empire. Well, it's too late to go to the library to get another one, she replied. Alvis responded. Out of all books, you had to bring that one? I think there's a lot you can learn from it. Why are you looking at the table of contents? If a book's title is its face, the table of contents is its clothes. You said you wanted me to write down my first impression of the book? This is hard. He seems to have a lot on his mind. He must be sad since the anniversary of his parents' death is coming up. When the current emperor was still the second prince, all sorts of things happened in the palace. A baby died not long after it was born, and you could hear the screams of maids being murdered all night. The floor of the palace was always stained with blood. Someone started a rumor about the palace being cursed, and many people started going crazy for no reason. The queen said it was all because of the second prince. An oracle told her that the curse would only be lifted if he were sent far away. That's why the king sent him off to war, Alvis added. Lady Lucia thought. That seems a bit extreme. He was only a boy back then, so sending him to war was essentially sending him to his death. As they were dragging him away, he screamed that he would never forgive them. He eventually got his revenge. He survived the war, killed his parents, and ascended the throne. They say he was grinning while he cut out the king's heart and decapitated the queen. You must have heard the rumors. Since the only witness from that day refuses to speak, nobody knows the truth, Lady Lucia said. Do you believe the things people say? If he had taken the throne by force, surely someone would have raised the question of legitimacy, but no one ever did. I think the emperor is incredible. He strengthened his power and brought the aristocracy in line, all without ever showing himself. I think I just learned more from you than you ever have from me, Alvis. That's enough for today, Alvis thought. Are you enjoying the blood of those you've killed? No matter how much time passes, the fact that you killed me will never change. You killed both of your brothers. Who will it be next? Those who are after your power? Your future wife? You turned against the imperial family. A guy entered the room. My lady, I'm here to escort you to the Rose Palace. I also wanted to say thank you for the food you gave me, Lady Lucia replied. It was nothing, he thought. I shared it with the other soldiers. They all enjoyed it. I'm glad to hear that. It was fantastic. I'd like to repay you. Is there anything? Don't worry about it. It was to thank you for picking the roses. That was nothing. I just swung my spear around and they fell off the bushes. It was rather pathetic, actually. Is he bragging? Lady Lucia thought. I'll bring you some snacks the next time I make some. What kind of snacks? I'm still working on the recipe, but I'll let you know when they're ready. I look forward to it, my lady. The guy became worried. Dear, are you okay? Lucia was shocked. Who the hell is this guy? He's like a cat. He's definitely not normal. I wonder what his deal is. Maybe I should test him out, the guy shouted. My lady, we should, my lady? What was that for, my lady? Why did she stab me in the eye? Did I scare her or something? Either way, she's going the wrong way. Where am I? Lady Lucia thought. I didn't know this kind of place existed in the palace. I was trying to follow that suspicious-looking servant, but I guess I lost her. There's someone here. Excuse me, I'm lost. Could you please point the way? I'm trying to get to the library. I'm trying to get to the library, she replied. No way. Is that the Emperor? I'm terribly sorry. I got lost. He might kill me if I see his face. So you're wandering the palace alone? You're quite brave. Are you here to find out for yourself what the Emperor looks like? Or did someone tell you to keep an eye on me? It's nothing like that, Your Majesty. Please believe me, this is why all of you are supposed to stay in the Rose Palace. If you're given any freedom, you simply roam around my palace and gardens as you please. Now, what should I do with you? Oh no, Lady Lucia thought. I will receive whatever punishment you see fit. He's not gonna sentence me to death, is he? Since he hasn't seen my face, maybe I can just run away. Go, wait, the Lord Chamberlain commanded. How is it that you weren't driven mad by the necklace of truth? Tell me. But they all go away when she's nearby. Does that mean I need to keep her by my side? I can't look at his face. What do I do? Lady Lucia murmured. Your Majesty, please forgive me. What I want is for her to stay by my side. Wait, he thought. Your Majesty, she was eating rose-flavored candy. I wonder how she ended up in my garden. I feel much better now, Lady Lucia thought. Did he see my face? I mean, he must have. He kissed me. I've lost it. I can't believe I ended up pushing the candy into his mouth. Is this how it ends? I can't believe I did the candy kiss. I'm such a cliché. But seriously, why did he kiss me out of the blue like that? That's not what's important. Surely he didn't see my face? What do I do? Maybe I should run away while I still can. I never imagined I'd become a fugitive. Whatever, I should at least try to avoid attracting the Emperor's attention. Halo welcomed him. Your Highness. I trust you had a safe journey, Damien replied. How are you, Halo? Long time no see. I'm glad at least someone is happy to see me home. His Majesty has given me such a hard time while you were away. I've missed you, Your Highness. I made sure to be back in time for the anniversary. I hope I'm not late. It's rather quiet around here. Where's Alvis? Damien asked. Prince Alvis is in his room. He is? That's odd. That little troublemaker never used to stay put. I heard there was an ogre invasion. Yes, we found it climbing the inner wall before we slayed it. Strange. Damien thought. Why didn't the guards on the outer wall spot it? Everyone looks so busy. What's going on? What are all those baskets for? It was Prince Alvis's orders. Halo explained. Alvis? He's recently taken an interest in crafting. He's tried his hand at all sorts of things. He said he plans to stay in his room crafting until the anniversary of the king and queen's death. What's that little rascal up to? I'll be waiting here, Your Highness. Halo added. Damien greeted Alvis. Hi, Alvis. Damien! Alvis replied. I've missed you, Damien. Good to see you're still as lively as ever. What's all this? Flowers to plant near the graves. I made them myself. I could have sworn they were real. Do you want to make one? Prince Damien, His Majesty has sent for you. I've returned, Your Majesty. Any word on Marquis Marshall? He's busy trying to help his people survive a drought. There's no chance of him attacking the palace for the time being. Didn't you promise to bring me his head? Your Majesty, the Marshalls have always been loyal to the imperial family. Rather than killing him, why don't you invite him to the palace? I'll bring you something else to replace his head. All I ask for is a little more time. For now, he has his hands full. Halo? Yes, Your Majesty. Make sure no aid reaches Marshall's estate. Your Majesty. You have 1 month. Figure something out by then. Yes, Your Majesty. 1 month. Halo added. I should just be grateful he's not demanding the Marquis's head right now. After nearly 10 years on the battlefield, he was like a beast lying in wait, ready to drive out those disloyal to him at a moment's notice. I wonder what's changed. When did I say you could approach the throne? Strange. Alvis thought. What's going on, Your Majesty? What are you talking about? Damien asked. You seem different somehow. That day, I was completely powerless. I could only watch as the king and queen died. You were in tears, begging for Harry's life. What are your orders, Your Majesty? I want you to organize everything in the treasury. See if you can uncover anything strange. The white tail I saw in the garden definitely belonged to Lucia's white tiger. The necklace vanished right after I saw it. I only had it for a short time, but it suffocated me. Damien explained. What? Never mind. I heard something interesting. Sounds like you've been visiting the Rose Palace often. Could it be a young lady has caught your attention? Did he just smile? Alvis thought. His smiles have always been mocking and cold. I had no idea his face could move like that. It's completely different from anything I've ever seen. Lady Lucia thought, I was so worried the Emperor was gonna come for me, but I guess not. I won't be surprised if I get gray hairs over this. You know what I did yesterday? I slipped a piece of candy in the Emperor's mouth. I have no idea what I was thinking. Speaking of which, I have no idea why you live in that necklace either, and I still don't know how you came to me. Why aren't you answering? He's sleeping again? Lovely, wake up. I still have more to ask you. Wake up. You're just pretending, aren't you? The tiger suddenly spoke. Don't call me Lovely. I'm not your pet. Lady Lucia thought, what's wrong with Lovely? It sounds so cute. If you prefer, I can call you Lazy Lovely. Stop making fun of me, the tiger growled. Look, my purpose is to be a guardian. If no one's wearing the necklace, there's nothing for me to do but sleep. You're a guardian? Yes, my main duty is to protect whoever wears the necklace. That's why I exist. How many people have you guarded before me? She asked. One. Only one? Who was it? The very first Empress, Empress Elena. Serena entered the room. The kitchen fireplace is ready, my lady. Okay, great. Lady Lucia replied. Lady Lucia asked. What are you making? I'm experimenting with rose jam. I want to put it in cute little jars and sell it. What do you think? Serena explained. You want to sell it? You don't seem very nervous for someone who just found out she might die. What a strange human. The tiger thought. Wait. Is she trying to distract herself from the fear of dying? There's nothing I can do about it, but I can't just sit around and wait. Lady Lucia continued. I heard my servants would be buried alive with me once I die. Wow. That's horrible. The tiger remarked. I'm going to ask the Lord Chamberlain to make sure they can get away if anything ever happens to me. That way they don't have to die. I'm going to open up a store for them so they can make a living. So they can sell this. You're not that bright, are you? Shouldn't you be trying to save yourself first? Do you want to know how to save your life? I can save my life? He does have the power to come and go from the necklace. Can he use his magic to help me? The tiger stated. Start a family. What? You know the only option I have is to join the imperial family. That's it. All you have to do is marry the emperor. Piece of cake. Is he for real? Lady Lucia thought. I can't exactly make that happen. I don't even know what he looks like. I think it's done, Serena said, spreading the jam. We just spread it like this and it's so good. Me too, Lady Lucia exclaimed. I want to try, the tiger said. You want a bagel? Don't tigers eat raw meat? I prefer cooked meat myself. Serena, can you bring me some meat? Lady Lucia asked. Yes, my lady. Serena continued. Why are you grilling it like that? This is the best way to cook it. What I wouldn't give for a cold beer to go with it. The tiger replied. Something smells good. Damien entered the room. Perfect timing. Come and eat with us, Lady Lucia invited. I've never seen meat grilled like this. Trust me, this is the best way to eat it, Lady Lucia added. I think it's almost done. Okay, Damien Eric. Open wide. It'll be hard to eat with a fork since it's sliced so thin. Don't be shy. Open up. Damien felt the taste. Good, it's excellent. Your way of cooking meat is quite delicious. The rose wine and apple pie weren't too bad either. I'm glad to hear that, Lady Lucia replied. She continued. Damien Eric, I have a favor to ask you. I want to sell my rose-based foods outside the palace. You mean this food? This jam is made with roses. I want to make some kind of snack to go with it. We can make it ahead of time and display it all on a shelf and put some bread and cookies out on a table to sell. But to do that, I need help from someone who can leave the palace, Damien Eric asked. Do you want to leave the palace? Why not just send it to His Majesty as part of your monthly contribution? No, I don't want to embarrass myself. This isn't good enough for the Emperor. Besides, I'm already teaching Prince Alvis. I don't want to add this too. If you use the roses in the palace for your personal gain, the other ladies might think it's unfair. It's not for me. I want to open a store for my servants, she clarified. It's not for you, Damien asked. Why would you go to such lengths to help them? Why do you care so much about them? Lady Lucia murmured. Well, Lady Lucia said, it's what my heart is telling me to do. Is that so? He replied. You know, Lady Lucia added, my opinion has really changed about you. I used to think you were kinda scary. Were you afraid of me? I thought you were heartless after saying all those harsh things to me when I was seriously ill. And you used to look at me kind of scary, like you were waiting to pounce. Then you embarrassed me for sitting on the stairs. I thought you were the kind of person who hurts others for no reason, Damien explained. Plenty of people have thought those things about me, but you're the first to ever say them aloud. Naturally. Who's gonna talk trash about you when the Emperor has your back? There's no need to put it so bluntly. Doesn't it feel like we've grown closer after sharing some food together? She asked. Does it? You don't think so? No, my lady. I do indeed feel closer to you. Would you like a piece of candy? No, that's all right, my lady. I'm not very fond of sweets. I'd like to apologize for acting so rudely before. Which time? You're gonna have to be more specific. What's so funny? Your brutal honesty was simply a bit unexpected. Then will you do what I asked? Meanwhile, a servant thought, that must be the tiger cub Lady Lucia took in. Here, kitty kitty. Who's a good boy? Why do I have the feeling he was just looking down on me? If I were a white tiger, I'd be able to get close to Lady Lucia much more easily. A maid entered. Isn't that one of her servants? Wait. Where are you going? She called after the servant. I'm running an errand for Lady Lucia. Well, she added, I've got my heart set on someone else, so don't even think about it. The servant blinked. What? Don't try cozying up to me by pretending to care about Lady Lucia so much. Okay, that was quite the rejection, he thought. It was not. This feeling. I had it right before the last ogre attack. The boy continued. I'll be right back. I told him not to talk to her, but there he goes. The maid commented. Women really don't like that. I have a bad feeling about this. Show yourself. Elsewhere, a girl added. So why didn't anything happen? Maybe the necklaces were switched around. No, I know I sent her the right one. Another replied. Maybe it was a different necklace all along? No, that's not possible. Grandfather got it from the treasury, so it must be the necklace of ill fortune. So then why hasn't anything happened? Isla thought. Isla's grandfather had advised her. Use this necklace to divert the Emperor's attention to the Rose Palace. If you become its owner, he will take you as Empress. But you know what happened to the women who wore this necklace before? She questioned. He explained again. You promised to find a way for me to meet the Emperor. That's easier said than done. His Majesty hasn't yet opened up to anyone. We don't know what might happen if we try to force your way into his bedroom. I thought my grandfather was only going to arrange a meeting between the Emperor and me. I've already wasted 2 years here. Perhaps something happened that we don't know about. He shrugged his head. Then why don't we ask her? She replied. Serena came rushing in. My lady! Serena? What's going on? Lady Lucia confirmed. The maid replied. Spooky went out to pick roses, but now she's getting a beating. Lady Lucia was shocked. What? Where? Show me. No. Damien blocked her path. Move, please. You must wait, my lady. Didn't you hear? Spooky is getting beaten up. Lady Lucia argued. If a lady feels bold enough to do so, it must mean she has someone powerful behind her. So? Are you saying I should just look the other way? Lady Lucia said. You said everyone in the Rose Palace was equal. That is correct, he replied. But don't forget, This is still a place for highborns. Is he worried I'll get worked up and make a mistake? Is that why he's trying to stop me? Lady Lucia wondered. Serena shouted, "My lady, please stop." Isla continued, "You dare interfere without my permission?" But Lady Lucia became annoyed. "What gives you the right to hit Spooky? Do you have any idea who you're raising your voice to, Lucia?" Isla retorted, "Why are you hitting her? Must I really explain it to you?" Isla sneered. She was putting on airs. I needed to educate her. You see, she tried to act clever and answer my question with another. This is all your fault for not training your servants properly. It's rather rude of you to shout at me without knowing the whole story. I can handle my own servants," Lady Lucia said firmly. "I'd appreciate it if you'd mind your own business. Do you have an issue with the way I teach things?" Isla asked. "That wasn't teaching. That was just being violent. What did you say?" "Let's get her to a doctor," Lady Lucia ordered. "Since you're here at the Rose Palace, Lucia, you should at least play the part. No matter how pitiful your family is, you should still have some class," Isla then asked. "My lady! What have you done? Don't you know who I am? How dare you? You're Swan, granddaughter of the Grand Duke and favored to become Empress," Lucia replied coolly. "You know all of that, and yet you still dare to touch me?" Swan fumed. "Is being related to a Grand Duke such a big deal? Even with all the advantages you have thanks to your family, you've still never seen His Majesty's face. You're not as important as you think you are. My grandfather could obliterate your pathetic family in the blink of an eye," Swan threatened. "So you admit that you rely on the power of others. What? I don't need my grandfather's power to get rid of someone like you. Then why don't you come show me just how powerful you are? Though it probably won't be anything worth seeing. You dare insult me?" "Why you?" Lord Chamberlain interrupted. "What is all this, Lord Chamberlain?" Lady Lucia was surprised. "I'd rather not have to report scuffles like these to His Majesty," Swan snapped. "Look at you, always taking Lucia's side. You're the one who started all this, my lady. You don't just take her side, you like her, don't you?" Swan accused. "The Lord Chamberlain, the eyes and ears of the Emperor, has fallen in love with a woman in the Rose Palace. Just imagine what would happen if His Majesty were to find out. You'll no longer be welcome here if you continue to cause trouble," Lord Chamberlain warned. "What has the world come to when a Lord Chamberlain is giving me advice?" Swan scoffed. "Just wait and see. I'll take care of you both," Rachel approached. "I need you to do me a favor." "Me?" Rachel hesitated. "If you do as I say, I'll help you become Empress in return." "I need you to spread a rumor," Lady Lucia murmured. "I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that because of me. I have to open a store for them as soon as I can. There's no telling what Swan will do next. All I did was cut her hair, and here I am worrying about how she's going to get her revenge. I'm still pretty pathetic, huh? Please don't say that, my lady. You treat us like human beings. You always give us good things to eat and take care of us." That's nothing. I couldn't possibly finish all the food here by myself. The other ladies don't even think about what their servants eat. But now you've fallen out with Lady Swan because of us. I just gave her a trim. That's nothing compared to what she did to Spooky. Could I ask you a question?" a voice asked. Lady Lucia turned. "I heard someone's been stirring things up in the Rose Palace. Do you know who it is?" "I dunno. I'm certainly not doing any stirring. You could try looking for Swan or Isla." "Swan and Isla? There are two." "All right then." "My back! Your Highness!" a servant exclaimed. "Those ladies are the reason the Lord Chamberlain frequents the Rose Palace, correct?" "I couldn't say. I thought he was only interested in one woman, but it turns out there are two," Lady Lucia said. "Thank you for coming today," he added. "Of course. Please ensure she gets plenty of rest. Why hasn't Spooky regained consciousness yet? I believe the shock is preventing her from coming to her senses. Until then, all that can be done is to treat her wounds and change her bandages regularly," Lady Lucia said. "All right. Thank you. While you're here, do you mind seeing one more person?" "What happened to him?" she questioned. "How are your injuries?" he explained. "Much better now. Thank you for asking the doctor to take a look. I wasn't in pain much though." I'm pretty used to getting hurt. I'm a soldier from the old Gracia Empire. I fought in a battalion with a bunch of other orphans who'd been trained in battle. All of these are old war scars. Sounds like you've had it rough. To be honest, I thought you were an assassin at first. There's no way an ordinary person can move as fast as you do. No way. He came and said, Alvis, Damien. You made it. Did you go plant flowers on Mother's grave? Yeah. I also decorated it with the flowers I made, but I don't know if she'll like them. I'm sure she's looking down and smiling. I'm not a little kid anymore. You don't have to keep trying to comfort me. Besides, I have you here to keep me company. When did you get all grown up? She happily said. Greetings, your highnesses. It's such a lovely day. I'd love to see their faces when they find out who the Lord Chamberlain really is. You think they'll still line up to marry His Majesty once they learn what he's like? Watch what you say, Alvis. The walls have ears. It's the truth. They're all a bunch of dolts. It's strange how he's always at the Rose Palace, but no one suspects him. Alvis thought, oops, look at the time. I have to get to class. See you later, Alvis. Wait, your teacher is at the Rose Palace? Does that mean he's taking lessons from someone who's staying there? There's no way that troublemaker can sit through class quietly. Maybe I should follow him. Swan and Isla, wasn't it? Isn't that Swan? Or maybe not. That's an unusual hairstyle. The girl I'm thinking of would only cut her hair to follow the latest trends. I wonder what happened. So a lady named Lucia did that to her hair because she beat her servant girl? Yes, she grabbed it and cut it right off. Then the whole palace should be in an uproar. Luckily, the Lord Chamberlain showed up just in time. I see. So Eric stepped in. Swan isn't going to just let this go. She'll want revenge. Where can I find this Lucia? She's currently in a lesson with Prince Alvis. What does she teach him? I'm not sure. I haven't been to a lesson. Like this? Watch out, Your Highness. It's hot. Here, I'll do it. No, I want to try it myself. What are they doing? You think I can't handle this? It's not even that hot, if you say so. Just be careful. You're doing great, Your Highness. That woman. She's the one who told me to look for Swan and Isla, Alvis replied. It's weird to think about someone else eating something I cooked. You're putting a lot of effort into this. I'm sure they'll like it. I hope so. Let's get a bottle ready. It's best to choose one with a large mouth so it's easier to pour. I'll ask His Majesty for permission to leave the palace for a day. I don't know if he'll agree though. There's no need to rush, Ms. Lucia said. Mr. Damien, you said that giving a single meal to a child could make the difference between life and death for them. There must be a lot of kids who've never tasted things like this. I want them to try it as soon as possible. Are you honestly thinking of leaving the palace just to hand out some food? I thought you knew better, Damien interrupted. You're the Emperor's brother and second in line to the throne. Do you know how many people would have to escort you if you left? That's why I said there's no hurry. This was all my idea. I asked Ms. Lucia to help me. She didn't do anything wrong. Well, if you insist on leaving, then I'm going with you. I want to find out what kind of person she is, Lady Lucia ordered. Beg your pardon? He consoled. Don't worry, I didn't mean anything by it. I'll go let His Majesty know I'm coming with you, the Emperor said. Walter, Damien. I'm sure you've heard about the recent incident. Many people suffered because of it. Don't you think it's time we close the Rose Palace? It is still very important, Your Highness. I'm afraid closing it down isn't an option. And why is that? The Rose Palace is a tool for us to monitor the interests of the various noble families. We get information from the ladies staying there, and their presence keeps the aristocracy in check. They're almost like willing hostages. In spite of my doubts, the nobility talked me into allowing them to come here, but it was all done in a way that would strengthen my power and prevent treason. I don't want there to be any more problems there, he thought. Lucia was involved in the last incident, and there's no way that the Grand Duke's granddaughter is just going to let it slide. Lucia's concern for her servant seemed genuine. During the war, there were a rare few who put others before themselves. The look I saw on their faces was the same look Lucia had on hers. She treats her servants as equals and isn't afraid to stand up to Swan. He again noticed, what if I could become someone special to Lucia? I need you to prepare a shop in the capital. There's something I need it for. Yes, Your Majesty. I want to become someone special to her, Alvis worried. Damien said he was going to ask His Majesty for permission. What's taking him so long? What if he yells at me after I already prepared all this food? I just wanted to help other people by sharing what I have, but this is starting to get out of hand. If I don't get permission, you must be bored waiting around for your brother. I'm sure there'll be some good news soon. Hang in there. Well, there's that too, but just making all this food gave me a lot to think about. You told me to imagine someone I love while cooking. I tried thinking about my mother, but I couldn't remember her face and now I feel sad. You're really good at cooking, Ms. Lucia. Your food always looks so pretty, like it was made by a real chef. Lady Lucia became confused. All this time, I thought of him as a wild little troublemaker. But at the end of the day, he's just a kid who needs his mom. Are you lonely, Prince Alvis? What? Do you feel like your mother left you all alone in this world? No. But I do miss her a lot. Then I want you to think of someone else who's important to you. Okay. Now I want you to take this and give it to the person you thought of. Here, I wrapped up the pudding you made, but I don't think he'll like it. Impossible. You poured your heart into this. I'm sure he'll love it, Damien questioned. What's this? I made it. I wanted you to try it. It's squishy. Doesn't like desserts. It's so sweet. Alvis replied. I made it with Ms. Lucia. It's called pudding. It was my first time, so it doesn't look very good, but I'm going to keep practicing until I can make them look nice, Damien murmured. Lucia really likes sweets. I see she's been teaching him how to make strange food. And what will you do once you can do that? I want to make a lot and give them to people in need. I also made some bread and other stuff for them to fill their stomachs with. What good would that do? If you want to end starvation, you have to find the cause and fix that first. I don't have the power to do that right now, but I can do this much. I was hoping you'd let me leave the palace so I can share these with the children outside. I was wondering why Damien wanted to go outside with you. The answer is no. It's too dangerous. Besides, the nobility might find a way to use this against us. I can take some knights with me. No. Something bad might happen. Are you saying I can't help others? Do you really want to go that badly? Well, since you have class in 2 days, I suppose you can use that as an excuse. Your Majesty, who will be in my escort? I want Damien to go with me. Damien's busy with something else. Since you'll be with Lucia, I think 20 to 30 knights should do. We'll work out the details later. I'll make sure to choose only the most trustworthy people in the palace, she said. I thought he didn't get permission since I didn't hear anything about it for so long, Alvis admired. You look so pretty, Ms. Lucia, she explained. Ready to go, Your Highness? You look even more excited than usual. Of course. I've been preparing everything just for today, the servant informed. The carriage is ready, Your Highness. Okay, I'll be right there. Let's go, Ms. Lucia. We should hurry so we don't come home too late. Okay. Will we be going far? It'll get dangerous after dark, so probably not. His Majesty said he'll assign us the most trustworthy escorts in the palace. Lord Chamberlain, does my presence make you uncomfortable, Your Highness? I was told only the most trustworthy people would be coming. I suppose that would be me. I'm here for Prince Alvis, but I also came because of the favor you asked me. Is he talking about the store? I was wondering when I'd be able to open it. I had no idea it would be so soon. Lady Lucia became happy. Street life is so amazing. It's so lively, Damien explained. It must seem new to you after staying cooped up in the palace for so long. You're acting like this is your first time here. It all looks like a play. Okay, I'll be more careful. You can let go now. Right, we're here. Attention! We'll be giving out free food. Please form a line. Prince Alvis looked very focused. He's put a lot of thought into today. This'll help him grow into a fine young man, Damien added. This isn't a real solution to their problem. He can't come out like this all the time. It's worth it if he saves even one child from starving tonight. A loaf of bread can turn into a sign of hope. The greater the hope, the greater the despair. The Lord Chamberlain has at least as much power as a count. Why is he always so negative? Isn't it enough for His Highness to give them a little hope and fill their bellies? One of those children could one day hold a sword that will attack Prince Alvis in the future. But still, saying he shouldn't help because he might get hurt is a bit miserly. Well, anyway. Does His Majesty know I asked about opening a store? Of course. His Majesty's eyes and ears are everywhere. But he hasn't said anything yet. Is that a yes? I told him it wasn't for your own gain, so he granted permission. Look someone in the eye when you're talking to them. Are you upset because I called you miserly? Upset? Wait, you didn't want Prince Alvis to come here, did you? Lucia said. No, he still seems kinda mad. I should try to smooth things over. Hey, I made some candy. Do you want to try a piece? Candy, I guess I made it worse. Sorry. I know you're not a kid. You just seem to be in a bad mood, and eating sweet things always helps me feel better. No, I'm not in a bad mood. I just don't like sweets, he forced her. Let's go back to the carriage. There's something I want to show you. I found a place for your store. What? Already? I'm such a fool. It's this building. Did you say building? It's bigger than I imagined. It'll cost quite a bit to open up a store here. Wow. It's so much more beautiful than I was expecting. I prepared it as you requested, but due to limited space, a few tables had to be removed. The number of tables looks fine to me. It's wonderful. This is the perfect place to sell my rose foods. I'm so glad I asked you. Finally finished. Boy, they sure made a lot of food. I need you to go find out what rumors are going around these days. I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. Would you like another smack? I'll be off then. This would be the perfect place for some bottles of jam. And if we display it with some freshly baked bread, people will want to buy them together. I quite enjoyed your rose apple pie. What if you made salt ones? Not a bad idea. If we throw some juice in there too, we'd have a full shelf. There must be someone outside. I'll be right back. Lady Lucia thought, okay. Where should I put my candy? Wait, kids love candy. If I put it up on a shelf, it might be too high for them, Alvis replied. What if we put my pudding over here? Are you going to make pudding every day? Every day. The plan is for Serena and the other girls to run this store. They'll make breakfast every day and serve it to the local kids. We're going to pick a few kids and give them jobs at the store too. Do you really think little kids can work and earn money? Figuring out the answer to that will be your homework, Alvis worried. What? But that's so hard, she answered him. The harder the problem, the more rewarding it is when you solve it. You must return to the palace. I'll escort you. Right now? What's going on? Damien thought. I should be getting back. You can take your time, my lady. Take good care of her, Jace. Guy replied. Yes, sir. He doesn't look so good. Did something happen? Well, we caught wind of a rumor. What kind of rumor? Well, to put it simply, the Lord Chamberlain has fallen in love with a woman in the Rose Palace, Damien ordered. Tell me everything from the beginning, the guy explained. We had a rumor that the Lord Chamberlain has fallen for a woman in Rose Palace. They say someone close to your Majesty has raised a fuss, and that a group of aristocrats led by Count Taegon are trying to find out if it's true, so he still hasn't given up on the throne. Damien mused. Count Taegon was a supporter of the first prince, whom Jace killed. After staying quiet for so long, was he finally making his move? Several noblemen have gathered at the Count's manor. Call a meeting. I plan to attend. If you hold a meeting in order to hush up the rumors, it'll only make things worse, Jarnus asked. Do you plan to show your face? What if we meet under the pretext of discussing Marquis Marshal? Leave that traitor to me, your Majesty. That's not what I meant. I have an idea. It's been a while, Count Taegon. Count Jarnus, every prince you support ends up dying. You must be getting rather frustrated. You've been doing quite well for yourself lately. All thanks to your son, of course. Every time those two meet, the sparks start flying. Just pretend not to notice, announcing His Majesty, the Emperor. Let us begin. I now call this meeting to order. The reason I summoned you all here is to discuss the Marshal Estate. The Marshal Estate is run by a Marquis who's notoriously disloyal to the Emperor. But the Marquis has his hands full with the drought. Exactly. He hasn't made any threatening movements for a while now, the Lord Chamberlain ordered. Send food and water to the Marshal Estate. Your Majesty. Does that mean you're willing to overlook everything he's done? I'm only trying to help those in need, but he's trying to overthrow your Majesty. If you send water and food, you'll only be feeding his soldiers. That doesn't matter. Your Majesty. There's a rumor going around about the Lord Chamberlain. They say he's been meeting a woman from Rose Palace. I don't know anything about those women. I could send a female knight to find out more. No, I want to go myself. You mean you want to visit Rose Palace? Is there a problem with that? No, of course not. If His Majesty takes a liking to one of the ladies there, that could be a good thing. I want nothing more than for my daughter to become Empress. Have portraits of the ladies drawn and bring them to me. Isla's surprised. Grandfather, what a surprise. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? It was you, wasn't it? What are you talking about? You started that rumor. Yes, I did. I have a plan, Grandfather. Enough! I always adored you for your quick wit, but you still weren't good enough to introduce to the Emperor directly, so I had you enter Rose Palace. I thought His Majesty could look past your imperfections and possibly make you Empress. But now you've ruined it all with this reckless prank. I did it so that the woman who insulted me would get thrown out. Do you have any idea what you've done? And all for your worthless hair. The Emperor is no fool. He may have spent years on the battlefield, but that doesn't mean he's just some brainless soldier, Grandfather added. Stay quiet and don't make things any worse for yourself, understood? That ship has sailed, Grandfather. If I back off now, I won't be happy even if I become Empress. Who's there? A lady entered. Isla just happened to be passing by. Isla's sorry. She didn't mean to eavesdrop. How much did you hear? Well, Isla might have heard everything from the beginning. Forget what you saw and heard here, understood? Well, Lucia might have heard everything too. Isla! How can you just pretend to know nothing? You don't have a real reason to leave, do you? Well, I suppose. I'm sure you've heard by now. How you came here to marry the Emperor, but since he never showed up, you got tired of waiting and seduced the Lord Chamberlain instead. I started that rumor. How could you make that sort of thing up, Swan? Isla can't understand, she contacted. But Isla, only the people involved can tell us if it was made up or not. It's a fact that the Lord Chamberlain is in Rose Palace often, and that Lucia is usually with him. What was it like meeting him at night? Did he greet you with open arms? I can't believe she's admitting to it so openly. Could she be the reason Lucia drank poison too? Wicked women usually meet a miserable end for their misdeeds. But seeing how fast she got caught, she must not be that important. You tried to hurt me with that necklace at the hunting tournament, didn't you? Lady Lucia said. Yes, I gave you the necklace of misfortune hoping you'd fall off a cliff and die. Did you really think I'd just sit back after you did this to my hair? If you want my forgiveness, kneel before me. What? What do I need your forgiveness for? Let go of me, Damien said. Hold still. I heard that you and Swan would have ripped each other's hair out if your servants hadn't stepped in. Yeah, it just kinda happened, Lucia admitted, slightly embarrassed. I always thought of her as quiet and calm, although she can be unpredictable at times. What did you fight about this time? Lucia explained. I knew she always had it in for me, but this time it went beyond just cattiness. She started a rumor that you and I were in love, and she said she tried to kill me with that necklace, Damien reassured her. Relax your face, my lady. And please stop moving. Sorry. I just got all worked up. You have to smile for the prettiest picture. Now give me your best smile, like this. But wait, why am I even getting my portrait drawn? It's an order from the Emperor himself. I'm working as quickly as I can, my lady. Please bear with it a little longer. Somehow, it feels like I'm getting punished for fighting. Now that I know what happened between you two, I'll take care of it. Don't worry, Damien thought, you're always so helpful. Thank you. I was surprised to hear that such a beautiful lady would resort to violence, Lucia shouted. It wasn't violence. I didn't have any other choice. I couldn't just let her get away with it. That's true. How nice, Damien said, chuckling. Is he teasing me? Why does he keep laughing? I can't concentrate with him giggling like that. Okay, focus. Count animals or something. 1 monkey, 2 monkeys, 3, the boy questioned. My lady, how would you like to appear in the portrait? Shall I make you look elegant? Or feminine? Monkey. What? Understood. My lady, your portrait is here. This just looks like a monkey. Is that really what I look like? More precisely, it's you with a monkey aura. The artist said he worked the hardest on your portrait. Well, it's already finished. Nothing I can do, all right. Then it will be delivered to His Majesty. You're still smiling, Serena. Apologies, my lady. Why did the Emperor suddenly order portraits of all the ladies? Is he only now starting to take an interest in us? Now that I think about it, I wonder what he looks like. If he's not married yet, he must still be young. Everyone in the imperial family has black hair with a hint of gold. And I know Prince Damien and Prince Alvis look pretty similar. Maybe His Majesty will look like Prince Alvis all grown up, she added. No, wait. Why did I just think of Eric? I mean, he does kind of look like Prince Alvis. I think Serena said he could be a distant relative. My lady, a new lady is coming to live in the palace today, the daughter of a count. Wow, really? The daughter of a count. That's not a huge deal, since the Grand Duke's granddaughter is here, but Swan still won't like it. Her brother, Earl Romeo, is a close associate of His Majesty, so there's already been quite a stir. People think she has a leg up since her brother is close to the Emperor? Yes, that's right. Does that make her a better candidate than Swan? Right. Did Eric see my portrait by any chance? Yes, I believe he would have. He would have, wouldn't he? I don't even need sleeping pills. This rose wine alone keeps me from having nightmares. I can even take naps sometimes. This stuff is truly remarkable. I didn't expect her to ask for a monkey portrait. Good thing I asked the artist to paint me another one. Seeing her portrait makes it feel like she's actually here. Do you remember what Prince Harry was like? A guy said. Prince Harry? In everything he did, whether it was studying or practicing swordsmanship, he always liked to plan everything out. Unlike His Majesty, who does what he wants when he wants, Prince Harry always had a schedule. Even when that fantastical creature appeared in the palace, he stuck to his schedule. He stayed in the library until his allotted reading time was over, then went to see it. Prince Harry died. Geez, you're right. I suppose I just worry too much. I'll see you later. My sister is moving into the palace today. Trudy? Yes. Somehow I have to hide from her the fact that His Majesty is already interested in someone. I could sure use a drink today. Stop making that racket. There's your target. Go tear it to pieces. I'm so bored. I wonder what Lady Lucia is doing. Something doesn't feel right. I'm going outside for a minute. What? Your watch is about to begin. Make it quick, my lady. Spooky woke up. Lua, Dahlia, wait here. I'm gonna go see Spooky. Yes, my lady. Lovely, Jeez said. Deputy Captain, the monsters are inside Rose Palace, Captain replied. There are plenty of soldiers in the palace gardens. Lure the monsters there, Emperor continued. Did they appear from the same place as last time? Jarnus said. Yes, sir. There's no way monsters could get through the outer wall of the palace. Whoever was behind the last attack is behind this one too. It must be someone who knows the palace well. All the monsters are headed in the same direction, the wing where Lucia is staying. I still haven't figured out how she feels about me. If something were to happen to her now, Please be safe, Lucia. Please, Emperor shouted. Lucia, Jeez added. Your Majesty, are you all right? Find Lucia. If she's dead, then find her body at least. It's too dangerous, my lady. Please stay back, Lady Lucia asked. What's going on? Jeez said. Monsters have invaded the palace. You must evacuate, Lady Lucia exclaimed. Spooky. We have to get Spooky. In her condition, she's awake, but she can't move yet, Lady Lucia requested. Serena, help me get Spooky out of here. Yes, my lady. Can you stand? Dua responded. Yes, I'm all right, my lady, Lady Lucia added. Lua and Dahlia must be in my room still. I'll go get them. Be careful, my lady, Lady Lucia continued. Jace replied. Lady Lucia, are you okay? Yes, thanks to you. Did you just run all the way over here? I was actually thrown by a troll. How's your wrist? It's nothing. Just a little sprain. It's really nothing compared to that time I fought with the tiger. Hold on. My lady, your dress. Just trust me, it'll be easier to move this way. That'll make your wrist more stable. Thank you, my lady. But what are you doing out here? Lua and Dahlia are waiting in my room. I have to go get them, Lady Lucia shouted. Lua! Dahlia, Damien Eric said. My lady. You're safe. I was so worried when I couldn't find you here. I'm okay, but I don't know about Lua and Dahlia. Maybe it's because of the moonlight. But I could have sworn his hair shone gold for a moment. I'm okay, but unfortunately your rose candies were ruined. They were a bit too sweet for me, but I did enjoy the rose flavor. What a shame, Lady Lucia thought. Rose candy. Eric never ate my rose candy. That was just an experiment. I never showed it to anybody, except for that time I accidentally pushed one into the Emperor's mouth. Why didn't I realize until now? The mysterious Lord Chamberlain who never visits the palace under his charge. The Emperor's right-hand man who does his business for him. Someone who looks just like Prince Alvis, Lady Lucia asked. Do you think he'll put on another play for us? Right now, rebuilding the palace is the top priority. There won't be any plays for the time being. Did he already get orders from the Emperor? Then can you give him a message for me? Yes, of course. Tell him I wish I'd hugged him back that day. And if he calls me sometime, Lady Lucia said. Eric, wait. I'm the only one who can help you bloom. Well, I certainly didn't plan on you interfering. I did bring more than I needed, just to show Eric how much stronger his big brother has grown, Tiger said. You smell like a Eurasian. How'd you know? And you're Lependon, the Guardian. I read a book about you so-called Guardians. Either way, wasn't that a bit overkill? Do you even know how hard it was to drag all those monsters here? How many did you even kill? He's clearly had his throat cut. But more importantly, I can't feel any signs of life coming from him. The dead should stay in their graves. Why are you here? I was ready to come out of my grave anyway, although I wasn't supposed to wake up in this body. There's been a little mix-up, you see. It was a close call. I made a deal with a demon, who wanted my blood, naturally. Our deal was sealed when my throat was slit. I found what I came for today, so I'll be off now. I'll see you later, Lady Lucia asked. What are you? Damien said. This ripped dress doesn't suit you, my lady. That's okay. Just please pass my message on to His Majesty. I'll relay your message, but don't expect an answer. You can't stay in this room. I'll escort you to another one. Okay, if, by some chance, you really are the Emperor, things can never go back to the way they were before, Lord Chamberlain said. When did she figure it out? I can't remember doing anything that would have attracted her attention, Felix replied. Your Majesty, Felix has brought a report regarding the recent attacks. Go ahead. 5 ogres and 3 trolls were captured at the scene, and Rose Palace is under renovations. There have been 47 casualties and over 100 injured, Jeez added. Your Majesty, we found the body of a monster in the forest behind Rose Palace. There's no sign of forced entry at the outer wall, so it seems the monster invaded from inside. We don't know for certain, but we believe we may have discovered how the monsters entered the palace. This is a secret tunnel. It seems the monsters came in this way. It was used during the late king's reign, but not many people know about it now. We found that this tunnel is connected to the forest outside. It's rather eerie down here, Jarnus continued. This tunnel is the only way into the castle that doesn't involve passing the main gate. So you believe the ogres invaded the castle by coming through here? It's the most likely explanation. Continue your investigation, Serena came and said. It's over here, my lady. My lady? Jeez thought, that scared me. Black hair and golden eyes. Who was that? And what was he trying to tell me? Please be careful, my lady. There are many injured here. My God, I can't believe all these people got hurt in the attack. Lua must be here too. If only I hadn't told her to wait inside that day. It's all my fault. Over here, my lady. Hick, she was so excited to make jam for her siblings. I left her alone for 1 second and tell Serena to prepare for her funeral. I'll cover the costs. Felix, everyone here died while working for the palace. Why can't I pay their funeral expenses? I can't allow any funerals without getting my supervisor's permission first, Lord Chamberlain said. Our top priority is gathering bodies and notifying the families. Then go get him. We can't just leave all these bodies here. He's very busy, you see. I don't know where he is. I don't care. Is he so busy that he can't spare 5 minutes to come down here? Unbelievable. Well, I'll start with the funerals for my maids then. I can do that much, can I? Felix, I'd like to have a funeral for Lua as well. Lady Lucia. Of course that's alright. How come she gets to do it, but I can't? This is discrimination. Well, the Lord Chamberlain told me to take extra good care of Lady Lucia. Where does that Lord Chamberlain get the nerve? I'm surprised, actually. I didn't expect anyone else would be thinking the same thing as me. The women here don't seem to care about their servants whatsoever. That's Trudy, Count Jarnus' daughter. I expected her to be like Swan, since she's so high-born. I know what you're thinking. You're surprised to see this side of a count's daughter. Actually, my beloved brother went off to battle when I was young. It was quite a shock for me. I was so sad, thinking that my brother might actually die. All those servants must have someone who thinks of them that way. I just wanted to help. You know, you're the first person I've talked to since I got here. I used to have a friend, but we're not really on good terms right now. I see, but I actually came to Rose Palace because I fell in love. The moment I saw him, I got goosebumps all over. My heart started pounding, and I couldn't breathe. His Majesty shines even without a light. How does she know what the Emperor looks like? I really wanted to take his hand. That's why I decided to come here. Lady Lucia, someone's looking for you. Okay. I'll be right there. It was nice to meet you, Trudy. Let's talk again soon. Alright, see you soon. Lady Lucia thought, I wonder who's looking for me. It's probably him. Right. I wonder if he's going to answer my question. What a hassle, changing clothes every time I go to the palace. If you're still going to Rose Palace with all those rumors floating around, you must have some very important reason for going. I know you've been digging up information about me. Where do you get the nerve? You know my grandfather won't overlook this. I'll give you one last chance. If you get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness, the Grand Duke must have told her to lay low. What a pain, Lord Chamberlain said. You're just like Lucia. I'll never forgive either of you. You'll see what happens when you cross me. Do as you please. If you want to make the Lord Chamberlain pay, it's better to go about it indirectly. You've done it once already. It won't be hard to do again. He thought, what should I say to Lucia? I wonder how she'd react if I told her I was the Emperor, Eric asked. Who tied your sling? Your mage. I mean Lord Chamberlain. It's been a while. I sprained my wrist while battling the ogres. I didn't ask how you got injured. He looks like he wants to kill me, Guy informed. It seems you know already. She just happened to be there when I got hurt. I can't believe how kind she is, even to mere servants and soldiers. She's not interested in the Emperor. Then who am I to her, if not the Emperor? If I reveal my true identity, will that change anything? I want to be someone special to her. It's got to be Eric. Who else would be looking for me? Is he going to answer my question? He may not want to talk if Serena is hanging around, Maid said. He's in the garden. Would you like me to accompany you? Lady Lucia agreed. That's okay, I can go alone. Go get some rest. Will I finally get the answer to my question today? No, Lua's funeral comes first. I should talk to Eric and see what he can do for her and the others. Lady Lucia noticed Eric. Damien, Eric said. I've been waiting, so have I. Lua's gone. I was just on my way back from seeing her. You mean your servant girl? It wasn't just her. That room was packed with beds full of the bodies of soldiers and servants. I heard almost 50 people died in the attack, Eric continued. My lady. There was something I wanted to ask about your message for His Majesty. I'd rather put that aside for now. I was hoping you could help Lua and everyone else who was killed. She was saving money so her little brothers could go to school. But I heard her family won't even get compensation after what happened to her. I relayed your message to His Majesty. Have you forgotten? No, I haven't. But Lua's family is waiting. So I was hoping to talk to you about that today. Why? Ever since we met today, all you've talked about is your servants. Is the Emperor less important to you than they are? She agreed. Of course not. But I just saw Lua's body. All I can think of is helping her family somehow. Lua comes first, before my curiosity about the Emperor. She died because of me. Then why did you say you suspected me of being the Emperor? Because you knew about the candy, Damien Eric asked. That's all, she answered. Well, to be honest, it wasn't just that. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I couldn't help wondering if you were the emperor. I just wanted to check. Do you know why Rose Palace was built? At first, the ladies were only supposed to live there for the comfort of the emperor who'd spent years on the battlefield. But the nobility saw it as an opportunity to marry their daughters off to the emperor, and thus gain the strength to oppose him. More and more aristocrats tried to gain power by locking their daughters away in Rose Palace. So that's why people send their daughters here. And in turn, the emperor used their daughters to control their greed. As marriage ties between noble families became more rare, he was able to stop them from growing and gaining power. He wanted to keep in check everyone who might pose a threat. The emperor showed no interest in any of the ladies. He would only enter the palace on 2 occasions, when someone in the palace died, or when it seemed they were about to die. Damien Eric continued. You asked me if I'm the emperor. What have you been thinking ever since that thought first crossed your mind? If I really were the emperor, would that change anything? Lady Lucia announced. Eric, strange. It feels like a completely different person standing in front of me, Eric said. You asked me if there would be another play, and you said you regretted not embracing the emperor back. What kind of reaction were you hoping to see? You even taunted me, saying I could call you Alpha Nutiotum Upsilon. Do you really want to know who I am? A double life. Do you want to hear the emperor's answer? I'm the only one who can live as 2 people. That's the emperor's power and privilege, Lady Lucia said. Your Majesty, at first I just wanted to know if you tried to kill yourself or if someone else tried to kill you. I don't know when it started, but now I can't get you off my mind. All you've done so far is turn my world upside down. What should I do about you? Please let me go, Eric. Your Majesty, so how does it feel to see the emperor's face? He asked. Your Majesty. Eric. Edric the emperor, he told her that. No, just Eric. My being the emperor doesn't change anything. Why are you pulling away? Are you afraid of me? It's me, Eric. I may have hidden my name behind the Lord Chamberlain, but I never hid who I am inside. At least to you, nothing has changed. Are you afraid even so? Lady Lucia replied. Yes, Your Majesty. I feel like he'll come at me if I let my guard down for a second. How could I not be afraid? He's the emperor. Why are you so scared? Because it's scary. Now that I know, he seems so much more intimidating. It's not only me. You've met another member of the imperial family regularly. That's not the same. It's not even close. That's... Still, there's nothing to be afraid of, he said. What will you do now? We can't simply return to the way things were. Now that you know who I am, our relationship must naturally go in a new direction. For example, what if you were to become my wife? Lady Lucia, shocked, exclaimed. What? You shouldn't joke about. I'm serious. You weren't joking. What the hell? How do I even answer that? You said you'd never marry anyone from Rose Palace. I changed my mind. Is it because I found out your true identity? He explained. No. I've enjoyed my time with you. Because of you, I stayed as Lord Chamberlain for much longer than I planned. Lady Lucia thought, meeting you face to face is scary and just kind of a lot. I don't even know how to meet your eyes now that you're looking down at me. I enjoyed spending time with Eric, but now that I know he's the infamous emperor behind the mask, I don't know what to do anymore. Eric as the emperor may be different from the Eric I know, Eric said. So it scares you if I look down on you. What about now? Now that we're on the same eye level, please put me down. This isn't something that can be solved with eye level. There's no need to think so hard about it. All you have to do is keep making your rose dishes. As long as you do it next to me. Why are you doing this? I like you. I like you so much that I'm willing to change everything I had planned. If I give you some time, will you think it over? Lady Lucia, shocked, asked. What do you mean? Eric continued. I'm not asking for an answer right now. I'll give you some time, Lady Lucia murmured. What do I do? This is insane. Lovely, did you know that Eric is the emperor? Lady Lucia replied. What do I do? I can't just pretend not to know, Tiger said. Do you really need me to tell you? I'd say you lucked out. Remember what I told you before? Make him part of your family. The sense of discord around you has decreased. It seems that the fate binding you to the Emperor has deepened. If you marry him, you won't die and your servants won't be buried alive. That's true, but what? Don't you like him? It's not about that. This isn't something you can take so lightly. We were always so comfortable with each other. Now it feels like there's so much distance between us. That's all in your head. Just having a fancy title doesn't change who he is inside. Besides, you haven't escaped death completely. You've only bought yourself a little time, so don't relax just yet. Okay, Eric said. What a mess. Maybe I shouldn't have told her. But I couldn't keep it hidden forever. Whatever her choice, all I can do now is wait. Romeo entered. Your Majesty, it's Romeo. Come in, we're in trouble. Prince Damien has sent an urgent message. What is it? Marquis Marshal's soldiers are currently advancing on the capital. 1,000 cavalrymen are in the vanguard, and they're approaching fast. This is a rebellion, Your Majesty. There will be war. I'll go alert the soldiers and tell them to be on guard. Sodders. How long until they reach the capital? At their current rate, it'll take them about 3 days. Then there's no need to alert the soldiers. Have them continue their daily duties. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Just stand by for now. 3 days, Lady Lucia ordered them. Please be careful not to break any bottles. Yes, my lady, and please don't get scratches on anything. We want all our products to be perfect. What a day. I almost completely forgot about the store thanks to all that business with Eric. Do you have the pass, Serena? Serena replied. Yes, I have it with me, my lady. I know it's a lot, but you'll have to come back in the morning. I'm sorry about this. Not at all, my lady. Once we're done with this, we'll be able to get some rest. Hold on. I'd like to buy some rose wine before you leave. I'll take that whole box. Yes, Lord Chamberlain. Allow me to add a tip. Thank you. Here you go. We wrap it well so the bottles don't break, but do be careful. We haven't even opened the store yet, and we already have our first customer. I expect the rose wine will be quite popular. Yeah. I think so. I'll be back soon, my lady. Okay. Get back safe, Serena, shall we? This is so awkward, Lucia think. Why isn't he saying anything? This is so awkward. I don't understand. Why would you reject my offer? Yikes, that was sudden. What? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. When I asked you to become my wife. Is there something more you want? What? No, of course not. If you marry me, you can have power. My power will become yours. Everyone except me will bow down to you. You can live a life of luxury surrounded by servants. What do I need power for? Besides, I already have servants. Is it my face then? I didn't think I looked so bad. No, it's not that. He's just gotten more full of himself ever since he told me he's the emperor. Well, why do you want me to become your empress? You've only ever talked about the potential political gains. You have a point. Do I still make you uneasy? It's getting late. I should get going. 3 days. What? Give me 3 days, and I'll have everything back the way it was. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? As I told you before, I never hid my true nature from you. My being the emperor doesn't change anything. The days are getting colder. Please keep yourself warm. So for just 3 days, see me not as the emperor, but only as I am. Please don't cut me off now that you know. I couldn't understand part of this book. Especially this page. Ms. Lucia? This is driving me insane. Thinking back on the past, I went and did all those weird things in front of him. Lord Chamberlain said, Ms. Lucia, do you not care about class anymore? I didn't learn anything this whole class. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I keep getting distracted today, don't I? I just have a lot on my mind. What kind of teacher gets more distracted than her student? So cute. How come I never noticed how similar they look? This must be what Eric looked like when he was younger. You must be reprimanded for disrespecting the imperial family's valuable time. I'm sorry. Did something happen between you and the Lord Chamberlain? Yeah. They're both quick-witted to boot. While I don't know the situation, if he did something wrong, Please don't hate him too much. He may seem cold, but he's actually a nice person. He's just not the best at expressing himself, so please understand. His Majesty doesn't express himself well either, so he never really said anything nice to me, but in his own way, he really took care of me when I was little. I can see how much he loves his big brother. Then the cookies I told you to make for someone special, did you give them to His Majesty? Why would you bring that up? That was ages ago. It's time for me to go. Sure. Thank you for the advice. What did you teach Alvis today, my lady? We read a book. I can't tell him I kept spacing out the whole class. There are many eyes at Rose Palace. But what's with the my lady? It must be hard for you to come up with different lessons every week. Yeah, I'm starting to worry I'll run out of material. Now that I think about it, even though he's above everyone else, he doesn't hesitate to lower himself sometimes. Maybe that's why no one suspected the truth. Maybe I've been thinking too much into it. He's the Emperor and the Lord Chamberlain, but he's also Eric. If you can't come up with more lesson plans, what are you? Wait. There's a leaf in your hair. Maybe he didn't need 3 days. Your Majesty, there's something I must tell you. Yes? Go ahead. Why are you laughing? Well, you have a ton of leaves in your hair. I'm sorry. Maybe I was being overly sensitive. At the end of the day, you're still just Eric. No matter what your title is, you're just you. I'm sorry I didn't respond well when you were so honest with me. But just telling me out of the blue like that was kind of a lot. Please just treat me like before, Eric. Now we can have a proper conversation. What was that? Did he always smile like that? You seem very happy, my lady. You can't stop smiling. That's because I'm so happy. I didn't like it either, how we pulled apart the past few days. I regret some of the things I said, but I'm glad we were able to work things out. Are you confessing your feelings? But are you going to keep pretending to be the Lord Chamberlain? I'm not sure. At least for now. The Emperor is surrounded by people who wish to use him, so it's easier to remain as Lord Chamberlain. I can find out what people are really thinking, and I can freely roam the palace. I see. You're Lord Chamberlain. There's been a problem. Please come with me. What's wrong? Lady Isla has collapsed. What? Isla? Well, they say she drank poison. There must be some answers in Lucia's diary from before she was poisoned. What happened to Isla? I really hope she's okay. Beware the black rose floating in the water. This is the last sentence Lucia wrote. It must mean something. The doctor said she ingested only a small amount of poison. Is that why she's in so much pain? Isla, hurts? She gasped. I want to meet His Majesty B before I die. I believe she wants you to take her hand. Someone urged. Hick, it hurts. Please let me meet His Majesty. Lucia begged, her voice faint. Lord Chamberlain. She whispered. Keep an eye on her, came the response. Yes, sir, he replied, his eyes filled with worry. Who did she have tea with? Another voice asked. With Lady Swan, came the hesitant answer. What does this look like to you, Serena? Someone asked, holding a rose petal. It looks like an ordinary rose petal, my lady, Serena answered. Right? It seems totally normal to me too. Is this the black rose she was talking about? This dried rose petal was wedged in the last page of the diary. Why did Lucia put it there? She wouldn't have done that if it wasn't important. I have a lot of dried rose petals stocked up too, and I use all kinds of roses in my cooking. It just looks like any other rose petal. If I put it in with the others, no one would know. Oh? What if someone tried to poison her with roses? No way. Serena, was there someone else besides me who cooked with roses? I'll look into it, Serena promised. A rose with such a sweet, subtle scent would be better for a lipstick than a perfume. Another voice mused. I didn't use this rose for cosmetics. I used it for cooking. Someone who's cooked herself, someone who's made things out of roses. I will look into everyone who's involved in this, Serena declared. Ha, one ordeal after another, the Lord Chamberlain muttered under his breath. We have to stop running into each other like this. A voice cut through the tension. Lady Swan, came the reply. I was just on my way to see you. To see me? About what? The poisoning? Lady Swan raised an eyebrow. Oh, I heard about it, but I'm afraid you're wasting your time. I don't know anything about who poisoned Isla's tea. I sincerely hope it wasn't you, the voice challenged. PFT, I don't think you should be saying that now. Lady Swan smirked. You should be more concerned about never seeing His Majesty again. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is the last time we'll be seeing each other, Lady Swan declared coldly. You have no idea what I'm willing to do to become Empress. I thought the Emperor was the only one who would suit someone perfect like me. I was certain I could make the greatest man in the Empire mine. I may not know what he looks like, but I always thought I'd be the one sitting next to him. And everyone would envy and worship me. Everyone would bow down to you, Swan. But there are some people in your way, she continued, her eyes narrowing. There's Lucia, who chopped off your hair, and the Lord Chamberlain, who stopped you from meeting the Emperor. You must take care of him. Why do you keep getting in my way? The voice trembled with frustration. This scent. I can smell roses, Lady Swan said, her smile widening. My plans are all ruined because of you. I won't kill you. All you have to do is take a nice long rest. Lady Swan, the voice groaned. Ha! I knew it'd be difficult to take you on by myself, so I got some help. Don't resist. You're only wasting your strength. Was that rose scent some kind of anesthetic? The voice slurred, growing weaker. How foolish of you. Lady Swan laughed. NGH, if I can get to Lucia next. The voice trailed off. Not even my grandfather could get mad at me. Lucia's next. Say that again. The voice barely managed. Haha. Why? Aren't you worried about yourself right now? Lady Swan taunted. Enough jokes. How? Arg. How dare you? I'll never forgive you. The voice seethed. Damn. You can come out, Felix. Oh, why, Your Majesty? I didn't want to intrude. Please allow me to take care of things here. What should I do with Lady Swan? Leave her be for now. She's bound for a fate worse than death. The wound was deeper than I thought. When is Marquis Marshal due to arrive? This afternoon? He's coming with approximately 20,000 soldiers. Leave the smallest number of soldiers possible on the outer wall and station soldiers in the area to protect the people. Are you going to let his soldiers come to the palace? Yes. I still can't understand what you're thinking. Have you already forgotten about your time on the battlefield, Romeo? Fighting isn't the only way to end a war. Sometimes you need power, but other times you need to be able to see through your enemy. You need to use their strategy against them. I suppose my days as Lord Chamberlain are over. I can't believe something so horrible happened to Isla. She's not the type to try to kill herself. I agree. My father is in the palace right now. Marquis Marshal's soldiers have the castle surrounded. That must mean it's a rebellion. They'll reach the palace soon. I'm dying to take up my sword and fight for His Majesty, but instead I'm stuck here waiting. You're really cool, Trudy. I wish I could do something to help too. I hope Eric is okay. My lady, there's trouble. What's going on, Serena? The Lord Chamberlain was attacked. He's now unconscious. What? Eric? I'm afraid I don't know any more than that. I also have a message from His Majesty. He ordered all the ladies to gather in front of the inner castle's main gate. What is going on in this palace? Eric, you're acting as the Emperor now, right? Please tell me you're okay. I can't imagine why he ordered us to come here. I heard the Lord Chamberlain was attacked and knocked unconscious. Do you think it's because of that? Or could it be about Marquis Marshal? What on earth is happening? I know I failed, But when did he fall unconscious? Maybe the poison took effect a bit late. Or maybe the wound deepened and got worse. It doesn't matter, so long as he never wakes up. Now it's only a matter of time until I become Empress. What happened to him doesn't concern us. Everyone must be waiting. Let's go. All right. How could this happen? I can't understand why His Majesty won't allow us to organize the troops. We'll just have to wait and see. Grand Duke Bahamut. What do you mean? Don't you find it odd that His Majesty is doing nothing in the face of such an invasion? Those soldiers are also citizens of the Eurasian Empire. How can you say that when they have their spears pointed at us? Let's wait and see. Everything will go according to His Majesty's will. How can you be so sure? It's just the hunch of someone who knows His Majesty's face. Marquis Marshal. Come out, Emperor. How long will you hide your face in the shadows? If you don't come out, I will storm your castle by force. There's no way His Majesty will come out. He didn't even come to his own coronation. All right. You have some nerve, Marquis Marshal. What? Why is the Lord Chamberlain? After all this time as His Majesty's messenger, has he deluded himself into believing he is the Emperor? Watch your mouth. That's no Lord Chamberlain. That's the Emperor himself. What is going on? He's the Emperor? Eric. He's the Emperor? What brings you here, Marquis Marshal? At last you show yourself? I came here because I refuse to serve an emperor who's too much of a coward to show his face. But why did you send aid to my land? If you'd just left us alone, you would have been able to quash a rebellion with ease. You brought this upon yourself. I sent no aid to your land. As punishment for neglecting your estate and inciting rebellion, I hereby revoke your land and title. Everyone here knows he sent support to the Marshal estate. What's the good of revoking his land and title in the face of a rebellion? The Marshal estate will henceforth be known as Helium and will be passed on to a new owner. My father thought so highly of you. What a shame. He's lying about not sending aid. I didn't look after my estate because I was preparing for this rebellion. I accepted the Emperor's help but turned around and tried to use it against him. You look just like your father. I wonder if anyone would follow me if I were to succeed in such a revolt. Who would follow a traitor rebelling against the very leader who helped him? And yet he's covering for me by insisting he didn't send help. I beg your forgiveness for not recognizing your sincerity all this time. I'm not worthy enough to bear this sword given to me by the late Emperor. I accept whatever punishment you deem fit. I hereby pledge my undying fidelity. I greet His Majesty, the son of the Empire. Your Majesty! He's the Emperor? He put down a rebellion with words alone. Eric, I knew you wouldn't follow me simply because of my imperial blood. I gave sufficient time to all those who would oppose me after I ascended the throne. I don't want you to pledge your loyalty to me just because my hair has a hint of gold. I believe my actions have sufficiently proven what I'm capable of. Marquis Marshal will receive punishment for his insurrection. Additionally, I've reached a decision today about Rose Palace. Rose Palace will remain, but only for 1 year, until I find an Empress. 1 year later, I will revisit this decision. Of course, he should. And I will find and punish the poisoner of Rose Palace, and the one who harmed the Lord Chamberlain, who has acted as my eyes and ears. I didn't poison Isla, Your Majesty. And hurting the Lord Chamberlain, no. Your Majesty. I was tricked by that fake doctor. Please give me another chance, Your Majesty. Swan! What are you talking about? What have you done? Grandfather, I swear. I wasn't the one who poisoned Dash, Your Majesty. It's my fault for not educating her properly. Please punish me instead. Step aside, Grand Duke. Remember what you said before, Swan? Why do you keep getting in my way? I won't kill you. All you have to do is take a nice long rest. Lucia's next. Yeah. I don't remember. But I really didn't poison Isla. What are you going to punish me for? For disrupting order in Rose Palace. For hurting my right-hand man, the Lord Chamberlain, which is the same as pointing your sword at me. So, attempted assassination of a member of the imperial family. Take her away. And don't think you'll ever get out of prison alive. I won't kill you. All you have to do is take a nice long rest in prison. What? Please just kill me, Your Majesty. And no, I didn't poison her. I swear. Don't worry. I'll find the culprit. I didn't poison her. I was just there when she drank the poison tea. That's it. Isla and Swan were together at the moment of the poisoning. Isla, what happened? And lastly, Lucia. You will report to my bedroom tonight. What? Wow, I had no idea this place existed. It's huge. My bedroom is this way, Lucia. More importantly, how could you order me to your bedroom in front of everyone like that? Aha, I see I put you in a predicament. But I had no choice. Now that everyone knows who I am, they'll be after me to pick an empress from Rose Palace. Everyone will want to force their daughters on me, but I have eyes only for you, Lucia. Yeah, but still. He just can't lay off the cheese. And there's something I wanted to show you. Really? What is it? This. Huh. But I had a monkey portrait. Or a monkey-looking portrait, to be exact. Nana. This is the real one. I've never gotten such a good look at Lucia's face. I wonder if the old Lucia would have made the same expression too. There's something special about you that I've never felt from anyone else before. I always look at your portrait before I fall asleep and try to imagine what you're thinking. I'd like you to become my wife, Lucia. Eric. I do like him a lot, but I'm not the real Lucia. If he ever finds out. Will he still want to marry me? Eric, there's something I have to tell you. Are you worried about becoming Empress? I don't need an answer right now. No, it's not that. The truth is, I'm not Lucia. Lucia died when she drank that poison, and I woke up in Lucia's body after having too much to drink. All this time, I've been pretending to be her. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. My soul has entered her body, and I'm pretty sure Lucia's soul is gone. I see. Huh? Do you actually believe me? I've heard stories throughout history. A priest's body was too weak to relay God's message, so an angel granted him a new one. And once, an old man tried to possess a young man's body and failed. And sometimes, a man who sold himself to a demon would possess another. I have Lucia's body, but someone else's soul. Are you really okay with that? It doesn't matter. I never met Lucia before she took the poison. Oh. So that's why he never figured it out. Is that all you had to say? I like you the way you are, regardless of whose soul you have. I want the Lucia standing in front of me right now. But there's one more thing. There's a bigger problem. The fact that my soul hasn't completely settled in her body. And as time passes, my soul and her body will start to separate. And once we're completely disconnected, I'm dying. So you told him you're not the real Lucia? Yeah. And that was it? Yeah. Humph. You don't have much time left. You know, you might actually die if your body and soul separate anymore. Becoming Empress isn't a permanent solution. It's not as simple as it sounds. Everyone acts so awkward around me. And the ladies in Rose Palace keep staring daggers at me. How long is this gonna keep going on? Everything will be resolved in time. You just have to wait. Plus, Eric keeps coming to see me. Lucia! Have you had dinner yet? Come eat with me. All the ladies at tea time. Ugh. I'm exhausted. It's been the longest week. Only now can I finally catch my breath. I just want to be alone for a while. My lady! The Marquis General is at our store. Marquis Adelaide came by a while ago, and she asked who the owner is, so I told her. So much for being alone for a while. Marquis Adelaide? What was she doing at the store? Oh, experience in high society, She'd like to buy some of our products in bulk. It seems you'll have to leave the palace tomorrow. Leave the palace? Is a break really too much to ask for? In that case, I have to go see Eric again. It's been a while, Prince Damien. It has, Romeo. How did you manage to arrive later than Marquis Marshall? I had to stop by the secret library. Secret library? His Majesty gave me a mission. I'm investigating the secret treasures of the palace, namely, Le Pendant. I'm investigating the secret treasures of the palace. Sounds like you have a lot on your plate. Haha, it's all right. Oh, I heard His Majesty invited someone from Rose Palace to his bedroom. So you've heard already. Word travels very quickly. I heard Trudy entered Rose Palace. As her brother, you must be upset. Haha, sure. But this'll only serve to make her stronger. I can see you shaking. Still, you're a great brother. I thought you'd step in at some point. Well, Trudy's a wonderful girl. She'll do just fine. That's true. But lately, I'm more concerned about the monster attack on the palace. I'm not sure how much you know, since you were gone at the time. I tried to find out if anything similar had happened in the past. I think someone made a deal with the demon and summoned those monsters to attack the palace. Someone made a deal with the demon? Who? I don't know yet. I'm still looking into it. But it must be someone terribly resentful of the imperial family. Resentful of the imperial family. Who could that be? Leave the palace? That would be rather difficult, Lucia. But this is our first commission since we opened the store. I want to see what I'm capable of. I understand where you're coming from, but ever since I revealed my identity, everyone's on edge. They want to know whom I'll choose as Empress. It's not only me. People will be watching you too now. Going outside is dangerous, and I don't have the time to accompany you. But this is really important to me. Can't you do something? I've thought a lot about what you said. Why are you so desperate to do this? What do you mean? How could you tell me you were dying to my face like that? I'm dying. Eric's memory. I didn't say it all perky like that. Humph. That's what it felt like. Actually, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. There are a lot of things I can't understand about this world, and I've been thinking about what I can do to contribute. The first thing that came to mind was helping the girls live a good life instead of getting buried alive. It's the first thing I did when I got here. It's really important to me. Please let me go. But it sounds like you're planning to accept death. I can't just watch you die. Please don't give up just because you believe it's your time. Please. For me. Eric. Okay, I'll try. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. I'm Pedro, Marquis Adelaide's attendant. The Marquis is planning a dinner party, and she sent me to place an order. Ideally, every dish would be unique, but if that's too difficult, you could just prepare 50 plates of food and decorate them differently. We were hoping you could fill the table with beautiful food. When do you need all this by? I'll come tomorrow afternoon to fetch everything. That's not much time, but I think I can handle it. Where's the owner of this store? Can I help you? I need some food prepared by tomorrow. I'm afraid that's not possible, Jude. I placed my order first, and as you can see, there aren't many workers here. Are you the owner? I'm sorry, but my master gave me very specific orders. If the store can't fill both orders, they can choose one. Let's see if they choose the Marquis order or the order from Count Fermil, the most influential man in the capital. My master is planning to entertain a woman who's caught his fancy. You don't need to make a lot of food. All you need to do is create a special dish using roses. I'll let the guard know you're coming. Deliver the food by 5. Oh dear. The Marquis was so looking forward to this. How did we end up here? Here you are. I was wondering whose soul stole the power of the moon. It turned out to be a charming young lady. She had a pure soul, better suited to that body. Indeed, I saw her before. She had such captivating eyes. All that's left is for Lucia to take this sword. What should I say to her when we meet? I have to fill 2 orders by tomorrow. What do I do? I should accept Marquis Adelaide's order, since it came first. But I can't ignore someone as influential as Count Vermil. You don't seem very focused on class lately. Ack. I'm sorry, Prince Alvis. I'm just having some trouble with my store. I got 2 orders at the same time. What would you do in this case? One is for a marquis who needs 50 plates of desserts, and the other is for Count Vermil, who wants to entertain a woman who's caught his fancy. The second order isn't that big, but he wants me to use roses as a special ingredient. Well, I've never fancied a girl before, so I don't know how it works. Do you have to eat together? I think it'd be better to just enjoy each other's company than eat a meal. Same with you and His Majesty. Enjoy each other's company. You're right, they don't have to eat together. What do a man and woman need to spend a nice evening? How's class, Lucia? Your Majesty. I thought you were busy. Ahem. I'm simply checking on class. Liar. You liar. You came here to see Lucia. Felix, take Prince Alvis back to his room. Yes, Your Majesty. I wanted to talk to Lucia more. Allow me to escort you, Your Highness. Alvis seems to have taken a liking to you. Haha, yeah? I've learned a lot from our classes too. How was your outing? No problems, I trust? Well, things got complicated. The store is still small, but we got a couple of orders at once. Eric, what do you think a couple needs for a romantic evening? They don't need food, do they? One customer said he wanted a dish made of roses, but what if I made something else? Something they'd really enjoy. If he doesn't need a specific amount of dishes, I was thinking about making candles instead. Something rose-scented would be nice. What do you think? I think that's an excellent idea. You don't just sell food, after all. You have all kinds of rose products at your store, right? So that means I have to leave the palace again. I'm supposed to deliver Count Vermil's order myself. Can I? He's been acting so protective of me ever since I told him I was dying. You told me before that you couldn't just watch me die. I feel the same way. I can't just sit around waiting to die. For your sake. And naturally, for mine too. So don't worry. I won't give up no matter what. Okay? Just wait. I'll be right back. All right. But it's dangerous outside the palace. Please bring a bodyguard. Just to drop some stuff off. You're not leaving without a guard. Okay. We have an order from Rose Perfume. The butler is waiting for you. Please come in. Stay close, my lady. Something doesn't feel right. I'll just explain that I made candles instead of food, then we'll leave. This way. My master will be here soon. Why is it so dark in here? Is he seriously gonna meet a girl here? There was a woman I loved once. She loved roses too. She would give me the biggest smile when I brought her roses from the Empress garden. Who are you? We meet at last. That guy. I saw him in my room after the palace got attacked. Nice to see you again, Lucia. No, Lucia is dead. What's your name? He knows about me? Haha, don't worry. Only I know your secret. I'm Harry. Harry Eurasian. Harry Eurasian. The prince who died when he tried to become emperor? I didn't think Edric had it in him, but he slashed my throat. If you're dead, how are you moving? Thanks to my deal with the demon, my soul is still very much alive. But I can't do anything in this form. When my body died, I lost the imperial gold tint to my hair. So you're the one who placed that order under Count Vermil's name? What do you want with me? Haha, easy now. I just want to talk to you. Are you happy with your life in this world, Lucia? I'll give you a chance to choose. I can get a new body, and you can go back where you came from. Thanks to my deal with the demon, my soul is still very much alive, but I can't do anything in this form. So, I have a proposal for you. I can get a new body, and you can go back to where you came from. What do you say? Ugh, I hate traffic. Why are they making us go all the way to Seoul? I muttered to myself, growing increasingly frustrated. This is bad. I'm gonna be really late. I'm so sick of this. My phone buzzed. Hello? Hey, Mom. Don't worry, I got it. Okay, I never expected you to enter this body. It was a complete coincidence. Our souls collided, throwing me from the body. That's how all this came about. Don't you want to go back to your old life? Go back to my old life. Now? But if my real body is in a coma, then Mom. The thought hung heavy in my mind. The problem is, I couldn't use that body even if you left it. Once a vessel has been possessed, it's impossible for yet another soul to take it. But I know what to do. It'll all work out if you do as I say. You know you're going to die if you stay in that body. I can change that. Take this dagger, he said, his tone colder than before. I've imbued it with my power, he said as the dagger gleamed ominously in his hand. Take this and do what I tell you. Then you can go back to your own world. I stared at the dagger, hesitant. You don't even need to carry it around with you. I cast a spell on it so that it'll appear when the time's right. With this, Lady Lucia! A voice called out urgently. I snapped out of my thoughts. Jace! I gasped, seeing him rush toward me. But it was too late. He's gone! Jace looked around, searching for the figure that had disappeared into the shadows. If you want to go back, you'd better make sure there's nothing still holding you here. Later that evening, I faced Eric. I had to tell him the truth. Eric, there's something I have to tell you. I'm not worthy of your love. What do you mean? He asked, his eyes filled with concern. What happened? I went to Count Vermil's place today and... I hesitated. I met the dead Prince Harry. He knows about me. You met Harry? Eric's face darkened. Yes. He said he could help me go back to my world. Go back? Eric's voice faltered. There's not much point in going back now, but I feel bad for my mom. I left her all alone there. I don't think I can be happy here when I think of her like that. I sighed. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit tempted. So I heard him out. Eric listened in silence as I continued. When I first got here, it was so hard for me to adjust. The other women in the palace were really intimidating, and there was so much I didn't know. Relationships are weird here too. All these girls from noble families stuck in one-sided love affairs, and now you've found a way to go back. Eric finished, his voice quiet. Yes. And if I go back, maybe I don't have to die. The possibility weighed heavily on my mind. He didn't tell me any specifics, but there's definitely a way. I looked at Eric, torn between two worlds. There are people I love in this world and in the world I came from. I'm a bit torn. But I love you, Eric. And there are other people I treasure in this world too. I just don't know what to do. Eric paused before speaking softly. What do you call lovers in the world you came from? I blinked, surprised by the question. We usually call them a couple. Then, let's become a couple, he said with a bittersweet smile. I won't force you to stay here or choose me. My heart tightened. I won't try to stop you. Go back to the people you love. But please, just love me until you leave. Stay by my side until then. I can't, I whispered. What happens to you after I leave? Eric looked away, his voice heavy. It's better to return to your world than to die here. Eric, just leave me a memory of your love I'll never forget. I don't want to waste another minute. That night, the weight of our decision hung between us. We spent time together like it was a dream that could vanish at any moment. What a day, I sighed. I went to the store in the morning, made rose candles with Prince Alvis, then visited the Count's place. But spending time with you like this, it's so nice after a long day, Eric smiled. And now we're a couple, I smiled back. I've never been happier in my life. It's like a dream. He kissed my forehead gently. Sweet dreams, Lucia. But as the night settled, a darker shadow loomed. Harry. Even in death, you haven't given up. Now you've dragged Lucia into this. I know why he unleashed those monsters in Rose Palace. But no matter what, I'll make sure the palace stays out of harm's way from now on. I won't let her die. Good morning, I said, blinking as the sunlight filtered through the curtains. Eric smiled softly. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to sleep so late again. I just woke up early, I replied, stretching. Why didn't you wake me? Then I wouldn't be able to watch you sleep. His grin widened. Don't worry about a thing now. I laughed, feeling a little self-conscious. I probably look weird when I sleep. No, you're gorgeous. It's okay, I teased. You don't have to lie. No, it's true, he insisted, leaning closer. I wanted to give you a kiss so badly, I blushed. It's no fair doing that all of a sudden. Why not? What's not fair? A new voice interrupted us. I turned quickly, startled to see Prince Alvis standing in the doorway. Prince Alvis! I exclaimed. You dare wander into my chambers? It was time for class, but Ms. Lucia didn't show up. I came looking for her, he explained, glancing between Eric and me. Oh no, the time. I gasped, realizing how late it was. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Serena entered the room, calm as always. Can you get me something to eat? I asked. Yes, my lady. While you're at it, could you prepare something for me too? Prince Alvis added with a smirk. I shook my head. What are you doing here? There aren't many places I can go comfortably. He shrugged. I probably shouldn't say I came to join in on the fun. We all gathered around the table for breakfast, and Alvis grinned. Wow! It's so nice having breakfast together. Yeah, we should do this more often. I agreed, smiling at Eric. I hope you don't mind if I join, Alvis added. There are so many nobles in the palace, there's nowhere for me to rest, Eric chuckled. Ever since he showed his face, everyone's been lining up to meet His Majesty. This is the only quiet place left. Alvis sighed, though his smile didn't fade. But I'm happy to see the palace bustling again after so long. I looked at Eric, my curiosity piqued. Everyone wants to meet His Majesty in person. Does that mean there'll be a ball this year? Eric nodded. I was just about to ask His Majesty about that. A ball? I asked, excitement bubbling up. The palace traditionally hosts a ball every year, Eric explained. Although there hasn't been one for a while, since His Majesty wouldn't show his face. Oh, it's great! There's lots of food and so much to see. Alvis chimed in, his enthusiasm infectious. You can try desserts from all over the world too, a real ball. I've only ever read about them in books. And I get to try lots of different desserts? My thoughts raced, ideas for new recipes already forming. That'll help me create some new recipes for my store. Later that day, we visited the Holy Temple. As we arrived, a familiar figure approached. It's been a while, Father Benedict, Eric greeted solemnly. Your Majesty, the priest responded with a bow. It's been a very long time. I feared I'd never see you again. God didn't say anything about it? Eric asked, raising an eyebrow. Father Benedict frowned. Did you come all this way just to pick a fight? You're not still mad, are you? Eric's tone was sharp, but I sensed the undercurrent of a painful history. Who, me? Mad? Benedict chuckled, though his eyes were heavy. No, I've completely forgotten how you pretended to know nothing when I was accused of being possessed by a demon. I only nearly died on the battlefield because of it, Eric sighed. More importantly, what brings you here? You didn't come here because you miss me, did you? Isn't Harry buried under this temple? Eric asked bluntly. Father Benedict stiffened. That's right. Why do you ask? I want to dig up his grave. What? Benedict exclaimed, horrified. I suppose even the Emperor needs permission before touching a grave on temple land. Benedict shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe that's why you came back here. He may have committed a grave sin, but Harry was still part of the Eurasian family. There's no reason to unearth his grave. I'm sorry, but I can't give you my permission. Before Benedict could protest further, another voice echoed through the hall. Let him do it. Benedict turned in shock. Oh my! Master Le Pendant! What brings you here? I gasped. Isn't that Lucia's white tiger? Does he still look like a kid to you? Le Pendant's commanding presence filled the room. You've done your part. He's become an emperor worthy of following. Benedict still hesitated. But still, digging up a prince's grave, as a guardian spirit, I give you my permission, Le Pendant said firmly. Follow me. Eric nodded, but his eyes softened. Your Majesty. Everything you went through, it was all for you. For me? Eric repeated, the weight of the words lingering. Would you still say that if I had died? Do you know what your father did for you, Your Majesty? That's enough. Eric interrupted, his voice cold. I've forgotten about the past. From now on, I only want to look ahead. The last time I saw you, you were just a boy. You've grown, Your Majesty. As you wish. Please follow me. Well? What are you waiting for? Do you know how to save Lucia? Why do you ask? Do I need a reason? Her soul needs to settle completely into her body. You must do your part to keep death at bay. I'll keep that in mind. What will you do if the coffin is empty? I'll have to figure out what he wants with Lucia first. It's empty. I've investigated the mystery of the coffin, Your Majesty. This book tells all about humans making deals with demons. It also talks about humans summoning monsters. The demon is called Devilus. He grants humans a new body in exchange for their souls. Once a contract is made, the human becomes branded with the demon's seal. This is the same symbol we found on the coffin. It seems Prince Harry is back. You must do something. There must be a reason he's going after Rose Palace. Harry, back when you were alive, you did all you could to get the throne. But to imagine you going so far as to make a deal with a demon. We don't know what he's planning. In order to buy some time, we need to distract him. How much time left before the ball? About a week, Your Majesty. But considering the ogre attack, don't you think it'd be better to postpone the ball? No. We will proceed with the ball. Before then, I want you to find out everything you can about this contract. We don't know what to expect, so we need to be prepared for anything. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't wait to share this cake with Eric. Let me know if you need any changes. It's been a minute since I made a cake. I hope it tastes all right. Ms. Lucia! What are you making? Prince Alvis exclaimed. Prince Alvis! How long have you been there? She replied, surprised. I just got here. I made a cake. What do you think? I'm going to add some more cream and decorate it with roses. Lucia explained. How is it? Why are you putting so much effort into this cake? He asked, genuinely curious. Well, I was planning to give it to Eric, but I'm not sure what he likes. You're in luck. I know him better than anyone. Alvis assured her. I think that one looks best. Why don't you give him that? Sounds good, Lucia said with a smile. Lucia? Are you in here? A voice interrupted. Oh, Trudy, Lucia said, turning around. Oh, Your Highness! Trudy exclaimed, surprised. What an unexpected pleasure. I'm Trudy Venedilla. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. See you later, Ms. Lucia, Trudy said as she prepared to leave. Going so soon? Okay, see you later, Lucia replied, watching her go. It feels like the Emperor and even the Prince always just look right through me, Trudy confided, a hint of sadness in her voice. Don't worry about it too much, Trudy, Lucia reassured her. To His Majesty, I'm nothing but a single rose in a blooming garden. I'm just a resident of the palace, not deserving of any special attention. But the funny thing is, even though I know that, I can't leave. Thanks to you, I think I'll have a chance to meet the Emperor soon. I know he's already in love with you, but I still have to try. So I came to apologize in advance. Lucia chuckled. Why are you laughing? I'm serious, you're just so cute, Trudy replied, a smile breaking through her melancholy. My brother always says that too, but I know when I'm being teased. Lucia's expression turned thoughtful. I can't deny my feelings. I'm really going to try. If I can't escape death, then I hope someone like Trudy becomes Eric's wife, someone who will truly care for him. It doesn't have to be me. Huh? Did you say something? Trudy asked, looking puzzled. Nope, nothing, Lucia replied quickly. It doesn't have to be me, but I want Eric to be loved deeply by someone. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments or further formatting. It's a present. These were originally for Count Vermil. They said the roses didn't have to be used in food, so I used them for scented candles instead. I'm not sure if the cake will be to your liking though. Come on, have a taste. Will you feed it to me? That's so embarrassing. Why not? We're a couple, aren't we? Are you serious? You're teasing me, aren't you? It tastes better when you feed it to me. Well, do you like it? It's good. Glad to hear. Eric, I have the real Lucia's diary. The real Lucia's diary? Yeah. It sounds like her father forced her to come here before she got poisoned. I'm trying to find out who really killed her. There was a dried rose petal tucked in the book, and I realized it was an edible variety. In case there's a connection, I'd like to know how Isla was poisoned. We're still looking into it. I'll let you know if I find something out. And I was wondering if we could release any other women who were forced to come here like Lucia. Release them? Yeah. I want them to go find whatever it is they love and be happy. Lucia, the reason those women are still in the palace is because we haven't found the culprit yet. The person who poisoned the real Lucia. On the night of the full moon, they're holding a ball in the Grand Hall. I'll finally see His Majesty up close. Babbling fool. There's no way the Emperor will notice you just because you're at the same ball. Inviting everyone in Rose Palace is just an excuse to invite Lucia. Rachel, why are you so quiet? I doubt His Majesty will notice us unless we're naked. What? You're not actually going naked, are you? Is she seriously that stupid? Swan made me uncomfortable, but at least I could talk to her. Looks like Count Taegan will send just about anyone to Rose Palace. But if His Majesty doesn't notice me, the Count will force me to leave. It's all because of that Lucia. Don't you think we should do something about her? Everyone is out for her head. So soon. Is this what Trudy meant? Is this how she's going to use me to meet Eric? Marquis Adelaide will also be at the ball. She was so satisfied with your food that she placed another order to bring to the ball. And she seems to have taken a liking to Spooky's and Lua's younger siblings. She said she wished to sponsor their education, but if you're uncomfortable. What? That's great news. Spooky will be thrilled. Thank you, my lady. But Serena, do I have a dress to wear to the ball? The tailor will come by soon. The tailor is ready for your fitting, my lady. This is too much work. Can't I just wear a dress I already have? All the other ladies will be wearing splendid dresses in the latest fashion. Who cares? I do. Go in, my lady. Okay, fine. Who's that? I feel like I've seen her around Swan at tea time. Lucia, can we talk? So many people are looking for you lately. It's not easy to see you. Let's have a cup of tea. I can't right now. I have a fitting. When His Majesty already thinks so much of you, you still want to look even better for him? Think about how many ladies are in this palace. Do you really think you can keep him all to yourself? What did she just say? What's that supposed to mean? Think about it. All the women around us want the same thing you do. I know you went out of your way to approach him after finding out his identity. And I know you want him all to yourself. I won't stand by and watch any longer. I know you went out of your way to approach him after finding out his identity. You've been lucky enough to gain his affection, but how long do you think that's going to last? You even took the poison. Well, I suppose it worked, since it earned you His Majesty's attention. I didn't exactly try to poison myself, you know. Are you serious? I know everything. You can drop the act. Or did you somehow forget who gave you the idea of taking poison in the first place? What? We were talking about what we could do to attract the Emperor's attention, And I saw your father, Marquis Padwin, eavesdropping. Everyone else took just enough poison to attract attention, but then you went and nearly killed yourself. I thought you were just crazy, but in the end, you managed to steal him. Lucia's dad? If you think I'm crazy, why are you telling me all this? Look, I don't care about you. I'm just going to use you to get to the Emperor. Wherever you go, he goes. What are you? You're making quite the fuss. Speak of the devil. It's an honor, Your Majesty. I'm Chloe Antonia. Lucia's told me so much about you. She just gave me a piece of her handmade candy to try. They're really good, Lucia. I was wondering who's been stealing all my candy. Embarrassed. What are you talking about? Did she seriously just tell such a bold-faced lie right in front of me? Sounds like you've run a pretty thorough investigation on me. Investigation? I've done nothing of the sort. Then how do you know so much about me? You have trust issues, you know that? When did you take my candy? How did you even know I make them? Well, everyone in Rose Palace knows that. My apologies for keeping you, Your Majesty. I'll see you at the ball. Please don't forget me. Today was fun, Lucia. See you next time. Eric, where I come from, there are two kinds of women, cuddly bears and sly foxes. I suppose that woman was a fox. Anyway, what brings you here? I was just passing through. Was the Rose Palace the late Empress's garden? Yes. She loved roses so much she planted them everywhere. Roses are so peculiar. There are lots of flowers that symbolize love, but roses are always the first that people think of. Mother said roses have a kind of power that attracts people. She always put others first and valued love above all else. She must have been very kind. Please take care of these roses, Lucia. I'd like to see them bloom beautifully again. I couldn't do anything other than watch them blossom and wilt. But you used these roses to make new dishes and gave them a new life. And those dishes gave new life to the people of the Empire. In the same way my mother loved roses, I hope you'll love me too. The day of the ball. Simply stunning, my lady. How are you feeling, Spooky? Much better, thanks to you. But I can't believe my one-sided love has come to this. Right. You had a little crush on the Lord Chamberlain. That's all right. If it had to be someone else, I'm just happy it's you. Thanks. Are you ready? Let's go. Wow, a real ball. If they have any more of these, the Empire is going to run out of money soon. I wonder if Lucia's family will be here, announcing His Majesty, the Emperor. Let the ball begin. I've never seen Eric all dressed up before. He looks even hotter somehow, Lucia. Well done. I knew you'd win the Emperor's love. You've given me much to be proud of. Are you still upset with me? You know you'll always be my daughter, no matter what. Lucia's father, Bastard Padwin. This must be Lucia's dad, the guy who forced her into Rose Palace. I have to find out if he's the one who gave Lucia so much poison. Don't let the Emperor down, understood? You're the only chance I have to get my foot in the door. Marquis Hanaka has spoken highly of you. It's all thanks to my brilliant choice to put you in that palace. And after you get your power, what next? TSK, I see you still haven't learned to talk sense. You have a duty to restore the honor of your family. Just how high are you planning to go? He poisoned his own daughter just for power? He's insane. If I marry into the Emperor's family, I could become a duke. No, I could even become a Grand Duke. You have no idea how hard I worked to become a Marquis. I'm the one who raised you, Lucia. Don't you forget it. Never disappoint him. If he starts to grow distant, poison yourself again if you must. It shouldn't be too hard to do a second time. Poison myself? Did you have anything to do with me taking that poison? Do you have any idea how hard that was to arrange? But now you've met the Emperor. All's well that ends well. See, if you want a man's attention you must. You told her to take the poison? A voice interrupts. What a charming family reunion. Your Majesty. It's an honor. I'm Bastard Padwin, at your service. What a coincidence. I was planning to summon you at some point. So, you're Lucia's father? Indeed. I was quite pleased to hear that you've taken a liking to her in spite of her shortcomings. Why haven't you come to visit your daughter before? It wasn't on purpose, I assure you. I came to see Lady Swan to ask her to fetch Lucia for me. Just then, all the ladies there were talking about poisoning themselves to get your Majesty's attention, but Lady Swan refused to do so and left. I didn't hear the end of the conversation. They said Lucia would be poisoned, but not enough to kill her, so I need not worry. Nobody was trying to kill her, you see, she just wanted you to notice her. And it worked, didn't it? Lucia has earned your favor because of it. That's why he never visited when Lucia was unconscious? Lucia, what kind of life did you have? What were you feeling when this man sent you here? So, you allowed her to be poisoned for attention because she wouldn't die? And you have the gall to speak so boldly about it. Who sent that letter? I'm afraid I don't know. This isn't going how I expected it to. But I'm sure one of the other ladies would know. So, you received an anonymous letter and didn't do anything to protect your daughter? Well, the thing is, I suppose that's technically true. I'm finished. I don't know who sent it, but I do remember everyone who was there. Romeo, take Marquis Padwin to the ballroom and find out who else was there that day. Yes, Your Majesty. That woman, and the one with the long hair. Your Majesty, I have a list of all the ladies Marquis Padwin pointed out. This is making me nervous. I didn't expect this at all. He wouldn't dare hurt Lucia's father, would he? Marquis Padwin, after you abandoned her, your daughter was poisoned to death. What are you talking about? She's right there. Walter, see that Marquis Padwin receives proper punishment for committing murder. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This is all a mistake. It was such a small amount of poison. It couldn't have killed her. And look. Lucia is clearly alive and well. Lucia! Say something, Lucia! What's going on? How could you do this to me? You can't do this to your own father. I only did it to bring honor back to our family name. Lucia must have been pretty stupid to allow herself to be used by her only family like this. What are you saying? Tell His Majesty to forgive me. You will never be forgiven. I can't imagine how Lucia must have felt when her father forced her here against her will, and then that same man tried to poison her. Are you seriously saying it was all for her? Poor Lucia was just used by you her entire life. It's up to me to get revenge for her. You must pay the price for driving her to her death. Lucia! What are you saying? I don't understand. Lucia, I don't know what you would have wanted from me. But from now on, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. There's no way Lucia's dad planned this all by himself. Someone had to get the poison to Lucia inside the palace. That person is the real culprit. Swan said she didn't poison Isla. Of course, she could have been lying, but that doesn't seem like Swan. So, if she was telling the truth then... Rachel. It's been a while. Would you like to try this rose cake I made? This is wonderful. It's amazing how you can make so many dishes out of roses. Did you know? Roses can be used for their fragrance, but they can also be used as a poison if you wish to hurt someone. Is that so? Rachel, if you know about someone who used roses beside me, I need you to tell me. I have a feeling you know. I think you know who poisoned me. What are you saying, Lucia? Everyone knows you poisoned yourself to get. You know that's not what happened. Who is it? Who poisoned me? You're the only one who can tell me the truth. Swan trusted you, and she must know who's behind all this. She was there when Isla collapsed, and so were you. Am I wrong? There are too many ears here. Follow me. Swan trusted you, and she must know who's behind all this. She was there when Isla collapsed, and so were you. Am I wrong? There are too many ears here. Follow me. Why are you asking me all this? Did you think you could get an answer out of me? Look, I still don't know for sure who's behind all this. You really don't remember anything, do you? If I tell you the truth, what will you give me in return? So you do know something. What do you want? I want you to help me become Empress. If you do, I'll answer all your questions. That's not exactly something I have control over. The Emperor will do anything you ask. If you just put in a good word for me, I could at least become a candidate. And what if I say no? Then I guess you're not desperate enough to know the truth. Look at you, all full of yourself just for getting the Emperor to notice you. You can't let your guard down just because you're under the Emperor's protection. As long as you're in Rose Palace, you could get poisoned at any time. And do you think you're safe? I put my life on the line to come here. If I can't get the Emperor to notice me, I'd rather be dead. That's how desperate I am. Your life is more valuable than that, Rachel. You can come give me your answer at any time. I'll be waiting. That's too bad. Did you follow me here? Actually, I was following Lucia. I get nervous whenever she's out of my sight. Then if you don't need anything from me, what did you tell Lucia? What are you talking about? I didn't tell her anything. Liar! I know you'll do anything to get the Emperor's attention. How do you expect me to trust you? It's true. You and I always got along. Did you think we were friends or something? We were always together. When? You know I always kept your secret. I was trying to be considerate of you. You did all that for me, you say? You just did it because you don't want to die. Do you know why I left you alone until now? I was hoping to shift the blame to you, so I could get away with the poisonings. But instead, you ended up tattling to Lucia. I swear, I never mentioned your name. Any last words? If you try anything here, people will find out what you are. This isn't Rose Palace. True. This wasn't part of my plan. I won't be able to erase all traces of myself like I did at Rose Palace. It's a shame, but nothing to be done for it. This feels so exciting. Maybe because it's been so long. Goodbye, Rachel. Please don't kill me. Too late. I'm exhausted. I wonder if the ball's over yet. I don't see any sign of Lucia's dad now. He caused such a scene, poor Lucia, having to grow up with that man. So, there wasn't just one person who poisoned Lucia. There's Lucia's father who let it happen, and the person in the palace who actually gave the poison to her. So, you received an anonymous letter and didn't do anything to protect your daughter? Well, the thing is, I suppose that's technically true. I'm certain that whoever poisoned Lucia also sent that letter to her dad. I want you to help me become Empress. If you do, I'll answer all your questions. I don't know what secrets Rachel is keeping, but she must know about the culprit. But I don't want to give Rachel what she wants. Is my only option to try to convince her? I don't want to see Eric with another woman. Come on, that better not happen before I leave. Is that selfish? I just can't stand to think about it. Well, anyway, I hope he doesn't mind that I left the ball without saying. There you are, Lucia. Hi, Eric. You still like popping out of nowhere, huh? I'm pretty sure you were a ninja in a past life. I just didn't see you, so I came looking for you. What do you mean? Are you alright? That business with your father. I mean, he's not your real father, but you must still be upset. It's okay. I actually feel like Lucia can rest a bit more easily now. But still, there's so much going on. I'm exhausted. You're doing great. Wait. Is it okay for the Emperor to just wander away from his own ball? I'm sure everyone can relax and enjoy themselves more in my absence. True, it's the same in my world. People can't relax around their boss. Then can you stay with me? I've had the longest day today. This is my first ever ball. I'm kinda sad I didn't really get to enjoy it. I was so excited too. I heard there were gonna be desserts from all over. Is that so? If you'd like, we can have another ball tomorrow. The servants would hate me. Did you know how much work it is to put on a ball? I think it came from the fountain outside. Rachel was just at the garden fountain. I'll be right back. You can go on. Okay. Be careful, Eric. Walter, check the perimeter. Yes, Your Majesty. She appears to have been poisoned, Your Majesty. Poisoned? Stop the ball immediately. Have everyone stay in the palace, except for this woman's family. Keep them under the knight's surveillance. Yes, Your Majesty. My lady, did you hear what happened last night? Yes, Spooky told me. Rachel, is it because I asked her about the poisonings, and the culprit knew she'd spoken to me? I never should have left her alone. I'm so sorry, Rachel. It was poison again. But why was she murdered so quickly? What did Rachel know? I didn't poison Isla. I was just there when she drank the poison tea. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Swan swore she wasn't the poisoner. But if Swan was there, Rachel must have been there as well. And besides them, there was one other person. Isla, you always smell like roses, Lucia. Up on that. At our second tea time, she smelled like roses too. It was so faint no one else could have noticed. You'd like to know what you were doing the day before you collapsed? Let's see, you met Lady Chloe in the morning, and Lady Isla came by while I was cleaning. The day before that, you told me never to open the door for Lady Isla. Lucia knew. She knew Isla was going to poison her. She didn't know what would happen to her, so she left clues about the culprit in her diary. How did I not realize sooner? So many people have died. Even Rachel. No. I can't waste any more time. There's no use just sitting and thinking. Serena, I'd like to go out. Do you have plans to meet someone? How far is it to Isla's quarters? Lady Isla? I believe she's still recovering from the poisoning. Then, before that. Can you help me prepare to go out? Yes, my lady. It's been a while, Lucia. What brings you to my rooms? You don't look so happy. Isla, can we talk? Of course. Isla is doing much better now. Tea, please. Yes, my lady. Isla miss you, Lucia. How've you been? Isla is finally starting to feel better. Let's cut to the chase. Why did you murder Rachel? And why did you poison me? Lucia, Isla isn't sure what you're talking about. Isla was poisoned too, remember? The women who were with you that day, Swan and Rachel, have both been taken out of the picture, so you poisoned yourself to make yourself look innocent. Why are you poisoning people in Rose Palace? Is it for the Emperor's attention? Lucia, now why would I care about someone like him? You got everything right until the end there. I tried to recreate your poison. My, it really does look like mine. Such a beautiful color. I'll bet it even smells the same. But I'm wondering if it'll have the same effect. Would you like to see for yourself? Sure. You really figured it out. If you had time to make your own poison, you should have worried about protecting yourself. I have no choice but to kill you now, Lucia. For me, I had no idea I'd have to take you out so soon. I'm sad things didn't go according to his perfect plan, but there's nothing else we can do. I have to kill you now, Lucia. 2 hours earlier. Are you really all right on your own? Yeah, I just need to ask Isla something. I don't like this. Here, if you feel yourself in danger, press the jewel on this bracelet. Help will always come find its wearer. This seems a bit extra. What happens if I press it? I don't know. I've never used it before. It's a treasure that's been passed down my bloodline. It contains the tears of a holy animal. The tears of a holy animal? Are you sure it's okay to just give away a family heirloom? Whose permission would I need? Right. You are the Emperor after all. Remember, you suspect her of committing murder. Please try not to provoke her. If anything happens, I'll be right there. Please be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The potion is levitating? Isla can use magic? What do I do? Should I use the bracelet? Whatever, I really did think you were using magic. But hanging a bottle on a thread to pretend is low, even for you. What was that light? How dare you? Did you think I wouldn't have a backup plan if I couldn't poison you? Come on, Lucia. Turn that smile upside down. Isla, you will get what's coming to you. What? How dare you? Help me, Harry. Isla. Harry. Help me. What's wrong, my love? Kill Lucia for me. So the woman who liked roses was Isla. That's right. She's been my beloved ever since we were little. Kill her now, Harry. She's ruining everything. No, Isla. I won't kill Lucia. I need her. Isn't that right, brother? Keep her name out of your filthy mouth. Harry. How dare you do such a thing in the palace? You haven't changed a bit, brother. How dare you do such a thing in the palace? You haven't changed a bit, brother. Isla's voice trembled with rage. Kill her now, Harry. She's ruining everything. But Harry shook his head. No, Isla. I won't kill Lucia. I need her. Isla's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What are you saying? Harry, look at me. I'm the woman you love. You're going to let her live after everything she did to me? So that's how it's going to be? Isla's voice turned cold. Fine, I'll just kill her myself. If you won't do it, I will. A chilling determination settled in her voice as she declared. To get rid of everything in our way. Let's kill Lucia and her boyfriend and take over the empire. If you won't do it, Isla said with venom. I will. Die, Lucia! Lucia! Harry shouted, his voice laced with desperation. He stepped in front of Isla's attack, blocking it. Damn, Isla, what? Why would you? He took a deep breath, his voice softening. I told you, Isla. I need Lucia so I can come back to life. Why do you never listen? Harry's voice cracked. Isla. I never wanted this. I'm sorry it had to come to this. If you had just listened to me, you could have lived. Isla's eyes filled with fury. You're just as insane as ever, Harry. You committed another murder in the palace, Harry. This time, I will not let you get away with it. Edric Eurasian's voice was filled with cold resolve, his gaze piercing through his brother. Harry smirked, his tone casual, almost nostalgic. Right. It feels like only yesterday I killed father and his wife. How dare you speak of that? Edric's fists clenched at his sides, fury bubbling to the surface. Harry chuckled darkly. I'll never forget the feeling of driving my sword through our beloved older brother. And seeing my little brother shaking in fear. Edric's eyes flashed with rage, but Harry's expression softened slightly. You know, I was fond of you ever since we were kids. A twisted smile curled on Harry's lips. I'm still fond of you. He paused, then his voice turned cold and sharp. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill you, Edric Eurasian. Lucia! Edric rushed forward as she swayed on her feet, her vision blurring. His strong arms caught her just in time, pulling her close. I just feel a little dizzy. Lucia's voice was faint, her body weakening as the adrenaline began to fade. Her thoughts spun in a whirlwind of confusion and exhaustion. Edric tightened his hold, his voice laced with concern. What did Harry say to you? What deal was he talking about? Lucia shook her head slowly, her memory muddled. I'm not sure. Everything happened so fast. He gave me this dagger and told me to follow his instructions. He said he could take me back to my old life. Your old life? Edric's brow furrowed, a storm of emotions passing through his eyes. You mean back to before all of this? Lucia nodded weakly, still grappling with the weight of Harry's words. He said I would die if I stayed in this body, but I don't know if I can trust him. Not after everything he's done. Edric gently guided her to a nearby chair, worry etched across his face. You don't need to make any decisions now. You need rest. We'll figure this out together. Lucia glanced at the dagger still clutched in her hand. A sense of dread filled her, but alongside it was a flicker of hope. Could she really return to her old life? Or was it all just another one of Harry's twisted games? Let's get out of here, Edric said softly, standing protectively by her side. We'll face this, whatever it is, together. Lucia nodded, her strength returning, and they both made their way out of the room, leaving behind the chaos Harry had wrought. Wow, he's so small but moves around so much. Would you like to hold him, Eric? Can I? Of course. Look at these tiny hands. You must protect him from now on. Your older brother, the first prince, must feel uneasy having another boy in the palace. I'm sure he and Harry will love him. I want to hold him too. We may have different mothers, but he's still my little brother. He must feel so small and soft. I had no idea so many worlds existed outside the palace. I want to visit them all. Will brother let me go if I ask? How to make a deal with a demon? Harry Eurasian! What are you doing cooped up in here, brother? I heard you visited the queen in her quarters. Yes. I saw the new baby. He was so small and sweet. What were you thinking? You went to see the queen's new baby? Do you have any idea how many eyes are on you right now? I'm sorry, brother, useless brat. I'm ashamed to share the same blood as you. Did you hear? His Majesty placed the first prince under probation. Again? Why? You know how cruel he can be. Apparently, he beat a servant quite severely. I'm almost too scared to come here some days. How dare they talk about my brother that way? You dare insult my brother? Oh my! Prince Harry, we're terribly sorry. Please forgive. Anyone who slanders the prince must die. You useless brat. You never should have been born. How am I even related to you, Nana? I've dreamed of this moment for so long. It's even better than I imagined. Harry! Oh, hello, brother. It's been a while. How was your time on the battlefield? You were sent there to die, but here you are, still alive. Do you think you can get away with this? You're too late. You're insane. Why would you do this? I had no other choice. No one ever acknowledged me. The only way to be appreciated is by becoming emperor. Just you wait. I will return, Your Majesty. The nobility is revolting because you didn't appear at your own coronation. They say they refuse to follow an emperor whose face they don't know. You must attend the next meeting, then tell them not to follow me. Are you serious, Your Majesty? I don't care about a throne I ascended at the price of my brother's blood. I'm not here because I want to be. But if I refused, my younger brother would be going through all this. He's far too young. I'm tired. Being Lord Chamberlain is even more tiring, Your Majesty. So much goes on in the palace. I wander around all day but still can't attend to everything. But the Lord Chamberlain can roam about the palace at will. That's true. Prepare a uniform. Just like yours, Your Majesty? Whatever for? Just get me one. How long was I asleep? I don't remember. And this room. You're awake. Here. You must be thirsty. Oh, thank you, Eric. How do you feel? Fine. I changed you into something more comfortable. What are you so surprised about? Was that not all right? No. It's just, he must have seen me naked. I'm just kidding. Your servants helped. Why would you joke about that? You freaked me out. Wait, what about your brother? And is Isla dead? Worrying about it won't change anything. What's most important is that I'm here with you. You're right. But what if it happens again? It won't. From now on, I'm going to stay with you all day long. Don't you have to work? Let's begin. Yes, Your Majesty. The first item on the agenda is Rose Palace. Isla was found to be the murderess. She has admitted to her sins and chosen execution in retribution for her crimes. What? The ladies of Rose Palace. Impossible! My sweet girl never would have done such a thing, Your Majesty. My daughter must have been framed. Behave yourself before the Emperor. But, how well do you know your daughter, Viscount? She was a shy girl who loved roses and books. Even a single flower from Harry could make her smile. My daughter couldn't have killed anyone. If you trust her, drink this. This is Isla's bottle. It contains the poison used on the other ladies. Why don't you see for yourself, Your Majesty? We can't allow this to happen again. He's right. You must choose an empress as soon as possible before more misfortune befalls Rose Palace. Ugh, my head. Thank you for helping us sort all these papers out quickly, my lady. Now that we're done, you should get some rest. Oh, it's not because of work, Felix. I just have a lot on my mind. I am me and not me at the same time, and it wasn't mine, but now it is mine. I have no idea what that means. Never mind. I'm just talking nonsense, my lady, if I may. There's no need to be confused. You should focus on what hasn't changed. Even if your surroundings are different, you're at the center, and you'll never change. You were always so confident in my eyes. I'm sure His Majesty fell in love with your honesty and confidence. The next topic for discussion is the Helium estate. They have asked to be exempted from paying taxes for 3 years since they already spent so much on war costs. What about all the food we sent? They're not exactly living on a wasteland. The food you sent all went to the army, and now they're running out of funds. I see. I want you to go down there, look for yourself, and report back to me. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty! Rumors are going around saying Lady Lucia is staying in the Empress room. That's right. Lady Lucia hasn't been made Empress yet. It's against protocol to have her stay in that room. Do you think I need your permission to let her stay in an empty room? That room is for the woman who will become the Emperor's wife, one who's a pillar of the Empire. It's very important to follow procedures. Procedures. Then I will follow these procedures and make Lucia my Empress. Please wait here. His Majesty will arrive shortly. Thank you. Ms. Lu. Your Majesty. Prince Alvis? What are you doing here? And did you just call me Your Majesty? Prince Alvis, why did you call Lady Lucia that? If she's to become Empress, over half the nobility must agree. You can't just. It's a long story, but they decided it during the meeting today. I heard on my way here. Ask Romeo if you want. It'd be great if you married my brother. Then you could live in the palace with me forever. Prince Alvis, I don't think. Someone might think you were already Empress. You're late, Your Majesty. You shouldn't keep the Empress waiting. Eric, what? You must be hungry, Your Majesty. Let's eat. You can sit next to me. Prince Alvis, why do you keep calling me that? Is she marrying you? Your innocent little brother just wants to sit next to the Empress. Yes, I suppose I kept my Empress waiting too long. Let's eat. Eric, what is everyone talking about? Something we decided at the meeting today. I'll tell you while we eat. Try some of this, Your Majesty. This soup has a floury taste that makes it even better than normal. To become Empress so suddenly. Your Majesty. Try this too. Please stop calling me that, Your Majesty. Stop it. I'll be off now, Your Majesties. I hope you two have a great time. Eric, what's all this talk about becoming Empress? I announced today that I would take you as my wife. It'll be made public soon, but I already told you, I have to return to my own world soon. There's only one thing I want, Lucia. Please be my wife until the day you return. It doesn't make sense. What if I marry you and then die in this world? Where does that leave you? If I disappear, you'll have to spend the rest of your life alone. I'm doing this for me. I want you to live in my memory as my wife. I want to know what it's like to be wed to you, even just for a few days. I'm doing this for me, Lucia. Eric, did you know I was going to become Empress? Huh? Of course I did. And you didn't tell me? So what else are you hiding? Want me to tell you? Do you want to hear about your future? No. I don't want to know. Good choice. Knowing the future doesn't mean you can escape it. You'll have to make a decision soon. We always make decisions, but I never even thought I'd marry an emperor. No need to overthink it. Just watch how things play out. Since you two were fated to meet, no matter what you might think, you'll never be able to break apart. So what are you going to do now? I don't know. My lady, the tailor is here. Already? Send her in. I'm Celico. I've received orders to make a dress for you. I'll make sure you have the loveliest wedding dress in the world. Turning someone down hurts for a moment. But if you gain happiness only to lose it, how long must you suffer for it? I don't want to become Empress, but I can't keep refusing. I have to do it for him, because I love him. Hey, how are things going at Rose Perfume? Business is good, my lady. Although it's common to see people carrying around the food they buy instead of eating it. Huh? Why is that? Apparently the smell is so good that people like to keep things like candy on them. They like to give them as gifts to other people too. That's odd. Why don't they just buy our perfume? It just has a different feeling to it. The rose candies are very popular among children, so we always run out. If they buy one rose pie and one apple pie, they tend to eat one and just keep the other. They just carry it around instead of eating it? That's a first. If I'm being made Empress, I guess we'll have a wedding, right? Of course. In your wedding dress, you'll be the most beautiful bride in the world. Thank you. Eric, are we getting married? Yes. I can't believe I get to marry someone so attractive. I'm glad you're here with me. Just the thought of you being my bride makes me happy. Thank you for agreeing to this marriage. Even if you leave, you'll live on in my memory as my wife. Hold on, I didn't say yes yet. You can't just decide to get married all on your own. So is that a refusal? That depends on you. Then stay with me today. I want you to be happy every moment we're together. Pathetic. He can't even ask her to stay. He's got a long way to go to become a true emperor. The wheels have been set back in motion. Everything stopped while the Empress made up her mind. But now that she's opened her heart to the Emperor, it's all moving again. She's the only being who's out of place in this world. Whatever choice she makes, I hope she doesn't regret it. Should I go through with this wedding? When I think about Eric left all alone because of my selfishness, will I be able to live in my world without him? I want to be with him. Why so blue? It just feels weird when I think about actually getting married. Why? Don't you want to get married? Of course I do. Then what's wrong? I love Eric. In fact, I've never loved anyone this much before. Just being with him fills me with happiness. But when he's not around, I become selfish again. I couldn't tell him no, even knowing I had to leave. It feels like he's sacrificing so much for me. But I was happy to see him do that for me. Selfish, isn't it? You're lucky to have someone you can love with all your heart. You're just thinking too much. If you're that upset, why don't you just stay with him? Why are you trying so hard to leave anyway? Well, I'm sure you have people you love in your world, but there are people you love in this world too. You have to decide what you want to do. Follow your heart. Lovely, Does that mean you want me to stay? Ack. Put me down. You never said anything, so I thought you were fine. Where did all this sulking come from? There's no right answer. You just don't want to end up with any regrets, and let go of me. I can't breathe. Fine. I came to get some advice from Lady Lucia, but it sounds like she has enough on her plate. Maybe it's because of the wedding. Becoming Empress certainly won't be easy. Is marrying me that much of a chore? Please kill me, Your Majesty. Stop popping out of walls like a ghost. How's Lucia doing? I'm not sure. She just came out to look at the moon, but her face was so serious. She seemed troubled when I asked her to marry me. I wanted to get on my knees and beg her to stay with me, but I couldn't do anything when I saw her smile. It's selfish of me to ask her to stay. I'm worried that I'm making things harder for her. I'm not sure, Your Majesty. I have no idea. If I may say so, perhaps it's because you're as frightening as a tiger. Even I wouldn't want to marry someone who's known as the war ghost. I'm just joking, Your Majesty. Damn it. I can't do anything in this rotting body. If it weren't for this useless body, I could have killed him by now. Ugh, my body is reaching its limit. The day is growing near. When the moon soaks through the light, everything will change. On that day, I will be reborn. Hey Eric, remember when we secretly ate leftovers here? You liked it, didn't you? Yes. I'd never eaten leftover food before. That night I couldn't sleep, so I came here to look at the moon. It was comforting, I guess. Everything in this world was strange to me except the moon, so you have the same moon in your world. I hope to see it with you one day. How about sharing a bottle of rose wine? I'm always happy to drink your rose wine. Wow, you keep granting all my wishes. It makes me want to wish for more things. Just say the word and it's yours. I want to go on a normal date. The kind of date normal people in this world would go on. Let's think about it after we have a drink. Okay, we haven't gone out together in so long. I was so excited I jumped out of bed and started getting ready. It's nice going out somewhere like this. We should do this more often. Wow. This looks so pretty. Try some. I heard you like to eat this cake on special occasions. Let's get a box for this. It's almost too pretty to eat. As you wish. Actually, there's somewhere I'd like to take you, Jessie. Really? Where? I'd hate to ruin the surprise. She's so moved by one small piece of cake. When I said a normal date, I didn't mean anything this luxurious. I don't need this much food. Are you worried about having leftover food? We could get a box for it. No, it's not that. Maybe I was wrong. I guess there's no such thing as a normal date. Why not? Because of my position? No, not that. It's not normal to be with the person you love. Even without going on some kind of fancy date, I'm happy just to be with you. I'll always treasure the memory of this moment spent with the man I love. I'll never forget it either. Have a safe return, my lady. Thank you. A special date? That sounds difficult. For our special date, I sent back the carriage. Okay. What should we do next? Do you want to see the market? Shall we? I haven't gone out in public for a long time. Do you know the way? Oops, this looks like a dead end. Let's double back around. Hey, you're crushing the box. Move it carefully so we don't get caught. What's wrong? Is this really okay? Nobody forced her to come here. Who's gonna say anything about her coming of her own free will? Hey, that guy was just at Rose Perfume. Yes, he kept looking over at you. It looks like a kidnapping. We have to save her. Leave it to me, Walter said. Romeo. Yes, Your Majesty. Walter, you follow me? Romeo, protect Lucia. Yes, Your Majesty. As you command? Lucia, wait here. Okay. Be careful, Eric. This is Trudy's brother, right? It's pretty awkward with just the two of us. It's incredible, the effect you have on His Majesty. Nah, it was nothing. So awkward. How's Trudy doing? She's turning back into the Trudy I know. She's been busy practicing her swordsmanship lately. That's good. And how are you, my lady? Do you really want to become Empress? Well, I still have a lot to think about. I never really got the chance to talk to you alone. I'm glad I was finally able to. He's always hanging around the palace. What does he mean he didn't have a chance before? Did you arrange this incident to separate me and Eric? Please don't kill me. Where were you planning to take her? We were just having a lark. Stop fooling around and tell me the truth. I'm sorry. I'm going to give you one last chance. Where were you planning to take her? To sell her in the red light district. Red light district? I only did it because as the daughter of a baron, she'll fetch a good price. I was planning to marry her and earn a title, but then she disowned her family. I had no other choice. He planned this all by himself. We had nothing to do with it. Please let us go. What should we do? Please don't kill us. What? Of course not. I wouldn't do anything like that. Sorry. Guess I misunderstood. Then what was it you wanted to talk to me about? Out of all the ladies in Rose Palace, you're the only one who ever caught his eye. But you never said you wanted to become his wife. I know it might be out of line, but I only ask out of concern for His Majesty. You see, we've known each other since we were young, ever since we fought together in the war. So I know very well what he was like on the battlefield, how it changed him. I thought it wasn't a bad choice for his father to send him to war because back then, the other princes were jealous of him. But now I realize he was only pretending to be fine. No one could cure the wound deep inside his heart. Don't believe him if he says he's all right. You're probably the only person he'll ever open his heart to. If I go, why would Romeo tell me something like this? He doesn't know I have to leave soon. Romeo, my lady, I've recovered the young woman. Oh. Is she okay? She's unconscious, but she doesn't seem to be hurt. Who are you? Please don't hurt me. Calm down. You're safe now. We're not here to hurt you. Actually, we saved you. What? You saved me? You're Jesse, right? I saw you at Rose Perfume. Later, I saw some guy carrying you over his shoulder, and I couldn't just stand aside. I loved him so much that I even left my parents for him, but he betrayed me. Don't cry, Jesse. Thank you for saving me. I'll walk you home, okay? Thank you. Thank God I happened to be passing by. I'm so glad I met you. So what happened to him? We spared his life, I see. Jesse, if you had married that guy, you never would have been able to see your parents again. Is that really worth it? My parents opposed our love, so I was forced to choose between him and them. I thought about which goodbye would be harder. If he and I lived happily ever after, I'm sure my parents would have come to respect my choice. A choice for my happiness. Why did I only think about making my parents happy? Why didn't I think about my sadness, and how Eric would have felt being left all alone? If it's for my happiness, then don't think I can leave Eric. I will only remain for 2 more days. This is the last time. Are you sure you can't come with me? I will not leave this place. Demons only reveal themselves to those they've made contracts with. The energy of the moon is filling up. I'll definitely take Eric's body this time. Make sure to take the sword. This time, the throne will be mine. I had fun today. So did I. It looks like you're having trouble sleeping. I'm worried about your health. Oh, don't worry. I'm all right. You must be tired. You should go get some rest. Okay. You'll have something to look forward to tomorrow. I prepared something for you. Now that I've decided not to go back, I want to tell him how I feel by writing a letter. What should I write? Dear Eric, ever since meeting you, I've thought this over long and hard, but I've decided to stay with you. I have no idea what I'm saying. What should I do? I've never written a love letter before. How can I express how I really feel? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Hello, Lucia. Would you like me to help you write that letter to my brother? Lucia sighed, reflecting on the pain in her heart. Eric never left his room on the anniversary of my and our parents' deaths. Do you know why? The response was chilling. It's because he killed everyone who got close to him. No one was able to approach the emperor who had gone crazy. Lucia's eyes narrowed. Do you really want to be with that crazy emperor? This voice. Do you always hide like this? Stop being a coward and show yourself, the other voice pressed on. Did you know? Eric was going crazy in his own little world he created in his head, and I was always in that world with him. Lucia whispered, the weight of their shared past heavy on her. He was haunted by the nightmare of slitting my throat with his own 2 hands. Isn't that funny, Your Majesty? We're in trouble. A herd of monsters is approaching the palace. How many are there? There must be at least a couple thousand. The soldiers who were guarding the gates have all been killed. Take every able soldier and kill the monsters. Yes, Your Majesty. As you command, Lord Chamberlain. Gather all the nobles right now. Yes, Your Majesty. I'm going in alone. Everyone wait outside. No. Lucia is in there. Just wait a little longer. Not yet. The red moon will rise soon. Han, my body. You want to go back to your world, don't you? Don't worry. You'll be able to go there soon. No. Once Lucia stabs Eric in the heart, I will be able to take his body while my soul is filled with the energy of the moonlight. Don't cry. Just do as I say. Here. Take this. Stab the man you love in the heart with this. Your soul can't return to its original body anyway. I wanted to make you my queen. What a pity. I have no choice if I want to take Eric's body as my own. Look out the window, Lucia. It's almost time. It's time to meet my dear brother. Harry, now, brother. You ought to fix that little habit of acting before you think. You still like to run your mouth, Harry. Killing your brother twice is just cruel. If you just told me you wanted to become emperor, I would have stepped down from the throne. But you went so far as to murder your parents and brothers for the throne? No, that's no fun. Just being handed the throne would hurt my pride. Say that again. Do you really think you can beat me? Not alone. But maybe we can. Lucia, I'm controlling her mind. It won't be easy for her to wake up. How long are you going to keep us waiting? We have to protect our emperor. I'm following His Majesty's orders. Please just wait, Your Majesty. Ha, what are you doing? Why not show me all you can do? Just defending yourself is no fun. Lucia wants to kill you and return to her world. You have to attack properly too. If you really want her to be happy, you should let her go so she can return to her own world. And if that's what Lucia wants, then you have to die. Lucia, wake up! I told you, there's no use talking to her. Honestly, you never listen, do you? Use this dagger and stab him straight in the heart. And you will go back to where you came from. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Are you alright? Don't come any closer, Lucia. Lucia, my love. Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. Thank you for all the unforgettable memories. You can go back now. When you go back, forget everything that happened here. Be happy with the people you love in your world. Forget all the painful memories. Goodbye, my love. I love you. Your Majesty, don't come any closer. If you really want her to be happy, you should die. Isn't that right? As long as you do as I say, it'll be good for you. Stab him in the heart. Goodbye, Lucia. I love you. Why are you hesitating? Stab him right through the heart. Eric. Don't cry. That'll only make it harder for me to let you go. I have no right to stop you. Are you joking right now? You're willing to sacrifice yourself for me? You should have stopped me no matter what. Why do you keep trying to give up? Your brother is walking all over you because you're too quick to give in. You deserve to be happy, Eric. You ascended the throne when you didn't want to, just to protect the people you love. You're the emperor. You can afford to be a little selfish sometimes, for your own happiness. Nana, this isn't just your fight anymore. What? Why did you stop? What was your name again? Harry? Why didn't you kill him? Why? I thought about what you said, about getting a new body. If you get a new body, that means you have to enter an empty body with no soul. That's why you gave me this dagger. If I kill Eric, you'll take over his body and become the emperor. But I don't want to go back to my world if it means killing the man I love. Why did you have to use me? Does the one who absorbed the energy of the moonlight have to do the stabbing? If you tried to enter Lucia's body, your soul wouldn't properly adapt, just like mine. That's why you first tried to kill Eric by entering Lucia's body. You wanted to work your way up to a whole body, but you failed, so I entered her body instead. I figured out that the visions you've been showing me aren't really of my world. When I decided I wouldn't leave Eric behind, I grew even more sure you were lying. Lovely. Help me. Since you have a demon helping you, it's only fair that I get a deity to help me. How dare you? So, we meet again, carrier of Eurasian blood. There's no place for you here. This is between humans. You are not human. Damn it. I can't move, there's no use. When the full moon rises, no one will be able to stop me. Finally, it's time. I guess I have no choice. I'll kill all of you and become the emperor. I will absorb the energy of the moon. You're not the only one who is waiting for the full moon. I also absorbed the energy of the moon and entered Lucia's body. What? What are you? Impossible. How can you use that power? How dare you? Eric may have gone easy on you, but I won't. I have no intention of making this a fair fight. You must have thought everything was going your way, but everything we did was to kill you, with the dagger dipped in the blood of a living member of the imperial family. What? That's impossible. Goodbye. What? What are you? What? A way to stop yourself from leaving this world? Your soul has been bound to your body, so you probably won't fade away. You're not going to leave? I'm not sure. I still can't decide. And we don't know when Prince Harry will return. I have no idea why the Emperor fell for someone like you. I prefer challenges. Lovely, that prince's spirit is really getting on my nerves. If he made a deal with dark powers, he's probably lost his way, but Prince Harry is gone. What should we do? There is only one way. You need to use a special dagger, enchanted with moon energy, and it must be touched by the blood of a living member of the imperial family. He probably offered his blood when he made his deal. Goodbye. Ugh. No. Please. Don't. I can't disappear like this. I have to become the emperor. I must ascend to the throne so everyone will recognize me. Yarrick. Save me. Please. I can't fade away like this. Please. Help me, Harry. I never hated you. I could never hate you even after everything that happened. That's why I took all the blame for what you did. I was labeled as the prince who caused the downfall of the emperor and empress just to take the throne. And after I became emperor, I was haunted by guilt for everything that happened to you. From the moment I became emperor, every time I closed my eyes, I could only think of you. I'm so sorry that I couldn't help you when you were suffering. Eric, I'm sorry. Eric, are you okay? I'm sorry. I had no choice. Lovely said we needed the blood of a member of the imperial family. I didn't want Harry to know. Does it hurt? I'm alright. It'll be alright now. No matter what happens. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt at all. Liar. I can't believe we have to postpone the wedding because of something like this. It's only 2 days, and I'm not going anywhere. Without you, I'd probably be lost. I'm sure you could make something beautiful out of nothing if you had to. I'll take that as a compliment. There's something I wanted to show you before the wedding. What is it? It's a declaration. I was going to write a letter, but I love you. I'm in love with you. I love you. I don't think I've ever told you that I love you. Whenever I thought about you, it made my heart break. Why did the man I love have to live in another realm? But it doesn't matter which realm you're in anymore. You and I were destined to meet each other. Lucia, there's something I want to give you as well. Wow, it's so pretty. I want to make you happy. This is a token promising you that I'll make you happy for the rest of your life. I think it's a little big for me. This one's mine. I prepared yours separately. I love you. Please stay with me forever. Of course. We'll be together for an eternity from now on. I'm not finished yet. Huh? There's more? I made this just for you. You made this yourself? It looks amazing. Wow. You've got talent, Eric. It's so good. We could sell this at Rose Perfume. It just melts in my mouth. No. Wait. Hold on. I'll eat the rest later. Come sit with me. Wait. I need to check. There's no way. It's gone. It can't be. Huh? What is? Is everything okay? It. It's nothing. Come on up. You look so handsome today. You're far lovelier. Let's live happily ever after together. Let's. I'll make you happy for the rest of our lives. An empress protected by an esteemed guardian stands next to the emperor. The name of the empire will be renowned from this day forth. All hail the emperor. All hail the empress. All hail the emperor. Lucia, how was your stomach this morning? Fine. Why? Are you not feeling well? It's nothing. I love you. I love you too. The end.